Welcome back, everybody, to the Sports Crunch 2020 NFL Draft live stream. This is day 2 of the 2020 NFL Draft rounds 2 and 3. I am your host, Dave Cromwell, joined by my honorary co-host, Bill Riccette of Pro Football Network, the Bengals Wire, the Panthers Wire, and numerous other pro football publications. We will be joined in just a minute by Jeff Barnes of Cover2Draft.com. Bill, round one was pretty exciting last night, albeit it took a while to get trades in. Tonight could be different, as many reports have suggested.
Day 2 is definitely a fun day, right? There's a lot of talent still on the board. This is where you really start to build the meat and potatoes of this team. So it's always fun to see all this talent that falls through round one. So yeah, I'm ready for day 2. I think it's going to be a fun one.
Oh, it most certainly is too. And Adam Schefter tweeted out a couple of hours ago that somebody in the league told him, a personnel director called him the deepest second round in the last 25 years. He believes that there are 20 players available tonight that could have been first round picks. Said they're usually 7 to 10 in a normal year. So, and the same director told Schefter there will be as many starters in this round that are the first round. Granted, that's just one man's opinion, and a very fine reporter just citing it for us. But that could explain partially why you could see a lot of movement a lot more movement compared to last night.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of talent still on the board. Like we said, I mean, we talked about some of the guys that even the end of last night that fell through. So a lot of good players still on the board, so you could see some shuffling. There's obviously been some buzz that some teams might be moving around, but a lot of talent up and down the board. I mean, you look at the names to the left, a bunch of the corners are still on the board, a lot of the running backs, all the safeties, and even a lot of good wide receivers. It's a lot of talent still on the board. So it'll be interesting to see if teams move up or if some teams just feel like they can just sit back and just kind of let the talent kind of fall to them. So like I said, day 2 is really one of the more interesting days of this draft process.
It most certainly is. And I want to do a little screen sharing with y'all right now to show you Albert Breer's column that dropped just about hours ago, and I just want to show you some of the buzz that he's hearing. Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated, that is, who we both have seen at the Senior Bowl during our travels down to Mobile. And teams interested in moving up the board. The Broncos from 46. Keep in mind, the Broncos are scheduled to pick 4 times tonight with second and 3/3. So don't be surprised if they maneuver around and sacrifice 2 of their thirds to get 2 picks in the second round or something like that. Falcons at 47, and the Jaguars at 42, and the Colts at 34. And the Patriots are exploring moving down, as are the Bengals at 33, even though I think they'll keep that pick there, given the immense amount of needs on that roster still, even with Joe Burrow now in the fold. The Bengals are exploring all their options right now at 33.
Understandable. I mean, they're sitting on the clock. They have all this time to think about what they're going to do. But, I think ideally they just sit at 33. I've seen other people kind of say this is basically like a first-round pick, which, I mean, it kind of is. First pick of the second round, all the talent on the board. We've seen some of the names that are potentially linked. I've heard Denzel Mims. We heard Ross Blacklock. I think offensive tackle obviously has to be in play, whether that's Josh Jones, whether that's Ezra Cleveland. Edge could be a possibility. I mean, Epinesa is on the board. Gross Matos is on the board. Zach Bond. A lot of ways I think that the Bengals can go about this. But, yeah, I think they ultimately sit at 33 and just take – this is probably a BPA pick, I think, for the Bengals. I don't think they're going to force anything. I think they can afford to just grab whatever player they think is going to fit well.
Yeah, the Bengals, they still need everything because this still is a roster in transition modes, and they're going to need whatever they could get, and they need the best Jimmy or Joe possible. So I definitely see them standing pat as well. And one of the main reasons why we'll see maneuvering, not just because the depth of the second round, as Adam Schefter alluded to in his tweet earlier, The top two tackles left on the board are Josh Jones, you mentioned, and Ezra Cleveland. You mentioned both. And there's only 3 corners on the board until there's a drop-off after them. Christian Fulton of LSU, Trevon Diggs of Alabama, Stephon Diggs' brother, and Jalen Johnson of Utah.
Yeah,
Jalen Johnson of Utah. Yep. So you could see teams that are corner needy or tackle needy, like the Broncos, like the Jaguars, like the Falcons, as Albert alluded to, that you could see him move up for one of those 2 position groups before they get to the drop-off point.
Yeah, it's going to be that's definitely a position to watch because, it's definitely a bit of a talent gap once we get past those 3, because then I think you're starting to get into guys like Cameron Dantzler, who has been one of the more interesting studies, I think, for a lot of people. Troy Pride, Darnay Holmes, you're starting to get kind of into that group. Amik Robinson. So we'll see if teams want to shuffle around or if they think they're gonna fall a little bit. Because again, I think some of the edge guys will be mixed in there. You've got like you mentioned, the tackles. So really going to be interesting how these teams kind of shuffle with these different positions. I think the Panthers are definitely a team that would probably love to see one of those corners fall to them. I think Christian Fulton maybe makes the most sense for the Panthers, but I think they'd be fine with any of the 3. So I could see them sitting at 38 and just looking to see if one of those guys falls, or maybe they take one of the safeties. They're another team that I think they just are looking for talents wherever they can find it.
Oh, absolutely. Panthers, as you said, they are essentially in a rebuild right now with Matt Rule's first year on the job. And they considered moving back from 7. But if they want to accumulate more picks, they could be a candidate to move down as well tonight.
Always a possibility. I mean, we thought the Panthers were going to trade down yesterday, but it seems like they ultimately just wanted to stick with Derek Brown. They didn't want to risk losing him. Brown was in their laps. So they just went ahead and they made the pick. And, that's how it seemed to be with a lot of teams. They just kind of liked the way the board fell to them. And that's, I guess, why you didn't really see a lot of trades in the, we only saw 1 trade in the top 20. These teams just kind of liked the way the board fell for them. And it's like we were talking about last night, how, you really can't hate on a lot of these picks because a lot of these players make a lot of sense for where they landed. So I think,
absolutely. And an example of there were a lot of people freaking out over Twitter when the Eagles took Jalen Reagor. I think he makes perfect sense for the Eagles. He is that speed threat that is potentially the long-term replacement for Deshaun Jackson there.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a chance to kind of think about that a little bit and sleep on it. And look, Jalen Reagor, and Howie Roseman kind of talked about it when he was discussing the pick. He's that outside speed option and that outside deep option. You can compare you can even consider him kind of a bigger version of Deshaun Jackson because he's got a little bit more weight than D-Jax does. So I like Reagor. I can't hate on the pick. Again, my thought on this was that the reason I think a lot of Eagles fans were upset is because we see mock draft after mock draft after mock draft, and we start to zero in on a certain player, and then a lot of these fans start to think like, oh, this is going to be the pick, and then when it's not the pick, they all freak out. It's like, oh my god, they didn't take Justin Jefferson. Well, guys, like Jalen Reagor is a fine player too. Like, okay, he's not in the SEC. Yeah, he played in the Big 12, but he's still a fine player. Like, watch his games. Like, he's a good receiver. And again, I think that was also more to the fact that the Cowboys ended up with CeeDee Lamb, and Eagles fans, of course, were freaking out about that. But I get why the Eagles didn't trade up. They only had one other pick in the top 100, and they didn't want to give it up. So I understand.
Finish thought, Bill.
No, I was just going to say, so I understand why they didn't want to make the pick, and I think Howie kind of alluded at the combine to how they didn't really have a lot of high picks over the last couple of years. So it was good that they have these high picks and they want to actually keep them and make use out of them.
Yes, and now it's a pleasure to welcome the third member of our live stream team tonight. He is Mr. Jeff Barnes of Cover2Draft.com. Jeff, how you doing? It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thanks for having me. I'm all right. How's everybody tonight?
Doing great, thanks.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Jeff, what were your thoughts on the first round last night? Which teams had the most ideal night last night, and which teams desperately need to rebound from questionable decisions from last night?
Overall, I was actually quite pleased with how a lot of the first round went. The fact that we didn't see any trades, so you got to almost basically the middle of the first round. A lot of teams were comfortable where they were, comfortable with their boards, felt that they could stand pat, not have to make any rash decisions early. And a lot of people picked up a lot of players that were not only just talented, but they fit a need of some sort for their roster. Now, of course, you have like teams like the Raiders who did reach in a couple of occasions. Now, as much as I like Henry Ruggs taking him before Lamb and Judy, I didn't agree with it. But you want to know what? He still, to me, was one of the only 3 receivers that had a first round grade on my board. So as far as I'm concerned, I can't really beat him up about that one. The Arnett pick, on the other hand, there were way better corners on the board. And in that case, you have to go with your board. Don't window dress your board and say, you know what, I like this kid better than I like the guys that I have above him. If you're not going to draft those players, don't put them on your draft board.
Oh, absolutely. Completely agree. And that speaks to why when you print out all these big boards, as I did to help me for this live stream here, I got Daniel Jeremiah's right here. I got Dane Brugler's and
nice.
Mel Kiper's as well. But gotcha. Just because they compile like 300, if not 400 names, NFL, a single board of a single NFL team is like 100 players or less.
Yes, yeah. You know, they only take about a certain amount of guys that they're concerned with. Our boards are going to have everybody. We're going to rank every player because we're not sure exactly which 300 are going to get taken, or 250. But as far as the team is concerned, they're looking at 100, 150 guys max, because there'll be guys that'll have a draftable grade. They're going to take off, whether it's off the field issues, whether it's health issues, whatever reason they feel that he doesn't need to be on their draft board. They're not going to take him in the draft. Then they're going to take him off. But the fact of the matter is, if you're going to put those 100 plus guys on your board, they better be guys you're willing to draft when your pick is up.
Yes, and we are just about 3 minutes away from when Roger Goodell is going to kick off day 2 of this virtual NFL draft. But I want to ask both of you, which players are you surprised to still see on the board right now? Starting with you, Bill.
McKinney's at the top of the board, I think, for me. You know, I was pretty sure that McKinney was going to go first round. I thought Miami would have been a good option. I thought maybe even someone would trade back into the first round for him. So to see him and kind of all the safeties still on board is probably the most surprising to me. You know, we thought there was a shot that Yetur Gross-Matos could have been selected at the back end of the first round, but he's still available. Zach Bond, Christian Fulton. So those are just kind of the first names that come to mind on that are still available, but they probably won't have to wait long to hear their name called tonight.
What about you, Jeff?
I also agree with the safeties, McKinney and Delpit. I'm shocked that Delpit is still on the board. You know, the fact of the matter is, you have both of those safeties. I guarantee you they have first round grades on somebody's board. You know, the fact that they're now falling into the second round along with AJ Epinesa, now granted, you talk about the pass rushes, only 2 were taken yesterday. Epinesa was number 3 on a lot of people's boards from what I heard. You know, so the fact that he fell into day 2 is another one. There's a lot of defensive players that fell out of that first round that a lot of people had mocked it at first.
Oh, definitely. And like I said, there are like 3 corners still left that could have gone in the first. Trevon Diggs, Jalen Johnson, Christian Fulton, and 2 tackles who could have gone in the first, to Josh Jones and Ezra Cleveland. And those 5 guys alone, since there's a drop-off after them at their respective positions, that could be a big reason why you could see trades earlier and more often tonight.
Absolutely. And when you talk about the tackles, the fact that the second Georgia tackle, Wilson, went off the board before Jones and even before Cleveland, although I'm not as high on Cleveland as a lot of people. The fact that he wasn't taken before him, it's one of those things you look at and go, okay, maybe just on that one team's board that decided to jump up for him and take him, he was worth it. But as far as I'm concerned, you had the corners. I think you're right at where you're supposed to be with the cornerbacks. You had your run early. 3 corners went off in the top 20. Unless there was another run late in the round, you're right where you're supposed to be with corner. But the safeties, not one safety be taken in the first round, is one of those things you look at and go, what did we miss?
Most certainly. And just breaking news in from Adam Schefter, he tweeted out that the Bengals will not trade down. They will stand pat at 33 and make the pick to start off day 2 of the 2020 NFL Draft. And as Bill and I were discussing before you joined us, Jeff, there are lots of different ways the Bengals could go.
Absolutely.
With Geno Atkins getting a little long in the tooth, Ross Blacklock from TCU, who I'm surprised is still available, could be the pick at 33. With AJ Green, even though they put the franchise tag on him and hope to get one more deal done with him, they could be looking at Denzel Mims and getting another option for Joe Burrow in the passing game because one of the main elements that helped Joe Burrow succeed last year was getting 5 guys out in the route and allowing him to use his amazing quick mental processing to make those quick decisions and find whichever one of those 5 was the most open. And the Bengals could probably go that way. And yes, you got Jonah Williams back, but you need a bookend to Jonah Williams, so you could take like a Josh Jones or even an Ezra Cleveland here. So, so if you were Duke Tobin and Zach Taylor, who would be at the top of your board at 33 at the moment?
Right now, to me, if I'm those guys, I got my quarterback to start round 1. I'm going to get somebody to protect them in round 2. If you don't take your tackle now, later on, you're looking at more developmental tackles. So guys that are not going to be as polished, guys that are not going to be as strong, and they're going to have issues in protection. And the last thing you want, if Burrow comes out day 1 as a starter, with all of the stuff that's going on with no mini camps, everything is going to be virtual learning like the kids are doing at home right now. So, as far as he's not going to be on the field throwing receivers. So if he comes into camp and he's not ready, you still have 2 veterans on your squad right now that you could at least fill the gap in until you feel he is ready. But you're going to need people to protect them. So let's settle your tackle position. And we talked about it. Jones is there. For the people that like Cleveland, Cleveland is there. Right? Take one of your 2 tackles, shore up your offensive line. There are plenty of receivers later in the round or even early in the 3rd that you can take to fill in with AJ Green.
Yes, and what do you say to that, Bill?
I think he nailed it on the head there. I could definitely see a receiver. You need, like you guys mentioned, AJ Green's on the franchise tag and probably doesn't have much time left in Cincinnati. We're in a position now where we got to start getting weapons to help Joe Burrow succeed, right? You're going to invest all this capital in him. Let's help him succeed. Now, offensive tackle, we thought Josh Jones could have been a first-round pick, and I know a lot of Bengals fans and writers are really starting to clamor that Josh Jones should be the pick. Now, will the Bengals actually pull the trigger on Josh Jones? I don't know. The Bengals, I get it's, new coaching staff, obviously, just their 2nd year, but it just feels like the way the Bengals operate, namely Mike Brown, they always find a way to do something that'll make Bengals fans scratch their heads. So who knows? Maybe they go – I don't know. It just doesn't feel like if they're sitting at 33, I don't know how they can screw this up, honestly. I was trying to think of a way that they can come up with a bad pick, but I can't. I don't see how they screw this up.
Yeah, they can't go wrong given the need of that roster. And many people think the running backs that are left could go very quickly. DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins. Would you be surprised if they fell off very quickly within the first 10, 12 picks of this 2nd round?
Yeah, I think – go ahead, Jeff.
No. I was letting you go.
All right, yeah, no, I think they're probably gonna. A couple of them are probably not gonna have to wait long, especially with Edwards-Helaire already off the board. I think Swift probably won't last long. In fact, I just messaged a buddy that was asking me about what the Rams can do, and I said keep an eye on a guy like Jonathan Taylor. I think with two 2nd-round picks here. I think running back is absolutely in play for a team like the Rams, right? They let go of Todd Gurley. Now they have Malcolm Brown and they have the other names kind of slipping my mind, but I think they're still going to be. They feel like they're probably still going to be in the market to just kind of get that 3rd back to kind of replace Todd Gurley. So it'll be interesting to see what a team like them does. But yeah, I don't think these running backs are going to wait. At least the top guys.
Have anything out of that, Jeff?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is the round where we expected the running backs to go. I don't know too many people that had first round grades on running backs. I know I didn't. Most of the running backs I had in the second round, there were guys that would go early. So, I mean, any team that's looking for an instant starter that's going to come in and take most of the reps, this is the round to grab them now, because after that, you're going to get quality guys, but they won't be full-time running backs. Some of them will be speed guys. Some of them will be power. Some of those guys will have one of the other or a combination of both, but they can't pass protect. So there's going to be a bunch of different things you're going to see out of the running backs in rounds 3, 4, and 5. But if you're going with that guy that's going to be the leader of that, if you're going to have the bell cow or a committee backfield that's going to be the lead dog, you got to get him in this round right now.
Yeah. And another position I have my eyes on tonight is the tight end position. Granted, this is a weak tight end class, and therefore was no surprise that we didn't see any tight ends come off the board last night. How many tight ends do you think we see come off the board tonight?
I would say in the area about 3 to 4. What you're going to probably get is it's going to start with Cole Kmet to me. Whenever Cole Kmet comes off, then the teams that are looking for tight ends are going to start to jockey around and start to pick up a couple. But once the first one comes off the board, teams are going to remember that the tight ends are there. A lot of these guys are part-time tight ends or developmental. So you're going to get a bunch of guys that are – depends on what the team needs. If they just need a pass-catching tight end to go with a guy that's more established, you'll see that guy come off day 3. But if there's a guy that can play a little bit more and be part of a tandem, then you'll see that guy come off the board tonight. Cole Kmet will be the first. Don't be surprised if you see Albert Ogbenham from Missouri come off the board earlier too. His athleticism, remember, he didn't have the greatest quarterback situation last year, so his production suffered. But the first couple of years when he had Drew Lock, he was considered one of the top tight ends, and people were waiting for him to come out. He actually stayed longer than he should have.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on the board too. You're probably not going to see too many. If we're going to pick names that you're probably going to see tonight, Jeff brought up Cole Kmet, and he's obviously a great option. I think Adam Troutman has a great shot to hear his name tonight. Mm-hmm. I could see Harrison Bryant out of Florida Atlantic hearing his name called, and I got a chance to see some of these guys at the Senior Bowl, and I was really impressed, especially Adam Troutman. Listen, Adam Troutman on and off the field, tremendous guy. And I think he's going to come in and he's going to be one of those. He's definitely one of the better pass catching tight ends, I think, in this class. I think a team like Cincinnati in round 3 makes a lot of sense for him. So those are 3 of the guys. Like we said, it's not really a strong class. I'm trying to think who else could even sneak in there, but those would be at least the first 3 that are probably going to be off the board. Maybe Hunter Bryant could surprise and come off the board late. Or later tonight, so we'll see. But yeah, I think Jeff is kind of spot on. You probably won't see too many tight ends, and you probably won't see the run till maybe mid to late round 2, but maybe more likely to start around 3.
Yeah, and you mentioned Adam Troutman. I also got to speak to him at the Senior Bowl as we see Roger Goodell kicking off night 2. Adam Troutman, keep in mind, he was a former quarterback, and he told me that how big a quarterback benefits him from playing tight end, and and I think that could be a reason why nobody should be totally shocked out of their shoes if he ends up being the first tight end off the board for some reason.
Yeah, absolutely. One other name I'll mention too, because I'm just it's easy for these names to slip your mind. So I'm just looking at the list. But Bryson Hopkins of Purdue, I think, is definitely
absolutely.
Yeah, I really like Hopkins. I thought he showed out well at the Senior Bowl as well. So yeah, I think you're right, Jeff. 4 seems like a good number. Those would probably be the 4: Adam Troutman, Cole Kmet, Hopkins, Harrison Bryant, maybe Hunter Bryant. Sleeper name for tonight: Devin Asiasi, UCLA.
Yep.
So. Although a guy I like tomorrow, Josiah DeGuara of Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of Cincinnati, Roger Goodell has officially put the Bengals on the clock. They will have 7 minutes, as will all teams in this second round, to make this pick. And now let's talk about what the Bengals should do here. As Adam Schefter said, they explore trade down, but they're going to stay put here and take the pick. We talked about could they go Denzel Mims? Could they go Ross Blacklock? could they go Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland? As you said, Jeff, I would put a high priority on protecting Joe Burrow right now because I think you're set at the receiver position, at least for the short term for this year, and you could get some depth guys in the third round if possible. And it's supposed to be a very, very talented wide receiver class next year. So
Absolutely.
Maybe you could defer to next year and get Joe Burrow his bookend tackles. You got one with Jonah Williams, who could be your right tackle, and you could pick Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland to be your left tackle. And I think that pick would make either one of those two, but more so Jones, in my opinion, probably because I biased and I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl, makes the most sense for the Bengals here.
Absolutely. When you're talking about the Bengals, like I said, you have two of the guys that tackle right now that could be starters from day one in Jones. And like I said, you also have Ezra Cleveland. If you let those guys go and go receiver now, when you come back around, the guys you're looking at tackle are more developmental. All right. So you're going to look at guys. I'm pretty sure Hunt is going in this round. So you won't see Hunt. You're going to talk about Ben Barch if he's still there, Matt Parrott if he's still there, Alex Taylor if he's still there, Prince Tego Wanago. These are all developmental tackles. So you're not going to see these guys come in and start right away and make a difference for you. If you want somebody to make a difference, you better get Josh Jones right now. All right, take him now. All right, plug and play left tackle and let him grow with your quarterback.
Bill, do you think it should be a tackle here? Do you think tackle makes the most sense?
It does. It does. I think Josh Jones probably is, I would say maybe edge because Epinesa is still on the board, because Gross Matos is still on the board. They can add, a third guy behind Sam Hubbard and Carlos Dunlap. But yeah, I mean, you got to start protecting Joe Burrow because that offensive line is just pretty bad right now. I mean, the only solid guy you have right now is Jonah Williams, and Jonah Williams has not played a game yet in the NFL. So you're basically going to have two rookies, but at least for a team like the Bengals, that's okay because at least all these guys can kind of develop together. But I would say Josh Jones will probably be the pick here.
Yeah, I completely agree. And now you got the Colts coming out at 34. And if the Colts do not trade down, many people say that Michael Pittman from USC would make the most sense for them at 34 or another. But is there another player you could think of that would make just as much sense, if not more, for the Colts? Should they keep the pick at 34?
If they go at 34, Pittman is an option. Also, you also have, sorry, I just lost his name. Well, we talked about Mims, if he's still there. She should be. Laviska Shenault is another name. When you think about the Colts, they like the quicker receivers. KJ Hamler's another. So a little high for me to take Hamler now. But as far as I'm concerned, the top guys I'm seeing still left on my board would be Mims and Shenault, along with Lynn Bowden. So we got a good amount of guys still on the board. And like I said, these guys are going to go in this round here. So if you're not hard pressed and not loving your receiver options, go somewhere else, come back in the third, and you'll take guys at more value for the pick.
Yeah, and the Colts are obviously in a pretty good position because they have the two picks in round two, so they can kind of play the board a little bit. So it's going to be interesting. But I agree with Jeff. He brought up a lot of good names that can definitely fit the Colts. This is You need to start getting other options next to T.Y. Hilton. They're kind of in a win now mode with Phillip Rivers, but they also got to start looking ahead. So it'll be really interesting too if and when they actually attack the quarterback position. If they do it here tonight, or if they decide to wait till tomorrow. So really curious. Really interested what this team can do, because they're such a fascinating team right now, because like I said, they're in the win now mode, but you've only got Rivers for 1 year. So, how do they attack this draft? I'm intrigued by them.
Yeah, Bagels have just submitted their pick, and we'll take it to Roger Goodell as soon as he announces the pick. And the Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. But the Colts, as Bill said, they have 2 first-round picks. 34, this is the pick from the Redskins that they got in the Montez Sweat trade last year, and at 44. So they could have room to move down. And several teams that are interested in moving up: Jacksonville, Denver, New Orleans, Atlanta, or Jacksonville, which one of those teams would make the most sense for Indy as a trade partner at 34?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
As reports this afternoon suggested, the teams interested in moving up consist of the Broncos, who tried trading into the late first round last night for Patrick Queen. You also have and the Broncos have a lot of capital tonight with 4 picks tonight, so they can move. You also have the Jaguars and Falcons interested in moving up, potentially the Saints interested in moving up as well. So I'm just wondering which of those 4 teams would make the most sense as a trading partner for the Colts at 34.
I would say Jacksonville.
Even a division rival.
On draft day, it's whoever comes up with the best deal. If we seen there's times that the Cowboys and Redskins have done deals of all people. So when it's about the right trade, you take the trade. If I'm Jacksonville, if there's somebody I need
with the pick. Sorry,
that's all right.
T. Higgins. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Oh my goodness.
You know how I said earlier I was trying to think of,
this is a head scratcher.
You know how I was saying earlier I was trying to think of a way that the Bengals can screw this up? They kind of screwed this up. Listen, I don't hate going with a wide receiver, but T. Higgins, his athletic profile isn't the greatest. He struggled at his combine. He didn't have the best combine and draft process. Plus, when you see him on tape, somebody I recall reading somewhere, an analyst said that he plays smaller than his size too often. Did any of you get that sense from watching him on tape?
Yeah, he's not the typical big Clemson receiver that's always going up and getting the higher pointing the ball. He doesn't uncover a lot. So this is one of the things when you look at T. Higgins, it's more of a traits pick than it is a production pick. And you look at him, of course, he's 6'4", basically 6'3.5", 216, and he has an 81-inch wingspan, and he doesn't play to that size. He's not physical at the point of attack. As far as when it comes to catching the football, he'll make some great patches behind his frame. He'll go up and get a ball, but you don't see him doing that when it's physical at the point. If he can out athlete a receiver, as I like to say, a DB, I should say, instead of where the DB is still running and he's going up, he's going to look great. But when that DB is going up with him, you don't see him win that matchup, the 50-50 ball.
Yes, and the Colts just heard their pick and they did not move down. And I wouldn't be, since T. Higgins went here, I'm kind of expecting another wide receiver here because teams that pass on wide receiver in round 1 are going to want to get them now. So either Michael Pittman or Denzel Mims, I think, would make the most sense for Indy here. What do you guys think?
Especially with Higgins off the board, it's I think that value just skyrocketed. I'm just all right. Go ahead, Jeff.
No. I mean, I agree. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a Pittman pick here. And even so, like I said, I still have a couple of people ahead of Pittman. So take the highest receiver on your board. If Higgins was their highest receiver, then so be it. I can't argue with your board if you believe that and he fits what you do that well. But he better be able to do it when you want it. And that's the problem that you're having is sometimes they're reaching on guys. So they say, on our board, he is so good. Then you put him out there and he's just not living up to what you drafted. So if you believe in T. Higgins to start the second round, he better give you that production when you put him out in the field this season.
Just an interesting note, too. I was just looking at the relative athletic scores, the ones that Kent Lee usually puts out.
Yeah, at F-bomb on Twitter, correct?
Yes. So T. Higgins' relative athletic score was 4.16. Just for comparison,
we got Roger Goodell coming with the Colts pick. Sorry to interrupt, but Roger Goodell's coming with the Colts pick. Colts with their first pick of this draft. Michael Pittman it is. Michael Pittman Jr., whose father played in the National Football League as a running back. And by the way, condolences to the entire Pittman family. They just had a family member a couple weeks ago who died away due to complications of the coronavirus. And we have a comment coming from my good friend Jim here. Showed some great Higgins highlights on ESPN. He'll learn from AJ Green, potential replacement. Now, even though I still don't disagree with the pick, Jim kind of has a point here. He could spend the beauty of it is that he doesn't have to play right away. He could sit for a couple years and learn from AJ Green until they're ready to throw him in and give him more snaps. What do you say to that?
I agree that there are certain things you can learn from AJ Green, but you're not going to learn what AJ Green does. AJ Green is a special player. So if you're getting a guy who doesn't do that, he's not going to learn that. It's just, you are the player you can sharpen some of the tools, but if you don't have that tool, if you've never used it because you don't have it, you're not going to learn it from anybody else. So he can teach T. Higgins maybe how to run his routes better, to read coverage better, to maybe be a little more physical as far as certain techniques to be physical at the top of the route. But when it comes to body-on-body contact, making a catch, something he didn't consistently do at Clemson, where in the NFL you have to do that if you're a bigger receiver because 90% of the time you're not separating as much. You're going to be used on the outside where you're getting the bigger, quicker bodies on you. So if he's not a guy that does that consistently, and he doesn't really show you that trait, then you're not going to get that at the next level.
The Detroit Lions have turned their pick in, and Jim will get to your other point in just a minute. But the Lions just made their pick, and even though they took Kerryon Johnson a couple years ago, he hasn't shown he could stay healthy. So some people are saying running back could very well be the pick here. Do you think it makes sense for them to take a running back, or should they just sink or swim with Kerryon Johnson for another season?
If I'm Detroit, I feel another need. I'm Kerryon Johnson's your starter. Like I said, there'll be backs that can fill in the rotation later on in the draft. You don't have to get guys that are going to play for you full-time reps in round 1, 2, and if they're there for round 3, take them then. Role players you can get on day 3, especially in a draft this deep. You'll get role players on day 3. Get your starters now. Get your key contributors now.
Especially for a team like Detroit, because look, we know Matt Patricia and Bob Quinn are on the hot seat. If they don't nail these picks this year, they're out. So they've got to find guys that are going to contribute now. That's why when there was all this talk of Tua at number 3, I was like, why are you going to take a quarterback that's going to sit that might not even, it's almost like they're picking the quarterback for the next head coach. You've got to get players that are going to win for you now. That's why I think they got to. I would say defensive line has to be the look here too, because they need so much help. Blacklock, Davidson, Epinesa.
Either those latter two guys might make more sense than Blacklock because Matt Patricia likes those inside-out type guys, and I think both Epinesa and Davidson fit that bill.
Yeah, Davidson just kind of feels like a Patricia pick.
I could see Davidson. Blacklock, I think, is going to fall for one reason, because of the bigger bodies are not in vogue. They want those guys that they feel are going to be 3-down players. So those guys are going to come off the board first. There'll be a team that says we need that big body in the middle that'll take him maybe later in round 2. But right now, those bigger, quicker bodies that are going to be able to stay on the field, all 3 downs, are going to go faster.
That is a very, very good point. And we're about to go to Roger Goodell with the Lions pick. So here we go. DeAndre Swift. Oh my God. He may be a good player, but is this still too rich for you guys, even though DeAndre Swift probably could be the best back in this class?
Well, to me, I have him rated lower. I have a 3rd-round grade on him. And for DeAndre Swift, I think it's actually going to be a good thing for him to be paired with Kerryon Johnson. When we talked about, Kerryon Johnson is going to be the money back. He's going to do all the work, especially in between the tackles. But then you have DeAndre Swift here, who has that extra punch of speed and quickness. He's going to hurt you in space. So he's going to be able to catch passes and also run the football for you. All right. But he's not going to help you in short yardage. He's not going to help you on goal lines. If you remember, when they got in those situations, Brian Herrien was in there. And when he was there with Chubb and all those guys, they were running the ball in those situations. Last year it was Elijah Holyfield getting those situations. So he's a part-time back. So if they're going to take him now, fine. Pairing him with Kerryon Johnson is the perfect matchup for him, because now you have two guys that are equally accountable for you in the running game. But once again, he's not a starter. So taking him in round 2, you have to have a plan to use him heavily.
Yeah, I'm intrigued how they're going to work these two guys. I mean, it was a little bit of a mess the way they were running the ball last year. I mean, you're playing both Scarborough, who did okay for you, Ty Johnson, but so I get the pick. You know, fantasy own. I'm sure there's fantasy owners out there that are pulling their hair a little bit that those Kerryon Johnson shares just crumbled a little bit.
Totally. Yes, and the Giants have turned their pick in, and we'll recap the Michael Pittman pick by the Colts in just a bit. But the Giants, Andrew Thomas in the first round. What do you do here?
If I'm the New York Giants, okay, I got my tackle to help protect my quarterback. Now I'm going to turn my focus to the defense. I need edge rush. You have edge rushes on the board. All right. Here's the chance to add Epinesa. All right. You have to go after another pass rusher. There are plenty of them. If you want to go big body inside, we talked about Blacklock. I know that they're that hybrid 3-4 team. All right. So when you're looking at the Giants, they didn't have that defense settled last year when they were trying to go 3-4. So there's still a lot of pieces to add to it. So the fact that they got their tackle early, they got that out the way. Now's the time to load up on defensive guys that are going to help you.
Oh, completely agree. And the Giants, their defensive coordinator, Patrick Graham, was the Dolphins' defensive coordinator last year under Brian Flores. And Flores, obviously, from the Belichick tree, and Joe Judge, obviously, from the Belichick tree. So you could expect the Patriots to run a Patriot-style defense. So either A.J. Epinesa or Marlon Davidson would make perfect sense here because they have that they're almost tweener types with inside-out roles that Bill Belichick has historically loved.
Absolutely. And we talk about Epinesa. One of the reasons why he fell out of the first round is because he doesn't have the elite burst when it comes to the edge. He's more of a disciplined rusher. And he has the strength to engage and disengage. He does have some nice moves as far as hand play. But when you talk about speed around the edge, he is not elite when it comes to beating you up with speed around the edge. He's more of that left Leo defensive end type. So it's one of those things you look at him and say, okay, second round, I'll pick him up. And in that kind of scheme, he does fit what they want to do as an end. So he's going to be that hybrid 3-4. He can play the end in that.
Yes, and back to the Colts pick of Michael Pittman. Our friend Jim Sarantias, by the way, you could follow him on Twitter at The Fantasy Greek. Check out his website, thefantasygreek.com. He thinks that Pittman was a bit of a weak pick. Soft Senior Bowl showing, and he says the Chase Claypool is the sleeper wide receiver of this draft. In fact, some see Chase Claypool as a tight end, and that versatility could be a big reason why Jim feels the way he does about Chase Claypool. Do you share his views about the Michael Pittman pick for Indianapolis?
You want to go first, Bill?
I mean, Pittman has decent hands. He'll catch the ball. He'll get you some yardage. I'm trying to think how much he's going to compliment T.Y. Hilton, but for a guy like Phillip Rivers and with a Frank Reich offense, I think they can find a way to make it work. And like we were talking about, this is about you got to get weapons because there's really not much outside of T.Y. Hilton. So this was probably just the best receiver available for the Colts. So I'm not going to hate on the Pittman pick, but Jim's right. He didn't really stand out. I definitely heard from people that he kind of disappointed at the Senior Bowl, but where we're at now, like early second round, I don't think it's a bad spot for him. I know people that had him pretty lower, but again, I'm not really I don't think I could really hate on the pick here.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry, Dave.
Yeah, the Giants are about to. Their pick is about to be announced, so that's kind of why I am shoved in. But finish your thought if you can, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when you're talking about the guys that are on the board, I have a 3rd round grade on Pittman. I think he's more of a wide receiver 3 now, potential number wide receiver 2, but he's not there yet. He's a potential pick. He's a traits pick. If you're looking for him to contribute and be a major key to the offense, he's not that just yet. He's not there.
Yeah, that's how everybody felt about Cortland Sutton a couple years ago when he was picked by the Broncos around this part of the draft. And Cortland Sutton has pretty much put most of those doubts to rest right now. And the Colts probably are hoping to get a similar result with Pittman as the Broncos have with Cortland Sutton.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. When you're talking about the draft, the guys that are going to be day one immediate contributors, they're going to give you a big play. I'm sorry, the pick is coming in, so we'll let the commissioner do his thing.
Absolutely. Amen. Thank you to our service members. No trades yet. Xavier McKinney, there he goes. This was a great value pick. Heck, I might like this pick just as much, if not more, than Andrew Thomas for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about McKinney, we're talking about one of the top safeties in the draft. We were talking about the fact that I think it's almost a travesty that he fell out of the 1st round, and to get him in the 2nd round is a steal. He's a guy that's going to give you everything you need in the back end of your defense. The Giants have been trying to upgrade that part of their defense for almost 8 years now. We've had Landon Collins. We've had a bunch of guys come through there. So McKinney's going to give you that guy who can play man. He can play in zone. He's a tackler. He's not going to be like Delpit, who's going to be more of an ankle biter tackler. He's going to come up. He's going to be able to tackle running backs that come through the line of scrimmage when they break free. He's going to be able to tackle receivers in space. So he's going to give you a lot more of the things that you want out of your safety. And he can come on the edge and blitz, as you're seeing there on the film right now. So when you're talking about safeties, the guy that was most complete is this man right here. The most talented is Delpit, but Delpit doesn't give you the complete game that this young man gives you.
Agree. Yeah. I mean, there was obviously the concern of the tackling and the effort that he put in last year, and that's likely why Delpit fell. I think I saw somewhere maybe there were medical concerns with Xavier McKinney. Was I reading that right?
Not sure.
I didn't hear about it. Yeah, I didn't hear any about it. But
because I saw someone on Twitter talk about like the different safeties and why they might have fallen. I think one of them had to do with. Yeah. Or at least he said one of them might have had to do with medicals. But yeah, without a doubt, McKinney falling out of the first.
The Patriots have submitted their pick, and Jim thinks it's Jalen Hurts. If it is Jalen Hurts, by the way, Jim, no tipping picks. We don't like to tip picks here. But if so, do not tip picks. Here we go.
Kyle Duggar,
Lenore Ryan. Interviewed him at the Senior Bowl. One of the best stories in the draft. Small school prospect, versatile guy. His stock took off the Senior Bowl and the Combine. Great pick for the Patriots. Excellent pick here for the Patriots.
Absolutely, and this is a good feel-good story. You got a young man here, comes out of school that most people have never heard of. Lenore Ryan. I have never actually seen their film until I got to see his. And, when I get a lot of small school prospects, and I had never seen a kid from Lenore Ryan until him. But he's a guy who's highly athletic. We saw that at the Combine. You see it in his film. He plays all over the field. He's the kind of guy that's always making plays on the football, and he has his size. So he's not some 5'9" safety. You're talking about a 6-foot kid that can come up and hit, cover. He's an intelligent player who understands where to be, and this is the kind of kid, when you get him in the 2nd round, you have to really marvel in the athlete that you're getting.
You most definitely have to. And back to the Giants with Xavier McKinney. Joe Judge worked under Nick Saban at Alabama for several years, and him vetting all the potential Alabama prospects. He probably has more info on these Bama prospects than most other coaches in the league do. He and Belichick, because they both know Nick Saban more than any other NFL coach. And I think Joe Judge consulting Nick Saban played a big role in the Giants' decision to take Xavier McKinney here.
Yeah, anybody that drafts a lot of Alabama players usually has some kind of connection to Saban. I know when you looked at the Dallas Cowboys, they get some Alabama players. Why? Jason Garrett coached under Saban when he was in Miami. So that was one of the connections that they had. The Panthers are the board.
Panthers pick. Let's see what they got. We're moving fast here tonight.
Yes.
Yetur Gross-Matos, the pick here from Penn State. So the Panthers do a double dip on the defensive line. And what Daniel Jeremiah said about Matt Rule is that one of the main traits that he prizes is physicality. He wants to build a physical team, and therefore I don't think it's a coincidence why they double dip on the defensive line, take a defensive tackle in round one and get another edge to line up opposite Brian Burns. So the Panthers are doing a good old-fashioned rebuild the old-fashioned way. I double talk there. So
that's all right, but he's doing a smart thing. You know, he's trying to shore up his defensive line. You know, when you want to get your team better, two places you have to get better on the offensive and defensive line. You have to be able to control the line of scrimmage. So he goes inside, gets the best D tackle in the draft last night. Now he has an edge rusher. Okay, now you don't get an elite edge rusher here, but you get a very good one. Okay, and Gross-Matos is one of those kids. He's got quality size, right? He's got quality burst off the line. Right? He's athletic enough to do a lot of different things with.
What do you think of this pick for the Panthers, Bill?
Makes a lot of sense. Edge was definitely up there as a need for them. They really didn't have a lot outside of Brian Burns. So we thought about the possibility of them going edge at some point in this draft. And yeah, Matt Rule has pretty much shown all through this offseason that they want to build in the trenches. And they've done that so far with their first two picks. You take Derek Brown to beef up the interior of the defensive line, and now you've got your edge group with Brian Burns and Gross-Matos.
Absolutely. And the pick is now in for the Dolphins at 39. Still no trades, man. This draft is moving along pretty smoothly. So the Dolphins, you got Tua Tagovailoa with your first pick, Austin Jackson as your left tackle of the future, and Noah Igbenogany as your third corner last night. And the Dolphins could go a lot of different ways here. You could take Denzel Mims, you could take Lloyd Cushenberry, you could take a running back, or you could take a guy like Ashton Davis to upgrade your safety position. With safety slide off the board, Ashton Davis might make a lot of sense here.
Absolutely. Well, you could go the safety route. I think you could wait on that. If you need a tackle to protect your quarterback that you just drafted, better get him now. Also, we talked about Cushenberry, right? They really haven't made any moves this offseason to solidify that offensive line. They've brought in guys to be there. Eric Flowers is one of those guys. He's not going to be a long-term solution. He's just there. So you're going to have to put bodies in there that are going to be there to protect your young quarterback that you're going to eventually have to protect, you know. He's part of you're going to be the guy that's going to lead your franchise. So, to me, once again, Matt Rule, we just saw him. I'm going to secure the line of scrimmage for my team. Well, you better also do that for your young quarterbacks.
Absolutely, and what do you think makes sense here for the Dolphins, Bill?
Safety, definitely. Edge, running back. You know, the Dolphins are still in such a good position that they could really just attack wherever they want because they just have so much draft capital and hard to argue either way. They could just grab the top player wherever they want, I think. But a lot of positions make sense. You guys mentioned Ashton Davis, maybe Grant Delpit. You know, you get one of those top safeties, even Antoine Winfield's still on the board. You get one of these safeties, I mean, all of a sudden now I think your secondary set in Miami, and you just have so much versatility in that secondary as well. You know, we were a little bit stunned at first at the Noah Igbenogany pick when it first happened, but, you know, the the Dolphins like to run. Brian Flores likes to run a lot of 3 cornerback sets, and Noah can be that nickel guy, and he gives you all that speed. Listen, I mean, I've said I've been raving like the last couple of weeks on Igbenogany, so I'm excited to watch what he does in Miami. So I could see them going to high safety here, and then your secondary is completely set if you're Miami.
Would a defensive tackle here make any sense for them?
Yeah, they could use some help in the interior as well.
This could be for a place for Epidesa or Davidson because they do run a Patriot-style defense.
Absolutely. Well, they got to secure this defensive line. Now, once again, they brought in bodies, Van Oy and a few others. So they brought in a few. Yep. Yeah. So they brought in a bunch of guys that are going to be there. So they don't have to rush to fill those needs now, but they're going to have to rotate in. So those guys are going to play. But like I said, if that's the case, if you brought in all this stuff for the defense, fix the offense. Put the capital, with the draft capital, the long-term answers in the offense because you already spent money on the defense.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's why we pegged interior offensive line as a possibility. Look, they could use a bunch of these picks on offensive line. Just build that O-line as much as possible. You've already attacked Austin Jackson, get an interior guy here. And for crying out, they've got 12 picks tonight and tomorrow. Yeah. They can basically do whatever they want.
Yeah, just go with the best guy on your board here. It's simple. Don't overstress it.
Yeah. I mean, with all of the picks, you're going to get bodies. The question is, which ones are going to help you right away? Which ones are going to fill a role somewhere? So you're in range right now for, once again, a guy that's going to help you right away. He's going to be a key. He's going to play a key role. He's going to be a starter or a very key contributor. In that case, get somebody that's going to help you in the offense right now. You can always come back to defense. Like I said, you signed Byron Jones, right? So you're paying your corners. You can get a safety later in this round. You don't have to fight for a safety right now. So take the best player available, preferably offense if it's there.
Oh, absolutely. Completely agree. And we're about to get the Dolphins pick very, very soon. Mm-hmm. We should get Roger Goodell up here in just a moment. Somebody, Packers did a triple pick. Why get a quarterback? We need receivers, corners, and safety. As I explained last night, Jordan Love is raw, but I think he landed in an excellent situation where he doesn't have to play right away, where he could sit him for 2 or 3 years, and he can learn from Aaron Rodgers, which gives him the best possible chance to succeed. You have to think long term. You can't always think short term. To address this young woman and a big Packers fans comment right here, what would you say to that, Charles? I mean,
Jeff.
Yeah, sorry. My mind is swimming. Right
I understand.
Forgive me, man.
That's quite all right.
It's hard to multitask.
All right, for the Packers fans, I'm going to break this down for you. All right, it's a
problem. Dolphins picks coming in.
Yes.
Got to go to the commissioner. Robert Hunt. They do go with your offensive line. Robert Hunt of the Louisiana Lafayette Raging Agents, be either center or a guard. We'll get back to Robert Hunt in a moment, but finish your thought, Jeff, on Jordan Love.
Okay, so for Packer fans, yes, that pick took everybody by surprise, but it makes sense. Okay. One of the things you had to draft pick up in this draft was a quarterback. You picked up a young man who's very talented. He's going to be a starter somewhere eventually. You prefer it be for you. Now, taking him in the back end of the first was one of the best things that you ever did. You avoided the situation that if he becomes your starter for some reason before that first contract is up, okay, you're not going to be in a situation like Dallas was in this year where you had a quarterback that became your starter and you only had 4 years to sign him. Okay, you got him in the first round. You're going to have what we call that 5th-year option that gives you an extra year to worry about contract money later. Okay, so if there's a guy, one position you can afford to sit in the first round is quarterback because you have that 5th-year option, right? And you can't complain about the ideology because the guy that won you your last Super Bowl came in under those same circumstances. All right, so enjoy the pick because it sets you up for the future no matter what. Right? He's going to learn from Rodgers, not the greatest tutor, but it's a quality guy to learn from because this game is very similar.
And thank you, Jeff. And back to the Dolphins selection of Robert Hunt. I think this pick does make sense for them from interior line perspective. Do you think he's better guard or center for them?
I think he's going to be good at guard. He's an athletic kid. He's very big. Right? And what you're going to get from him is a physical player. Right? And he's going to give you what you want in the running game. He's going to be able to move people. He's going to be able to get out on poles. Right? He's very similar to what Lyle Collins was. Okay, the difference is he came out of a very smaller school in Louisiana, but overall he's a physical player, a big body that gives you the ability to move people off the football, something that you don't get out of a lot of college guards. A lot of them are technique blockers because they come out of those zone schemes where they're cutting off and reaching, but they don't get a lot of movement at the point of attack. He'll get movement for
you. What do you think of the Robert Hunt pick by the Dolphins, Bill?
I like Hunt too. Listen, you know, Jeff's right. He's a big guy. He's going to.
Hey, Gotti, Fish, your thought. Goodell's announcing the Texans pick. Ross Blacklock to the Texans makes a lot of sense after losing DJ Reader, even though he's not a nose tackle like Reader is. Blacklock is excellent value here for the Houston Texans. But finish your thought on Robert Hunt first, and then we'll talk about Blacklock.
Yeah, Hunt's a mauler. He'll give you big strength up front, and I agree. I think he's better suited as a guard. So really like this pick for Miami.
And Ross Blacklock, I really love this pick by the Texans because you lost DJ Reader. You need to give J.J. Watt, and he's no spring chicken, more help on that front. Blacklock could help you get after the quarterback, and they need more bodies to get after the quarterback. And Blacklock, although, correct me if I'm wrong, many people think he's still suspect against the run right now, but he could provide you a pass rush impact right away.
Well, absolutely, and it gives you the ability since you haven't really totally replaced Clowney, all right. It gives you the ability with a healthy Watt to move Watt outside and let him take up the inside pressure responsibilities. Because what happened last year, you would get Watt moving around the line, and it's nice for matchups. But it's a player like Watt gets older, let him do one thing and stay good at that, as opposed to trying to do all of that stuff where he's going to get injured more and more. So this allows a little pressure off of Watt to not have to take on those bigger bodies inside. Let him stay outside and rush the edge, and let this behemoth come inside and get some pressure for you in collapsed pockets.
The Colts have moved up to 41. The Colts have moved up to 41. Just got to double check to see who they traded with.
Cleveland.
The Cleveland Browns moved down. They traded pick 41 to the Colts for 44 and 160 overall. So a reasonable swap of picks here. The Colts, you got your wide receiver now. What do you do if you're Indy? Lots of ways they could go here.
Gotcha. All right. So if I'm Indianapolis, once again, let's look at that secondary. All right. You brought in a bunch of young DBs. Some of them have lived up to potential. Some of them haven't. So right now I'm bringing in more competition for them. All right. Let's shore up the back end of that defense and continue to grow it. So this way it supports the offense that you have. You got a receiver. You can always add more receivers as this draft goes along. You're not done by the long shot, and there's plenty of talent deeper in this draft. Address the secondary while it's hot.
Here's the Colts pick at 41. Jonathan Taylor, interesting pick. You got Marlon Mack, although this is the last year of Marlon Mack's contract, so this kind of makes sense here.
Well, absolutely. But Mack is a part-time back. You're getting a full-time back here. All right. So he will take a lot of pressure off of Mack. And if it so happens that you don't want to bring Mack back, that you can replace that production. But what you're getting here is not only a workhorse, but a guy that could potentially give you some home run hits, something that they haven't had from the running back position consistently in a long time. Plus, you have an aging quarterback in Phillip Rivers there, so you want to support him with a running game that's going to keep him from throwing 30, 40 times a game. So this makes a lot of sense. The only other back I can see taking at this point, if it's not him, is, of course, J.K. Dobbins. So once again, I have no problem with this pick at all.
Oh, what about you, Bill? Do you have any problem with the pick of Jonathan Taylor here by the Colts?
I mean, we talked about how, again, this is about trying to build the offense, and you're kind of in a win now mode with the Indianapolis Colts, right? So you get your receiver in Michael Pittman, and now you get your running back in Jonathan Taylor. So you're just adding weapons, adding protection for Phillip Rivers. So I can't hate the pick. I definitely understand, and it only cost them a 4th round pick to get it. So not a bad move, I think, by the Colts.
Yeah, and like I said, Marlon back, Jeff, you described him as just a part-time back, and he is coming out of contract after the 2020 season. And the Jaguars have just made their pick. I think it's got to be either Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland here, if they really because Cam Robinson has shown that he's not a left tackle in this league. You got to kick him inside the guard. That's where he'll more likely succeed. It's got to be one of those two guys to be their new left tackle. What do you guys think?
Well, you got to protect whoever your quarterback is for the future. If it's not Gardner Minshew, you're drafting somebody next year. So you got to fix the offensive line no matter what. Right now, that division is trying to grow. You want to keep up and compete. Once again, they got to get better at the line of scrimmage. They added some key pieces yesterday, but you got a corner to replace the corners that you let go. Offensive line is a good place to start, but also, once again, you can continue to work on that secondary. All right. So they got a lot of places they can add talent and they can use right away. Offensive line is one of them. Secondary is a major piece. And don't forget defensive line, because they'll let a lot of defensive line go. And plus, and they're going to be letting Ndagakwe go at some point.
Yeah, so I think they addressed that area with Flavon Chason last night, and I think you got to go offense here. So either offensive tackle or do you think Denzel Mims could be a good complement to DJ Chark in that receiving core? Yeah.
I mean, Mims definitely fits in. Chark is there. You still got Westbrook, so you're going to have a bunch of young receivers. That's not a problem. Your running back situation, we hear they were shopping Fournette. Are you going to keep Fournette or not? If you let Fournette go,
is still here. If you want to go for it, J.K. Dobbins staring in the face.
Absolutely. And if you're going to let Fournette go, then Dobbins will be a great choice as well. But either way, you got to figure out what you want to do and take the best player available that fits what's on the board and also what fits what you need. All right. So don't take the best player and say, well, I got 6 linebackers, I'm going to add a 7th. That's nice, but doesn't help your team. Sometimes you got to choose and say, you know what, that's the best player on my board doesn't fit what I need, but the guy below him does at the next position.
Bill, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, the Jaguars are such an intriguing team. I mean, we talked about offensive line. I've kind of been a bit of a fan of Jawan Taylor and Cam Robinson, but I understand the need there because Cam Robinson has had those injuries. So, what's his long-term status? But I thought Jawan Taylor did pretty good in his rookie year. But I can certainly understand if they feel they need to get somebody to develop there. I'm curious if they take a quarterback this year too, or if they just decide to punt until next year. I mean, there's already people thinking that this team is going to be in play for the number 1 pick next year, which of course would mean Trevor Lawrence. So they're a tough read.
Mm-hmm.
Jaguars are a tough read.
And you got to look at your options. If you want to go quarterback, who do you have on the board now that you believe is going to be a long-term starter? You have Jalen Hurts, right? And after that, you have a bunch of guys with a lot of questions. All right.
Yeah.
Jacob Eason, one of the biggest arms in his class, but he's not accurate underneath. So, when you look at a guy that throws that hard but does not throw with touch, he's more of a pocket passer. You don't have a line conducive enough to protect the pocket passer. You got to build up the team around him before you say, okay, here's the keys to the car. And right now, they got to figure out what's on the board now fits their team going forward. Just don't. It's great to pick talent, but talent has to fit. So that's their dilemma right now is where do you go? Like I said, you got rid of all of this defensive talent that you had from a number 1 defense. So, and you didn't replace it fast enough. So you got all these quality DBs on the board. How many safeties are we carrying into this round from the first round that's pushed second round safeties even further back? If you need it, take it. And that's the best thing about this draft is it's there. Take it.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention safety as a possibility here too. I mean, Ronnie Harrison and Gerard Wilson, you really don't have a lot there at the safety position. So, we were, could Antoine Winfield fit here? Could Grant Delpit fit here?
Yeah.
I think that's a possibility too. Listen, this feels like a team that just wants to, and we touched on this yesterday. This feels like a team that wants to build back that defense, get back to kind of their glory days of, 3 years ago, get that defense back. And it starts, with the secondary. They got to totally rebuild that. They, of course, started that yesterday with CJ Henderson. I could see safety being an option here too.
Absolutely. The Jags could go many different directions here, but I personally think you have to do offense, but it wouldn't hurt to do defense either. Okay, the Chicago Bears are up next, and here's the Jaguars pick. Laviska Shenault. Wow. People thought he might slide to the third round because of his injury issues, but he's an intriguing athlete when healthy.
Oh, absolutely. Shenault is one of those players we talk about certain guys who have the talent, who have, of course, you see the injury, they're talking about it now, but we talk about his film. You have to like what you see on film. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best situation. Montez was very inconsistent throwing the football. He didn't have a lot of other talent around him to work with him, so it was easily isolated by defenses. So when you look at him, you see the traits, you see the ability, and unfortunately the injury kind of dropped him a little bit. But overall, this is where he should have went anyway. So a lot of people still had him sliding up into the first in a lot of mocks, but realistically, this is the round he should have started come off the board.
Steven Montez. I could just think back watching him at the Senior Bowl, and it was like living a nightmare. But yeah, listen, I remember last year when we're starting this 2020 draft cycle, right? And you're seeing all these early mock drafts. How high was Laviska Shenault going? I'm seeing people top 20, top 15. Like, this guy was high up there. Yeah. So we know this guy's a very talented, and he still made the most of his situation. Like you said, Jeff, the quarterback play was pretty atrocious, and he still made the most of it. So he's a talented wide receiver. If he gets past those injury concerns, this is a real nice pick for the Jaguars. You have somebody, you have two good guys now in Chark and Shenault to throw to, whether that's Gardner Minshew or whether, whoever the future quarterback is going to be. But I like this pick.
My second favorite team, the Chicago Bears, have just turned their pick in. I root for them every time except once every 4 years when they play the Broncos. What do you think the Bears should go here? They could go a lot of different ways. Take one of the two tackles because Charles Leno, I'm not sure how much his contract's almost up, and I'm not sure what you do with him. You could go interior offensive line. You could go wide receiver. You could go safety like Jeremy Chin or Antoine Winfield Jr., where do you think the Bears should go? What would you do if you were Ryan Pace right now?
The funny thing is, when I spoke to a Bears scout several months back, they were looking hard at Chase Claypool, but as a tight end, we know they're trying to upgrade the tight end position. Do they take him here or do they wait around? He's not guaranteed to be there in the third round. So the question is,
they have no third round picks.
Yeah, that's right.
No third round picks.
That's right.
33 and 50.
Yes. So you got a choice: is take him now, or else you risk him not being there when you come back later. So that's going to be interesting. That's a decision that they want. They really like the player. When I spoke to him, I said, I'm still grading him as a wide receiver. I think you can move him around the formation. He can play outside. He can play inside. I think the 40 times solidified that he does have the speed to play outside. But when I spoke to their scout, because of his build, they like him as a tight end.
Yes. Do you think, Bill, do you think Chase Claypool could be like one of those flex tight ends in this National Football League? In the mold of like Jimmy Graham, who the Bears signed to a 2-year deal, albeit just a short-term Band-Aid.
Yeah, look, I mean, Chase Claypool is another one of those guys that really stood out at the Senior Bowl. And, I mean, yeah, he's got that flexibility. He's got that versatility. He's got that flexibility. And, the Bears absolutely need to, they took Jimmy Graham, but let's face it, they took the shell or I should say, the ghost of Jimmy Graham.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they're still kind of reeling of the Adam Shaheen pick from a couple years ago. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah,
So
the injuries have robbed him big time.
It's been brutal. So this can kind of kill, two birds with one stone. So
Claypool gotta go to Rob Cadell. Sorry for the interruption. Gotta go to the commissioner. There's first pick of the draft. First to 2 picks this second round. Cole Kmet from Notre Dame is the pick. What do you think of the pick here? Cole Kmet, the Bears.
So they addressed tight end. It just wasn't the Notre Dame guy we were thinking of. Okay, so they go Cole Kmet. All right, which is, once again, Cole Kmet to me is not a bad pick. I had a second round grade on him on my board. I think he's going to be a quality tight end, good starting quality tight end. He's not going to be the game breaking tight end that people want in tight ends these days. He is a volume pass catcher. Does he have the ability to get vertical on you? Yes. Is he going to be able to do it consistently? No. But he will catch the tough balls. He will find ways to get open, especially off of play action. Overall, you get a good player that's going to come out there and be productive for you on the inside. Now you can make sure the receivers on the outside are getting open as well.
What do you think of this pick, Bill?
Feels like a typical Chicago pick now, doesn't it? we were right. It was kind of a tight end.
Ryan Pace, if Jim was your boss, he'd be fired by now.
I mean, it almost feels like we can bank on the Bears taking a tight end in the second round, right? They've taken Shaheen, and now they've taken Cole Kmet here. And we talked at the start of the stream about, where the tight end run is going to start here. And we said, it was possible that it would be middle of the second round. And here we are, 43 overall. And we should have figured this too, I guess, right? We should have been like, oh, the tight end run's going to start with the Bears, because who else would it be?
Yeah, all right. The Cleveland Browns have turned their pick in. You rebuilt that offensive line, bringing in Jack Conklin free agency and with Jedrick Wills with exit value at 10 overall last night. And now, do you get Baker Mayfield another weapon? Do you address the defense or address the interior of your offensive line?
I go interior offensive line. I want to continue to protect Baker Mayfield. I want to continue to be able to run the football. You have talent on the outside, a receiver. You can still come back a little later to add more talent at the tight end position, because we know they weren't happy with the tight end position, and continue to add pieces on defense as you go along. You don't force the issue here by trying to add another skill position. You paid Beckham, you paid Landry. Add young talent to go around those guys. Do not mess with that setting right now.
What would you do here, Bill?
I mean, you're looking at you're probably looking at improving on Wyatt Teller at right guard. That's really kind of the biggest question mark. You've got your two tackle spots set now, right? You've got Jedrick Wills, you've got Jack Conklin, J.C. Treader's one of the better centers in the league. Joe Bitonio, I'm still a fan of him. I know he's kind of had his ups and downs, but he's still kind of on the better side in the league here. But right guard, I think you could grab somebody. So, we look who is available at the guard position if they want to go. Obviously, Lloyd Cushenberry is still on the board. Matt Hennessy is still on the board. Tyler Biadasz, or if they want to wait, Keith Ishmael is on the board. So there's still some intriguing options at guard. Interior defensive line is an option here too. We can go Raekwon Davis. We can go Jordan Elliott. Gallimore's still on board. Madubuike. A lot of different ways I think the Browns can go here.
Absolutely. Like you got Larry Ogunjobi coming out of contract at the end of the season. If you don't extend him, he needs a guy to replace his interior pocket push to help Myles Garrett and whoever is lining up opposite Myles Garrett.
Absolutely. And once again, you never have enough pass rushers. No matter what, you're always going to need more. It's a passing league for the most part. And as we saw last year, what happened when Garrett was gone, the pass rush was non-existent. Mm-hmm. So you got to add more bodies to your pass rush. But like I said, if it's not at the top of your board right now, go for something else. Because honestly, you're going to be reaches in the draft this deep aren't going to help you.
They most certainly are not, especially in a round like this where you got to play your board the best you possibly can. And oh God, a thought slipped my mind. Oh, now I realize it. People were talking about it going to be trade happy at the beginning of last night. Didn't happen. People were kind of talking about the same thing tonight. Still no trades. And do you kind of blame the virtual format for the lack of trades, or is it possibly for the lack of groupthink in a draft like this, where teams have been forced to stick more to their original opinions instead of trying to steal opinions from other teams?
Well, it's a deep draft like we talked about. So you've seen a couple of trades, but they haven't been big jumps. They've been small jumps because you haven't had to make that big leap for a player. Usually when you get that, there's a gap in somewhere in talent. You get an end. You have maybe a first round defensive end, and after that, everybody else is a third or fourth round. There's a huge gap there. You're not getting that kind of gap in talent when there's so much on the board that teams are able to say, well, we can sit here and still get players we like. We don't have to trade capital.
Do you agree with that assessment of Jeff's, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it comes down to the talent. I think it comes down to, it just seems like a lot of the teams are just kind of sticking true to their board and don't have to make the big jump. Like Jeff said, you haven't seen too many big jumps. I think the biggest trade up we've seen was like 4 spots. I think the Packers trading up for Love was probably one of the biggest jumps we've seen so far.
The Niners trade for the Vikings. They jumped up.
They jumped 6 spots. That's right. Yeah. But even still, like, that's not a huge jump because that was from 31 to 25.
Yeah, 6 spots. Yeah. You're not getting the big 10, 15 spot jump, where a guy goes from 16 to 3. It's just too deep a draft to make that huge jump.
Exactly.
Yes, and another possibility for Cleveland here is a safety, Antoine Winfield Jr., Jeremy Chin, or even Grant Delpit.
Absolutely. And once again, they're all players that can contribute right away. So, and granted, they may be up. The question's on the.
Here we go. Grant Delpit it is. Grant Delpit to the Cleveland Browns. Now, Grant Delpit, one of the main reasons why he slid is because people question his tackling ability. And last year, an LSU defensive back slid for exactly the same reason. Greedy Williams, the Browns took in. So the Browns kind of double dip on those. But why do you think Grant Delpit could actually be successful in Cleveland? Because a lot of one guy I follow on Twitter, Corey Kinnan, I think that's his name, Corey, a very bright football mind himself and a big Browns fan. Delpit was one of his big wishes right here, and he's probably jumping for joy right now. Why should Browns fans like this pick here, Jeff?
All right, well, with Grant Delpit, the difference between him and Greedy Williams, there was no interest in tackling with Greedy Williams. Greedy Williams wanted to be Deion Sanders, and he's going to make the business decisions when it came to tackling. Grant Delpit will tackle. He's just not a powerful tackler. Okay. One of the problems with Grant Delpit, the reason why he fell was the injuries last year. He wasn't exactly 100% most of the year, but when you get Grant Delpit on the field, he's a playmaker. Like I said, he's one of those guys that's a ball magnet. He's going to, where the ball is, you're going to see Grant Delpit in the screen. Okay. He's going to make tackles, but they're going to be a lot of low ankle tackles. He's going to dive at ankles. The problem with that is if you miss, the guy's gone. Okay, so that's where the tackling aspect comes in. It's not that he's afraid to tackle. He's just not exactly a powerful tackler. He's a wrap-up ankle tackler. But he's the kind of guy that, once again, is going to find the ball. There'll be turnovers. He's going to bring effort and talent to your defense and ability to make plays.
Yeah, look, if we get the 2018 version of Grant Delpit, then you're looking at a stud player. I mean, again, it's like we talked about with Chenault. This was a guy that, I mean, was getting top 10 talk when we started this draft cycle. So it's not like it's a bad player. If we can fix the tackling issues, I think we've got ourselves a really good safety. You look at who's already on the Browns roster now. They brought in Carl Joseph in free agency, brought in Andrew Sendejo in free agency. So there's room to kind of improve there. Sendejo, is kind of that reserve type deal. I don't think he's not really a starter anymore. So if Delpit kind of fixes tackling issues, he could slide right in there ahead of Sendejo and even possibly ahead of Carl Joseph. I mean, you're probably looking at Delpit and Carl Joseph for the time being.
Yeah, pick is it for the Buccaneers. And I have a thought here. You drafted Tristan Wirfs last night. Why not double down here with Josh Jones? Put Tristan Wirfs at right tackle and Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland at left tackle. What do you say to that?
Oh, that wouldn't be a bad deal. Protect the 40-year-old quarterback you just paid. You got all that talent on offense, and here they go.
Antoine Winfield, another safety off the board. Antoine Winfield Jr., father, great player, Pro Bowler for the Bills and Vikings, and an Ohio State Buckeye. Antoine Winfield Jr. coming from the University of Minnesota. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers add to a promising young secondary. Antoine Winfield Jr., Sean Murphy Bunting, Jamel Dean. I think Todd Bowles has himself a pretty talented young secondary there.
Absolutely. And once again, you're talking about a pick of value. There's a guy who was, a borderline first round pick who falls to you here in the second round, and he's a second generation NFL player. He's the kind of guy that, once again, finds the football, so when you talk about safeties, these are guys that you want to be able to tackle. They have to also be able to find the football. If you have safeties around that are not around the football, they're not doing the job. So, when you look at his film in Minnesota, he made plays, and those guys you do not pass up on.
Absolutely. Playmaker in Minnesota, so versatile, and obviously he's got the NFL pedigree.
Broncos pick is in. Don't mean to interrupt. Broncos, it's either corner or tackle here. If the Broncos don't go tackle here, which of the three corners make sense? Jalen Johnson, Christian Fulton, or Trevon Diggs as far as the Vic Fangio scheme is concerned?
If I'm Vic Fangio, I'm taking Christian Fulton. You talk about a guy that's going to be able to play man coverage for you, be in position all the time. You look at the two corners. You got to remember, this year at LSU, they had some dynamic corners, and nobody expected the kid opposite him to be as good as he was. But Fulton is a very, very good corner, borderline first-round pick. So, once again, value for the pick. You need a corner. I would take Fulton.
Go ahead, Bill.
I was just going to say, you could argue Fulton is the best player available at this point overall. Mm-hmm. So I would go Fulton here too.
Yeah, but if Mike Munchak is screaming for Josh Jones, I think you might have to listen to him.
Oh, absolutely. You also we talked about protecting your young quarterback, Drew Lock, right? You showed last year that he is the guy. At the beginning of training camp, beginning of the season, there were questions about him. As the season went along, he grew into the role. Now that he's entrenched as your starter, give him the weapons. So if you're not going to take the DB to help you on defense, take the lineman to help your quarterback.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, the Broncos. Here's the Broncos pick.
KJ Hamler.
Whoa! Double tip on wide receiver. Unreal. They smoke screen the hell out of everybody.
Well, with Hamler, you're getting a guy that can make plays for you. My biggest problem with Hamler, though, is the body catching. Okay. He's a guy that is not a natural hands catcher. He doesn't trust his hands away from the body as much. So he's going to get his body into every catch. That's going to bring the defense with him. So he can make plays for you. He's got the speed. He even bring some juice to the return game for you. Nice slot receiver that's going to give you a vertical threat. But, the ball has to be in his frame for him to give you that kind of big play. Otherwise, you're risking just incompletion or an interception because he's not going to be able to pull the balls in, high point the ball the way you want him to.
I don't like this pick at all, Bill. I don't think it makes sense. You should have gone corner or tackle here. But but for the record, I was hearing that from Benjamin Albright that the Broncos were actually not going to go tackle, to not believe any of the tackle spin, and he was dead on once again. I still might have gone corner here unless they believe the corners are falling to this third round, which they very well could be. But the Broncos, it was mentioned, they wanted a guy who could take the lid off the defense. And now with KJ Hamler, that speed alone is going to help dictate coverages away from Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton. And Pat Shurmur runs three wide receiver sets. So even though I might have traded down a little bit to make this pick, it actually does make sense from a Pat Shurmur style offense.
And Hamler's starting to build up his body a little bit too. I heard the other day when talking to someone, he's up to about 190. So at least he's starting to put on weight, because that was kind of the biggest knock, I think, for me at least, as well, with Hamler, was just his small body type and how he was going to be able to do against like press coverage and against these aggressive defensive backs. So if he's putting on weight, that's good. Hopefully he's not sacrificing a lot of his speed, because I remember him telling me at the combine, if he was healthy, he felt he was going to run it in the 4.2s, and I would have loved to have seen his 40 compared to Henry Ruggs. Of course, he had the hamstring issue, but he would have ran at his pro day had they had their pro day, obviously. So I think he's ready to go, and this is another good compliment, I think, to Courtland Sutton. But so now you're looking at three really good receivers, with Sutton, Judy, and KJ Hamler. Interestingly enough, now this is the second Penn State receiver in the last couple of years that they've taken. Unfortunately, you're not seeing too much with Deshaun Hamilton, who was my boy. But
this probably means the Broncos don't have any faith in Deshaun Hamilton. And I think in a 3-wide receiver set for Denver, could you see Sutton and Judy on the boundary, or Hamler in the slot, or could Hamler and Judy flip-flop roles from time to time?
I mean, you don't want to put Hamler outside. I think you're best hiding him from coverage. And if you do put him outside, you're putting him outside and then moving him around the formation with motion. Because you want to keep him away from press coverage. Yeah. And so what happens is, if you're going to put him outside, that's what he's going to get. Even if he's the Z and off the line of scrimmage, he's only off the ball a yard or two where the corner can still get to him. And he's going to face the bigger corners on the outside as opposed to the quicker corners, more short area quickness corners inside. So if that's the case, keep him inside the slot, and you can still do everything. Plus, it gives him that two-way go off the line of scrimmage. It's less predictable releases on the inside as opposed to the outside. Yeah,
Hamler outside is doesn't really feel like a good combination in the NFL. He's more suited for the slot. This is why I think it's a good fit at Denver, because you can have Sutton and Judy on the outside. You can let Hamler kind of roam around in the middle, or of course you can let him run those seam routes up the middle, let him take the top off, carry one of those safeties, let one of those other guys run underneath. So I'm really intrigued what they can do now with these three receivers, and how they're gonna let Locke attack this.
Yeah, the Atlanta Falcons pick is in, and the Jets at 48 have traded out of the pick, according to Ian Rapport of the Seattle Hawks team, currently on the clock at 48.
Yeah, well, the good thing about, you talk about Judy, you talk about now KJ Hamler, those two guys give you enough burst down the field where now Sutton can work more of the field. He doesn't have to run vertical routes as much. He can now become more your possession guy, catch and run. Let him get the ball underneath and get yards after the catch. It's going to make it a lot easier. It's going to open it up more with other guys stretching the field for him. And also Noah Fant as well.
Yes. The theme here for the Broncos is, we're going to give Drew Lock everything he needs to succeed, and they're at least delivering on that promise. And to run a Pat Shurmur offense, you need two good compliments on the outside, and they got that last night with Judy complement Sutton. But you also need also needed speed, so they could go toe to toe with the Chiefs and now the Raiders, who got Henry Ruggs. They needed that extra dimension to their offense to free up Sutton and Judy. So don't you think Hamler's speed alone will divert safeties away from those two receivers?
Absolutely. And you pair him up once again. Like I said, you have Jerry Judy also on the outside who can get vertical. So you have speed on the outside, speed on the inside, and you also have Noah Fant who can get vertical as a tight end. So you have people that can stretch the defense. They're going to give you enough problems at different levels where zones are going to have to spread out and create space, where man coverage is going to be tested at all different areas of the field, not just in one specific spot.
And the Falcons pick is in. Marlon Davidson to the Atlanta Falcons from Auburn. Jeff, tell us more about Marlon Davidson. And he's a bit of a tweener prospect that Daniel Jeremiah is very high on. That was, let's see, Marlon Davidson was the 33rd overall player on Daniel Jeremiah's board.
Absolutely. Marlon Davidson gives you that edge rusher that we're talking about. Not overly big. We've seen guys like Yatir Matos, who's a bigger defensive end, 6'5", 260. He's not that big. But what he's going to give you is that guy on the outside. Well, he's not that big as far as height-wise. Excuse me, he's 303. But when you talk about him, he's going to be that 3 technique that's going to be able to line up over the guard. You're going to be able to run those stunts and twists with him to get him free and free him up where he can actually come around that loop on the outside and get pass rush on the outside. He's powerful enough to get a bull rush on the inside and collapse the pocket. But most importantly, he helps stop the run. So when you have these offenses that are spreading you out and you have those linemen on the inside that are able to come out there and play football with you, and they have to cover more space now because they have to be smaller and quicker. He gives you a bigger body that can play on every down. I know to me, he's more of a 3-4 defensive end. As opposed to a 4-3 defensive end, but he gives you the ability to play inside, the reduced inside, and give you pass rush inside, and play in a base 3-man front where he can play outside and give you edge rush.
Yeah, and I thought, the Falcons really needed somebody opposite or next to Grady Jarrett. That I thought, other than corner, that was one of their biggest holes, was a pairing defense, a joint defensive tackle with Grady Jarrett. They don't seem to be as high on Deidre Sanat, and they don't really have much else. Tyler Davison. So they needed bodies there. So Davidson's nice here, and again, this is a guy with, like we said, can kind of work all across the line. So good pick here for Marlon Davidson.
Yeah, the Seahawks just made their pick. They traded, they swapped seconds with the Jets. Jets now pick at 59, and the Jets also get the Seahawks compensatory pick at 101 overall. So let's see what the Seahawks do here. Here's Roger Goodell. Tackle here, wouldn't be surprised given Dwayne Brown's age. Darrell Taylor from Tennessee. He was being buzzed that a guy who could go higher than many expected. Darrell Taylor, a polarizing prospect based on what I read about him. What are your thoughts on Darrell Taylor?
Once again, now here's what we call that true tweener size. He's 6'3", 267. But if you look at it, he's a stand-up defensive end most of the time. He's going to be more valuable as a 3-4 outside backer than he will be as a 4-3 end. And the reason is you can run at him. You see some of the plays where he's able to knife inside, but you're going to get bigger bodies that get on you faster at the NFL level. Usually that's when he has his struggles. Right? When those guys are able to square him up, he gets moved. But overall, he's a quick player that plays with speed, but there's not a lot of power to his game. So that's the polarizing aspect of it. Is if you're looking for just a speed player, he gives you that. But at some point, you got to be able to stand up against the run, and that's where he's going to struggle.
It's an interesting, it feels like another Seattle pick, right? But there were spots where he was going in the second round, I think. Actually, I think in my final mock, I think I had him going to the Bills. I think in round 3. But here he is, a top 50 pick, so it's like another Seattle pick of you take a player a lot higher than we expect. But it kind of fills that need that they of that extra edge rusher that they needed to. I guess we could say replace Jadeveon Clowney. Who knows what's going on at this point? If they're bringing back Clowney or not, but at least it kind of gives them some kind of edge help. But like Jeff mentioned, if he's going to struggle in the run game. That's a little troublesome in this kind of division, with the way the Niners are going to run the ball, and then what the Rams are going to do. So I don't know. This will be an interesting one to follow.
Yeah, when you talk about speed rushers like that, if they don't have the ability to set the edge and play with some power, then you're in trouble. Prime example, if you looked at Dallas the last year when they brought in Robert Quinn, yes, he brought sack production, but teams were able to run the football at Robert Quinn because the only thing he could do was fly upfield, and they ran underneath him so much. So when you look at a player like him, that's exactly how he plays. Fast upfield, Yeah, he has the ability to bend and dip and turn the corner, but it leaves a huge gap if you get underneath him for that linebacker behind him to cover.
The Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. What do you think would be the best possible move for Pittsburgh right here? Do they go Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts wouldn't be a bad idea because I don't believe that they believe in either one of their backup quarterbacks. As far as I'm concerned, you only are going to have so much left out of Ben Roethlisberger. There needs to be a plan in place for the future, much like Green Bay did. So I would take a Jalen Hurts here. And granted, you would want a starter because they didn't have a first-round pick, but you can't pass on the potential future starter that's sitting right in your lap right now.
Yeah, he brings up a good point. They're saying the right things with Mason Rudolph. We believe in these guys. Blah blah blah. No, we saw what happened when Rudolph was out there. We saw what happened when Duck Hodges was out there. I mean, let's face it. It was a miracle that the Steelers team won 8 games. So probably, I could see them going quarterback at some point in this draft. Because you got to start looking ahead to the future. Ben Roethlisberger, don't know how much he has left. We could be also looking at positions like, fortifying that front seven, getting some edge help. Obviously, running back, we're going to have to address at some point here as well. But I think they can wait on that because this is their only pick in the top 100. I don't know if they're going to burn it on a running back when you can maybe get a guy like Cam Akers if he falls to you, or AJ Dillon if he gets to you in round 4. So I think they can wait on running back here.
Oh, yeah, it makes perfect sense to wait on running back. And hang on, guys, I got to open the light, continue the conversation yourselves. We got the Chicago Bears picking next. Where do you think the Bears should go with their second pick now that they address the tight end position?
To me, it's defense. You got to replace some of the key positions the commissioner's making a pick. Let's see what he says here. Wow. There you go. So Claypool to Pittsburgh.
There goes Chase Claypool, your boy, Chase Claypool. So now the Steelers got a promising array of offense. It sounds like they believe Big Ben has 1 or 2 more years left in him, and this is win now move because now you got Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, who might be the best wide receiver in that 2019 class when all is said and done. He was just awesome to watch last year despite horrendous quarterback play all season long. Had Juju Smith-Schuster, and you had Eric Ebron as well. But Chase Claypool, don't you think he could push Eric Ebron for snaps right away, if not take the job at tight end if they see him as one?
Yeah, well, that's the question is, what do they see him as? Some teams see him as a tight end. Some teams see him as a receiver. If they have him as a receiver, it helps your receiving core immensely. One of the things you had last year is Juju was great when he had AB on the other side. Last year you saw Juju when he was the number 1, and he had some good games, but overall he didn't give you number 1 production. So if you're going to make him number 1, you better have a really good number 2 on the other side. Deontay Johnson is up and coming, but this gives you another dynamic. This is a big boy that can get vertical. He's going to win the 50-50 ball. He's going to give you a body underneath to catch some nice slants. He's going to catch the comebacks. He's going to give you that big frame to use against those smaller corners on the outside. He's going to outrun linebackers and safeties on the inside. So you can move him all over the formation without having to change his position. If you want to make him that tight end, you could take the time and use him in a nice role in the passing game as a tight end while you have Ebron there, while you bulk him up. And eventually he takes over as your full-time tight end.
Yeah, this is I like this pick a lot for the Steelers. Just that added dynamic, like you said, for this offense. And, the Steelers still feel that they have kind of that championship window, right? We know it's a very small window, but they feel it's still there with Ben Roethlisberger. So you add Chase Claypool, and absolutely, this is going to take pressure off of Juju, right? Because we watched Juju struggle a little bit. Like I said, this was a position this was a spot for the Steelers where I think you could have waited on running back. Maybe you come back with your next pick, which is 102. So the back end of round 3 here, I think, some of these running backs will still be available here.
Here's the Bears pick. Sorry. Jalen Johnson, the first of the 3 final big corners off the board. The Bears needed another corner opposite Kyle Fuller. This makes perfect sense here. Love this pick here.
Absolutely. You're going to add another quality corner that's physical at the top of the route, has good speed, so he can run with vertical routes. He's going to give you a lot of production. I don't know about a lot of turnover production, but as far as being in position, limiting catches, contesting catches, and also helping out on the outside when you get short passes where you got to come up and make a tackle. As well as in the running game. So you're getting a quality corner here. He can play off, as you're seeing here. He also plays well in press man. Right? So, and I believe that was Eason he picked off on that highlight, as you can see there. It's good eyes, very instinctive. You see right there, though, he's good recovery speed. Now, you don't want to see him in trail position too often, but overall, you're getting a quality corner and he's falling in the right spot. I think certain people were talking about picking him up last night, and I think first round is too high for him. Second, third round would fit right where he is.
Yes, and Jalen Johnson, one of the main reasons why I think he slid was due to injury history with his shoulder. I think was one of the reasons why he fell this far.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dallas Cowboys pick is it. I think this would be a perfect landing spot for Christian Fulton here.
Oh, absolutely. They lose Byron Jones. Next year, they're going to either lose one or both of the corners that they drafted a couple of years ago because of both Awuzie and the kid from Michigan, Jordan
Lewis.
Yeah, both are up for contracts next year. So,
yeah, that was my first thought after Jalen Johnson taken by the Bears. I'm like, wow, are the Cowboys about to get CeeDee Lamb and Christian Fulton here? But listen, I like Jalen Johnson a lot too. I touched on him a bit when I was kind of talking about some second-round quarterback prospects for the Panthers a couple of weeks ago. Grouping them in with guys like Igbenogany, Damon Arnett, Cameron Dancer, guys like that. And I watched him a little bit against Oregon, and I thought he played really well. That entire – it's not just Jalen Johnson, but let's think too. We're kind of looking ahead a little bit in the draft too, but that entire Utah secondary has some playmakers. I mean, you've got Terrell Burgess, you've got a couple other guys in there. The guy I'm intrigued to see where he ends up too, especially because of his injuries, is Julian Blackmon. Julian Blackmon is an athletic, flexible guy that you can really move around. And I was talking to Terrell Burgess at the Combine, and you can get the sense how much it really affected the team when he got injured in that Pac-12 championship game. So I'm intrigued. If he can get past his injury history, someone's going to get a real nice steal in Julian Blackmon.
Julian Blackmon from Notre Dame.
Utah. Yeah.
The safety. Well, I think he has the ability to kind of play almost anywhere on that defense. But yeah, that injury he suffered against Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. I mean, things went awry for Utah, kind of out of the gate in that game. But once Blackmon went out, that was kind of all she wrote.
I got a question for you guys. I'm looking at my board, and doesn't it seem odd to you that certain names are still there? I'm looking right now, and Zach Bourne is still on the board.
Jeremy Chin, who was getting a lot of hype. I'm kind of shocked that he's still on the board. But they said smaller school prospects were going to be hurt because of the COVID-19 situation. But that said, Kyle Duggar's already gone. So Jeremy Chin, arguably just as good a prospect, it's still surprising.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Chin. I expected him to go second. If he fell to the third. But I expected somewhere in the second round. If you really wanted him bad enough, you took him early in the second. I think he was more mid to late second round for me. But Bourne had first round hype. There was a lot of hype around him going late first. And here we are getting towards the middle. We're in the middle of the second round, and nobody's mentioned Zach Bond. And that's kind of one of those things you have to scratch your head and go, what's going on with him there? Do they know something that we don't know? Because I didn't hear any negative reports about Zach Bond mentally, physically, or anything else.
Yeah, is that diluted sample more than what we kind of let on? We first thought maybe it wasn't as big of an issue.
It could be it could be struggling to find a long-term home for him.
Yeah.
About like some people are confused. What is he? Is he an edge rusher? Is he an off-ball backer? And those tweener traits might be pushing him down.
Could be. It could be. It's really intriguing, you know. And like yes, it's a deep draft, but certain guys, we looked at them. You can look at the film and say this guy is blah blah blah. You know, when you look at Ball and you say yes, he is that outside backer, the 3-4 that's going to give you edge pressure, can drop a little bit. I wouldn't have picked him for a 4-3 team, you know, unless you have a specific play to make him a Sam. And if you do that, you're going to probably on passing downs bring him up to the line and stand him up and rush.
Yes, another thing, player that would make sense here, Jeremy Chin would make sense here. The Cowboys want to say they should get Jeremy Chin.
Absolutely.
Or Terrell Burgess, or Christian Fulton, but Lloyd Cushenberry to replace Travis Frederick, or Matt Hennessy to replace Travis Frederick, whatever they want.
Oh, I think you can wait on Hennessy. I don't think Hennessy's going to go so soon, but Cushenberry, if you want Cushenberry, you better get him now because he won't be there next time.
Yeah, we were talking at the top of the show about Hennessy as a potential option for the Panthers, I think, in round 3 too. So Hennessy's more of a round 3 guy because I think he's especially more of a center than he is a guard. You know, he played a little bit of guard at the Senior Bowl, but he seems like he's more suited for center. But Cushenberry certainly makes sense here too for the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yes, like the Broncos are doing with Drew Lock, the Cowboys have to continue sending Dak Prescott the message that we're going to take care of you with not just money when we re-sign you. We did CeeDee Lamb last night. Get him a future center here would make sense.
Spoiler alert: he should have already been re-signed, but that's besides the point.
Well, they took Diggs.
Trayvon Diggs, Stefan's younger brother from Alabama, going to the Dallas Cowboys. Trayvon Diggs is a little raw, but tremendous upside, especially being a former wide receiver. And Richard Sherman has shown that being a former wide receiver transitioning to corner can really help.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Diggs, I see an athletic corner who's going to be able to run with receivers. I have no qualms about that. The reason why I didn't have him as a first-round corner is because I don't see the ball skills that are going to make him an elite corner. So you watch him, when he's looking back at the ball and the ball's coming, he's going to make a play. But you saw it against Justin Jefferson when he had to cover him in a big spot. When that ball came and he couldn't stop for the ball and Jefferson did, he ended up on the floor and Jefferson ended up in the end zone. So at the NFL level, receivers do that consistently. So
Rams, here comes the eye-opening pick of round 2. Adam Schefter just tweeted. So surprise pick here. What would you classify as eye-opening pick here for the Rams? J.K. Dobbins, I think, would make perfect sense with Todd Gurley's knee. It probably, I would say J.K. Dobbins would be eye-opening here, but can you think of any other candidates?
Oh, well, J.K. Dobbins would be a nice fit. I could, if it's an eye-opening pick, it's something that I wouldn't expect. Being at the Rams are still that 3-4 team, adding Zach Bond when you actually set an outside linebacker would shock me. That would really, we were just talking about him, but I mean, it would be a fit to bring in Dobbins. It really would. So that doesn't shock me too much. That wouldn't open my eyes too much.
Yeah, I had pegged receiver as a possibility, or excuse me, running back as a possibility here for the Rams too. So yeah, I'm trying to think, okay, what's going to be that eye-opening pick here for the Rams? Kicker, maybe? No, I'm kidding.
I mean,
Rodrigo Blankenship, 52nd overall.
That would be eye-opening. That would make me drop my drink. And here's the Rams pick. Wow.
Cam Akers,
N-
right
no.
there at Florida State. That's Todd Gurley's replacement right there. Now, Cam Akers, he didn't have a good offensive line at Florida State, but don't you think he could be like a top 5 to 10 running back in the NFL with better offensive line?
I like the talent there. It's a little baffling for me because you had a more complete back in Dobbins, who's going to give you more than Akers does. So why wouldn't you take him? It's not the wear and tear on Dobbins because he was a part-time backup until this year. So the question is, do you really like this kid a lot more? If you're looking at their running style, they're both excellent runners. This kid is explosive. I think Dobbins is a little more straight line speed than him, but he's definitely a pass protector than Akers. So you're going to ask this kid to do a lot. That's a little. I don't know. That's a bit of a reach for me.
Yeah. Going back to when we were talking about the Steelers, and I said they can afford to wait on running back. And what did I say? What did I say? Did I say Cam Akers was a possibility at 102? Well, we can throw that out the window.
Yeah.
So now you look at who's on the board here that maybe the Steelers can go with. I mean, AJ Dillon maybe could be a possibility. Benjamin, Evans, Vaughn. I'll tell you what, I'm a big fan of Joshua Kelly, but Cam Akers, eye-opening. Maybe, it's a position of need for the Rams. Absolutely. He's a very talented running back, but, I agree. It's a little surprising that it's not Dobbins here, and this is what, 3 running backs off the board now?
Yeah.
And Dobbins is still on the board. So,
so it's very intriguing that we first one we saw was Edward Hilaire. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, well, if you look at what Kansas City likes to do, they kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I love that fit.
Yeah, they use a committee backfield. They're not real power running team between the tackles. They're more of a flashy finesse style. Oh, Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts. Now that's the eye-opening pick that Schefter was probably. Jalen Hurts.
Wow.
Goodness. I just wonder how this makes sense.
Wow.
Do they see him as like a Taysom Hill type option?
Well, what it gives you now is the ultimate insurance policy. So if Carson Wentz gets hurt, we've struggled to see Wentz for 16 games every season, and what's happened is when they haven't had a suitable replacement for him, they've struggled offensively. You have a guy that can come in and give you virtually everything that Carson Wentz gives you. You don't have to change your style of offense. You don't have to change anything for him. He'll come in. You can run zone read with him. You can bootleg him. He can still attack defenses down the field with his arm. He gives you everything that Carson Wentz already gives you. So you are now secure in the fact that you have $100 million quarterback, and if your $100 million quarterback is injured again, you don't have any fall off on offense with your backup.
Yeah, so
this could imply that they're not confident in Carson Wentz's durability.
You have no reason to be. He hasn't shown you any reason to, not in recent years.
So if we're looking at Carson Wentz's contract here too, I mean, yeah, this is the funny thing. Of course, they're doing this a year after they give Carson Wentz that big money contract, but they do have a bit of a potential out after 2021. They can actually save, they would have about $24 million in dead money if they cut him after 2021, but they would save almost $7 million. Not saying they're going to, but they can save about $7 million. And in 2023, so if they only have 3 more years of Carson Wentz, they would actually save $19 million if they move on from Carson Wentz. So again, this is, way down the line, but this, like you said, this kind of gives you an insurance policy, not just for if Wentz, or certainly if Wentz gets injured, but you really didn't have a lot behind Carson Wentz, right? I mean, we had Nate Sudfeld, but he's a decent quarterback, but you needed some other guys out there. The only other guy you really had on the roster was Kyle Lauletta, so you needed some. So it makes sense to go after the quarterback position. I just didn't expect it this high. I mean, I would have never pegged Jalen Hurts to the Philadelphia Eagles, but listen, Jalen Hurts is a winner. Let's not kid ourselves. Jalen Hurts is a winner, and he's such a down to earth guy too. Look, you know,
is very funny at the Senior Bowl when I asked him a question if he had to pick which of the top three receivers who he played with in this draft: CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, and Henry Ruggs. If you had to depend on one of them for a drive to win a national championship, who would you pick and why? And he looked at me by saying, "Thank you. I prefer not to answer that." Him. That was one of the best possible answers he seriously could have given. He's definitely a down-earth character. He said that to me in a down-earth way.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, at the Senior Bowl, after the or before I get into that, I was going to say, you know, a couple years ago when he was still at Alabama and Tua came in and was leading them to a championship, Hurts could have turned right around and just walked out then, right? But he decided to stay, and look what happened. He pretty much helped them. I'm trying to remember if they got close to winning a national title. I mean, he did all he could to pretty much lead them on a championship run, and then he went to Oklahoma, and you saw his passing get better when he got to work with Lincoln Riley. And then you get to the Senior Bowl. I thought he was one of the better quarterbacks there, and just off the field too. After the third practice, he's, you know, walking off the practice field, and there's a whole bunch of kids kind of lining up as he's walking off the field. And he took a moment to gather with all the kids and take a picture, because Hurts was kind of their hometown hero. You can even see some of these kids like crying tears of joy, because this is like Hurts is like a hero to these kids. And he took the time to, you know, take a picture with them. So I thought that was really cool. So Hurts is just a great guy. And I'm really excited to see what the Eagles are going to do with him here.
Absolutely. Cannot wait. And the Buffalo Bills have turned their pick. What do you think people said are the most roster in the AFC East right now?
I think they're going interior line. I think they want to solidify the rest of that offensive line. They were adding tackles last year. You want to solidify the rest of that offensive line for your quarterback. And don't be surprised if they go running back. They're also going to they got Devin Singletary, but he's not enough. You're going to need something to go with him. So offensive line or running back, I think, is going to be the focal point.
Absolutely. J.K. Dobbins would make a perfect sense. He would complement Terry very well. Here's with the first pick for the Bills in this 2020 NFL draft. This pick is for Pancho Villa, who passed away after last year's draft. AJ Epinesa to the Buffalo Bills. And this makes sense. He projects much better in a 4-3 alignment as opposed to, and if he had 3-4, you'd have to kick him in. But a 4-3 alignment is where he could succeed the most in the NFL, I still believe. Don't you?
Absolutely. And he replaces Shaq Lawson, who went to Miami. So they get their man. Around later than a lot of people had him. Once again, we talked about him. He's more that Leo rusher. If you want to use him as a right defensive end, you can. But he's going to be that left defensive end most likely, where he's going to be more to run stopping, not as bursting off the line of scrimmage, because he doesn't have that elite burst to the quarterback. But he gives you a very smart, intelligent pass rusher, takes smart angles to the quarterback, knows how to work his hands to disengage. So he's a quality pass rusher that's going to be an immediate contributor for them.
Yeah, the slide finally ends for Epinesa. We were wondering when he was going to go. You know, there was obviously a lot of concern after the scouting combine with his testing and you know, worried about his athleticism there. But boy, this just shows how wrong we can be when we do these early mock drafts, right? I mean, I know a lot of people that had Epinesa as like a top 10 pick. Some even thought he was higher than Chase Young when we started this draft cycle, and here he is at number 54. But I think this is great value for the Buffalo Bills.
Oh yes, and he's a Sean McDermott kind of player. He doesn't necessarily want the freakish athletes all the time. He just wants that hard hat lunch bucket guy that gives it his all on each play. That's AJ Epinesa.
Absolutely. And if you're looking at the highlights, you're seeing what we were talking about. He's going to use a bull rush here, but the hands come into play. He uses the length well. He's 6'5", got some nice long arms on him. He gets those hands out there and gets the hands off of him. So you're not seeing speed, you're seeing power and finesse. He's going to reduce inside on this rush here and beat the guard. So you got a guy here that can play that left defensive end. If you want to play him at the right side, you can, but you can put a faster right defensive end out there and let him play that left side. He's going to give you run defense. He's going to give you a quality pass rush. He's not going to give you the 15, 20 sacks a year, but he'll give you that 7 to 10.
Yes, and a good friend of this podcast, my friend Nick Kendall of milehighhuddle.com, and also an Iowa City, Iowa resident, Iowa Hawkeyes fan. He compared Epinesa to Justin Smith, and I think do you see the similarities in Epinesa's game versus Justin Smith's game? Some people said no, he's next. As you watch Justin Smith, I think is the more accurate assessment.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of those guys had an elite burst. They were more polished defensive ends. And I think that's what if you're going to look at the comparison there, that's exactly what they are. There's some physical similarities, but overall style of play is what really makes them very similar.
Yeah, now we got the Ravens turning their big in. They got Patrick Queen last night, and I think you need another wide receiver for Lamar Jackson here. Yeah, you have Miles Boykin, but I think Denzel Mims is going to be a much better pro than Miles Boykin is. I think this makes perfect sense as a landing spot for Denzel Mims, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this will be a nice spot for Mims. It gives him, once again, another guy that can challenge the defense vertically. Boykin is more of a body type receiver where he's going to give you some quality route running, but he's going to make those kind of plays down the field, 50-50 balls. You need somebody that's going to beat the defense vertically. Hollywood Brown gives it to you inside, but Mims gives it to you on the outside. So I can see them taking a Mims here.
Yes, and also Zach Bond, if they believe he could be an edge, could make sense here given Matt Judon's uncertain future in Baltimore.
Yeah, that's definitely an option for them on the outside as far as pass rush. Also, guard is Marshall Yonder just retired, so they have to fill that hole.
Lloyd Cushenberry the second makes sense. If they want to keep Skura out to guard and put Cushenberry at the pivot, that makes a lot of sense too.
Absolutely. So there's a couple of ways they can go with this. Adding Calais Campbell helped, but Calais Campbell's going to play that defensive end role and then move inside on sub packages. So edge rushes are key, but to me, if the most dire need is probably to fill that Marshall Yonder spot at guard.
That's great sense. They're probably looking for somebody to replace Marshall Yonder, who, in my opinion, deserves to get a gold jacket on first ballot. Man,
yes,
usually one of the best guards of this century so far. And so, what if they go guard here? Who do you think is the best possible option for them? This is a relatively shallow class of guards.
Well, the guards that you have, they're going to be quality. They're not going to be pro bowlers, but you can get some quality guards out of this. And Cushenberry, to me, is more of a center, but he can play guard. But if you're going to look at other guys who are more strictly guards, I would look at like a Jonah Jackson from Ohio State, a John Simpson, a Damian Lewis, even John Runyon Jr. Okay, John Runyon Jr. I saw him play at the East-West Shrine Bowl, play guard, and he handled himself very well on the kick inside out from tackle. So there's a lot of guys you could take that are on the guard side and move them over. Now the question is it too high to take them now? Do you want to invest this higher pick in something else and wait for those players? Because I guarantee these guys will be there in the third round. But if you don't want to wait and you say, you know what, we're happy with him, let's take it now, let's fill a spot, then there's a whole list of names right there. And there's a young man, I'm pretty sure he's probably going to go day 3. Kyle Murphy from Rhode Island is another impressive guard prospect as well.
Oh. Yeah, and the Ravens aren't shy of those small school guys at all.
Absolutely. And
go ahead.
Oh no, I thought the pick was coming. Sorry. Yeah,
We'll go to the commissioner in a second, but yeah,
Yes.
Ravens, that's right. It's easily the best scouting department in the NFL by far, in my opinion. Ozzie Newsome has revolutionized the way scouting is going, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm a big fan of Daniel Jeremiah's draft analysis year in and year out, because he worked under Ozzie Newsome for several years in Baltimore, and he definitely knows how the process works more than arguably any other draft analyst out there who's currently unemployed by an NFL team.
Gotcha.
We got the Ravens making their pick here. J.K. Dobbins.
Nice.
Woo! The Ravens doubling down on that run game. So you got, and I think it makes sense because when Mark Ingram got hobbled at the end of last year, you saw how it hurt them in the playoff game. They just have Justice Hill. They need somebody to take the load off of Mark Ingram's shoulders. Dobbins is that guy. This makes perfect sense for Baltimore. It just adds to their strength.
Absolutely. And what it gives you also is when Ingram gets to the end of that contract, you don't have to go paying big money to keep him. Right? This is a young man that'll be easily able to take over that lead role when they're ready to move on from Mark Ingram. But overall, you talk about a guy who plays well in the tandem backfield. He did it for so many years at Ohio State before this year, splitting time with Mike Weber. So he's going to be a guy that's going to give you that ability. He has home run ability. He can pass block. He can run block. He can catch passes out of the backfield. To me, he was the most complete back in this class. The fact that he lasted this long is shocking enough to me. But overall, I'm sorry.
Typical Ravens fashion, they scoop up a guy who shouldn't have fallen.
Oh, absolutely. This is one of the best values for the pick in this round so far. This is a guy, like I said, to me, if there was one running back that was close to having a first round grade, it was this guy right here. And I kept hearing all these other names ahead of him. But if you watch the tape, he did everything he did for all of the years at Ohio State up until this year. It was all part-time role. And this year he takes over a full-time role and goes for over 2,000 yards. So there is more to his game than just running the football. We saw him catch the ball. We saw him block. Backs that can do the whole thing, you got to raise that value higher. And the fact that he lasted this long and Baltimore is able to scoop him up, it makes their offense even better. You talk about an offense that likes to run the football, you've got two guys that can run the football now. So there's one of them comes off, there is no fall off. And he's even more explosive than Ingram as far as breaking big runs.
Yeah, Ravens staying true to who they are in this draft. Patrick Queen in round one, who shouldn't have fallen behind Jordan Brooks of all people. Mm-hmm. And now J.K. Dobbins. Once again, the Ravens continue to kill it on draft week. And the Miami Dolphins, with their second of two second-round picks, is in. They addressed offense. They got two offensive linemen to protect Tua. They added a corner. I think either safety or maybe another wide receiver here would do.
Well, they're going to be loading up on wide receivers. If not in this round, definitely later on in this draft. I think they have like 3 picks in one round in particular. They get the 5th. So they're going to load up on wide receivers. It's not bad to take one off the board now that can give you some quality reps. They need everything. This is a team that they wiped out their roster last year, so this is the year to load up on everything in this draft.
It most certainly is, and but like I said, Jeremy Chin, Ashton Davis would make a lot of sense here, but also you could see Denzel Mims here. Many options for the Dolphins here as they continue to build this roster. Here we go. Oh, Raekwon Davis. This is earlier than I thought he'd go. And Raekwon Davis, man, he as a sophomore, he lit the world on fire and then fell off a cliff. And lots of people are going to be scratching their heads over this one. I think there were much better options than Raekwon Davis, like Justin Madubuike, for instance, Jordan Elliott from Missouri would have made more sense. Lots of D tackles, much more D tackles would have made extra sense than Raekwon Davis. What do you think here, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of we talked about listening to the college coaches, having a connection. These guys have a connection to Nick Saban.
Yes, they do.
Alabama players tend to come out very pro ready for the most part, especially the defensive linemen, especially the receivers. All right, here's a guy who's going to come right in and step into a rotation. They didn't have to spend big money as far as a high draft pick on him. So they're going to get a quality rotational player here. Would you like to see a more explosive pick? Yeah, there's way more explosive players on the board, but here's a guy, they know what they're getting in him. They know that he's been coached a certain way, so they can bring him in and immediately plug him in. So it's not a bad rotational pick. A little rich for my blood in the second round, but again, they're assuming he's not there at the next pick.
Yes, and also this could be more of like a culture setting pick, because keep in mind, this is only Brian Flores' second year. He wants guys that fit his culture, and Saban players easily fit that culture that Brian Flores is preaching, that he learned from Bill Belichick in New England. And I've been saying that out of all the people on the Belichick tree, Brian Flores, and he showed it last year, has the best chance to buck the trend and succeed where he is.
Absolutely. And it was to take the team last year that he had, where they basically liquidated every asset you can think of and still managed to put together a run at the end, was an amazing coaching job. I think the only better one than that was Mike Tomlin. But nevertheless, he's getting the pieces he wants now. And he wanted this young man. So if you look at it, it wasn't one of those picks where they had no choice. This is one of the last quality players at that position. We saw the other quality players there. They wanted this particular young man. I believe character is one of the things that we talked about him falling off in production. Overall, that whole defense kind of fell off with the exception of a couple of players. But in that front, there was no elite pass rusher. And I think that kind of hurt him on the inside. But as far as his play, he was consistent still against the run. But he's more of a role player. So to get him in this position, I think it's a little high for a role player, but I think this is going to be one of those guys in their defense is going to be asked more to sacrifice than he is to produce.
Yes, like you said, this is more of a rotational piece. They're probably going to load up on bodies very often as this rebuild unfolds. And Raekwon Davis is just a part of the piece of what I believe Brian Flores. He wants a deep secondary, and I think he wants defensive line depth as well. He's really, really trying to mold the defense. And plus, they did have a need at defensive tackle. They needed more depth there, and at least he provides that.
Absolutely. Granted, like I said, they brought in players, but all of those guys are veteran players that are older. They're all going 2-3 year deals max. You're going to need guys that are going to be what we would call long term, 4 or 5 years. So at least you're bringing in a player here who's going to come in. He's going to work well with those guys. He's going to grow in your system, and whatever production you get out of him. Like I said, I don't think he's brought in to be this heavy producer. I think he's going to come in to work in tandem and give and help other players produce, especially those guys on the edges.
Yes, his frame alone could add, if he continues to get stronger in the weight room and continues to get more disciplined in his play, and he could lock a lot of those guards on him to prevent them from going to the edge if necessary.
Absolutely, and it keeps the linebackers clean, which is another thing that they love to do, is use those bigger bodies inside to keep the linebackers clean.
Rams on the clock with their second of 2 second-round picks. I believe this was the one they got from the Houston Texans that would start with the DeAndre Hopkins trade. And no, the Texans kept that pick. This is the Texans' original second that they sent to the Rams in the Brandon Cooks trade. So the Rams here, you got Cam Akers here. I think this has to be Josh Jones here. Andrew Whitworth, he might only have 1 year left. Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland right here. Has to be. It has to stop here. Their slide has to stop.
It could be, or they could go to the secondary. Yeah, you got Jalen Ramsey, but still, I mean, you have a lot of pieces in that secondary. Marcus Peters is not exactly young.
They traded him to the Ravens. So
that's right.
You need a corner opposite Ramsey, and this could be good for Christian Fulton here. Because if Vic Fangio would have been interested in Christian Fulton, then Brendan Staley, the Rams' current defensive coordinator, who is a disciple of Vic Fangio, worked for him in both Chicago and Denver, could be pounding the table for him as we speak.
Absolutely. You need secondary help as well. They're getting older on the defensive front. I mean, you paid Aaron Donald, so the guys around him still also need to get younger. So I think right now you're looking at it, there's a couple of places they can go defensive line wise. Once again, I think Justin Matabuke is still on the board.
Yes, but Matabuke, Jordan Elliott, James Lynch.
Mm-hmm. You know, you could also add.
Here we go. Pick. Van Jefferson, the son of Sean Jefferson, former wide receiver for the Chargers and the Patriots, current wide receivers coach for the New York Jets. What was one of the more impressive performers at the Senior Bowl, route technician, gets open religiously. That said, do you think this is like Robert Woods' eventual replacement here?
Absolutely. You need to have depth. We saw what happened last year when Cooper Kupp was out. The receiver position kind of fell off as a whole. So you need to add more talent there. He brings the ability to catch the ball all over the field, work the middle, not afraid to catch in traffic. So you're going to get a guy here he's not a small guy, so he can work outside and inside. You're not getting an elite speed down the field. So he's going to be more your work the field intermediate and shallow. You can work him off of combinations vertically, but overall, you see him in the red zone there with a catch. But overall, you're looking at a guy who's going to give you production out of the slot, production outside, and the ability to get open with routes. So not going to be the guy that breaks away on these big catches. He's going to be a guy that's going to catch those balls cutting across the field, and and something they need. You have Kupp there, you have Woods and all those guys, but even when Kupp is there, Woods and those guys are still they're up and down players. They're inconsistent. They give you a great week, and then they'll give you a mediocre week the next. You're going to have another guy here who's younger, who can possibly give you that consistent 5 to 6 catches to go with Cooper Kupp's production, to go with Tyler Higbee's production. So you're going to get guys, that are going to produce more around him because he's there.
Bill, pick your assessment on some of the recent picks after you took your break. J.K. Dobbins, Ravens, thievery.
Yeah, so really like that pick. Again, this is about building that offense, right? And we talked about this with the Ravens. We gotta keep surrounding Lamar Jackson with weapons. Now, we still were probably looking for somebody outside of Hollywood Brown and Miles Boykin, but boy, don't know how much longer Mark Ingram
Vikings
has
on
there.
The clock. This has to be a tackle here, in my opinion. Ezra Cleveland off the board to the Vikings, and this scheme makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. And they've gotten good production out of the right tackle. So now you get the ability to bring in another one. Ezra Cleveland is a traits prospect to me. I'd like to see him get stronger. I don't think he's plays with enough functional strength when I've watched his film. But overall, the physical traits are there. Otherwise, he has the ability. It's just a matter of will he ever reach the expectations that people have for him.
Yeah, so we look at Minnesota now. This at least gives Cleveland a chance to kind of develop a little bit too, right?
Because he won't have to start right away with Ryan O'Neal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to start right away. You have Brian O'Neal and, of course, Riley Reif. But Riley Reif is starting to become a bit of an aging veteran. So Cleveland can work a little bit and then eventually take over for one of those spots. But it's just so interesting that, we had all this buzz about Ezra Cleveland and that he's going to go in the first round, could go top 20, maybe even top 15. And he ends up lasting all the way to 58. But yeah, I mean, this is a real nice spot here, I think, for Minnesota. I just wanted to say too on Van Jefferson. I caught kind of the back end of what Jeff was saying. I got to watch Van run some of his routes and run some of those drills at the Senior Bowl, and I'll tell you what, he is definitely one of the better route runners in this class. I thought his routes at the Senior Bowl were just so smooth. I had the opportunity to be like kind of right there because day 3 of the practices were kind of washed out with the rain, so we had to go outside.
Yeah,
and I was there on the sideline, and his feet are just so smooth, right? So I mean, I didn't think he'd go here in the second round. I thought he'd be a little bit later, but interested what a guy like Sean McVay can do with him.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely, with Van Jefferson and the Minnesota Vikings. It's important to know they were in talks with the Redskins about Trent Williams, and this Ezra Cleveland pick all but closes the book on that. So that's an important development in the wider NFL, and not just in the draft world. So the New York Jets on the clock right here. I'm thinking wide receiver or corner here. Christian Fulton or Christian Fulton here, or Denzel Mims. Yes, This has to be Denzel Mims. Got to get your receiver cupboard is bare right now. This has to be Denzel Mims. Just has to be.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Claypool come off the board. We've seen now Jefferson come off the board. We've seen Chenault come off the board. We've seen Pittman even come off the board. I'm going to throw a couple of names out there that could
and Hamler's come off the board too.
Yeah, Hamler as well. So you got names on the board besides Mims. If they don't like Mims, and I'm not sure what's going on with Denzel Mims right now, but how about you're back into the round? Gabriel Davis from UCF. He gives you that speed vertically to get down the field. He's one of those guys that is a route tree that's not fully developed, but he is a deep threat and something they lost in Robbie Anderson. So he replaces that role. Another guy that I like that I think that could help you is Devin Duvernay. There's another guy that gives you some speed on the outside. How about Lynn Bowden?
Bowden, yeah.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of, once again, we can talk about wide receivers for days. There are so many on the board. It's just a matter of who's on the board that you like. Antonio Gibson from Memphis.
If you see him as a receiver, yes.
Yeah. There are people that see him as a slot.
He told me at the Senior Bowl he prefers to be a running back, actually.
Yeah. And I can see that too. I think I graded him as a running back, I believe. But he's one of those guys that you may want to be something. What they do with you when you get there is something totally different. So
another thought just came in as a possibility here. Maybe if Joe Douglas believes that Mekhi Becton could be a right tackle, which is very possible, this could be Josh Jones for his bookend. That wouldn't be a bad pick either, because Joe Douglas, I understand why he's passing on receivers, because he's from the Ozzie Newsome tree. He believes in building the offensive line first, and to help Sam Darnold, the offensive line is the first thing you have to address based on how much he was hit last year, and given how much his game relies on making those under pressure throws. Just imagine if you keep him clean, how great he can be.
Absolutely. You got the tackles. He might even go interior. We talked about Cushenberry still on the board.
They signed Connor McGovern to a 3-year deal, but they see him as more of a guard. Then this could be Cushenberry or Matt Hennessy, who they really love as well.
Absolutely. So there are some options inside, and we haven't seen a guard go off the board yet. It's been a center and a bunch of tackles. So we're still we've seen one, and that's Hunt. Okay, but other than that, I mean, you still got a lot of play. Or if they decide to go defense, they're looking to move their safety because they don't want to pay them. So this could be the point where you bring the guy in behind them, and then you make the trade early in the season, because right now it doesn't look like he's going to move on draft day.
Good point. Good. Who knows what's going to happen with Jamal Adams?
Yes. Like if they're not optimistic about extending kid, this could be Jeremy Chin.
Mm-hmm.
So safety, interior O-line, tackle, wide receiver, I believe are the 4 possibilities we can narrow this down to.
Jeremy Chin in a Greg Williams defense would be really intriguing. I'd be curious to watch how Greg would use him.
All right, the Jets pick is in.
It's good to see that old Jets helmet with the old Jets.
So they went back. They wanted to bring back the old logo, and it showed last year. So let's get the pick, Roger.
And we have Baltimore right behind them again. So,
and with Baltimore's original second round pick, 55, the Jacob Adams pick was the one they got from Atlanta in the Hayden Hurst heist.
yes.
Here we go, Jets.
Denzel Mims.
Denzel Mims. There we go. One of my favorite people to watch at the Senior Bowl. Sam Darnold has himself a weapon. This was the pick that I thought would make the most sense here, and looks like I read Joe Douglas' mind.
Well, you ought to start this one off.
Yeah, and for the record, Matt Waldman, in his rookie scouting portfolio, one of the best football minds out there, he ranked Denzel Mims the second best receiver in this class. Anything to say about that?
I had him as number 6 on mine, and I like Mims. I think he gives you a lot. You're talking about speedy receiver, so he gives you the vertical speed, 6'2", just under 6'3", so you're talking about a nice size and frame. Baylor receivers, though, can be inconsistent, so I can see why he fell a little bit, because there's been a lot of them over the years that have come out with a lot of this fanfare and haven't shown up. Sometimes it's just the offense. But overall, I think he gives you everything you want. The nice big frame, the ability to catch the ball away from his frame. You want to see more route ability from him. What you're seeing is a lot of the simple stuff. You want to see more of the pro style routes that a lot of these receivers don't have coming into the pros. He has that ability. He needs to get a little lower in his breaks. He's pretty high hip in his breaks, which kind of slows it down. So overall, I see building blocks for a very good receiver, but they lost Robbie Anderson. They lost their best vertical threat. He gives them back that with a big body and potentially more if he can clean up the route tree.
The Patriots have traded up to 60 with the Ravens. Ravens have moved back. So
I guess we kind of had to think this was a possibility too, because look, New England was sitting with 4 picks in round 3.
Yeah.
So,
and the question is, who do they take here?
This could be a defensive end. We know they want pass rush. You still have Julian Okwara on the board, and amongst others. Their safeties are still there.
They took Duggar, though. They took Duggar.
Well,
unless you want to double down.
Yeah, well, you need 2. And their safeties are older. Remember, they haven't had.
But Devin McCourty's long in the tooth. They had so is Patrick Chung. So this could be Jeremy Chin here.
Bring them in now. Let them learn the system. And when you're ready to move on from the 2 older guys, you have your 2 safeties in house already. That would make sense.
Yes, and we'll address the comment of my friend Jim here in just a moment. Let's listen to who the Patriots traded up for.
Josh Uche.
Yes, the multiple defender, that the tweeter type that Belichick likes, light up on edge, drop back into coverage. This is a really quintessential Bill Belichick pick. And you guys talk a little bit about Josh Uche. I gotta go for a couple of seconds.
Josh Uche brings speed, athleticism off the edge. The problem that I have with Uche is the inconsistency. 2018, he had those periods of he's there, he's not. This year it was similar, but not as bad as stretch. He would have a couple of really good games, a disappearing act, come back, have another couple of good games, and another disappearing act. But overall, you're getting a quality player who's going to come in. He's going to learn the Patriot way now. He played under a good defensive coordinator in Don Brown at Michigan. But now he's going to go to learn the Bill Belichick way of doing things. So I think there's a nice pick here late in the second round. Come up, get him now. He fits what they want. They need to get younger. They lost a couple of those edge rushes to Detroit because, of course, the guys are going to pull from what they know. So this is a way of reloading the gun. This is not a bad pick.
Yeah, I like Uche a lot too. He made a name for himself at the Senior Bowl, and just kind of started rising from there.
Mm-hmm.
Thought he was one of the better edge guys after some of these top guys went, and we'd peg this as a position of need for the Patriots. I thought a guy like Gross Matos would have been possible at 37 had um, if they hadn't gone with Kyle Duggar, but Josh Uche, I think at 60 is really nice, and they didn't give up a lot to get him. They move up 11 spots and only gave up 98. So they're still sitting with 2 picks in the 3rd round, and they actually got a 4th round pick in return. So not a bad deal at all to move up 11 spots and get yourself a good edge rusher there. So good move by the Patriots here.
Yes, Josh Uche to the Patriots, quintessential Belichick player. And my man Jim says he was really impressed with the value the Dolphins got with Raekwon Davis. I'm not so sure about that. What do you think, Bill? The Raekwon Davis pick was a head scratcher to me. And my friend Jim disagrees.
Davis is interesting. I'm looking at the D tackle still on the board. I'm liking guys like Madubuike and Neville Gallimore, so a little surprised they're still on the board. But Davis, we look at a guy like Davis. It's a spot obviously the Dolphins needed, but probably more of a run guy than a pass rusher guy. But definitely a bigger body guy, very strong. So we'll see how they make it work. I know there's people that are starting to question the Dolphins draft, but they still have a lot of picks to go. So it's a lot of chances, I think, for them to still kind of get this right. I'm not hating on the Davis pick, but I still kind of I probably like some of the other guys that are still on the board a little better. I've been a fan of Neville Gallimore. I'd always said, even looking at a team like the Panthers, had they not taken a guy like Derek Brown early, I thought Madubuike and Gallimore would have been real nice fallback options.
Yes, so the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans at 61. This could make a lot of sense for Zach Bond if they think they could get after the passer. You need that complementary edge to Harold Landry, and this would make Zach Bond would make a lot of sense. Christian Fulton a lot of sense here, in my opinion. So I think we need one of those two taken here. What do you think?
I mean, this would be a good spot for Fulton's fall to end. They definitely need corner. I know they were pegged a little bit for Jeff Gladney at 29, but still crazy to think Christian Fulton's still on the board here at number 61. I'd love to know what's going on that he's now fallen out of the top 60 picks.
Absolutely.
The Patriots traded 2 of their thirds to get up to 60, 71 and 98. Pretty hefty price for Uche. They must be very high on him.
But they did get a 4th in return, so it helped balance it out a bit.
Yeah,
it would have been an overpay. Yeah, going by the chart, that would have been an overpay just to get 2/3. So yeah, it made sense that they at least get 1 pick back. So they basically split, moved up and moved up here and moved back, basically. Yeah, I mean, Christian Fulton would fit. Josh Jones would fit because they lost Conklin. So
they did Isaiah Wilson last night. They still got Taylor Lewan.
I forgot they were the ones that traded up for Wilson. So they're actually good at tackle. So I mean, you still have plenty of corners on the board. You still have a few guys. Bryce Hall, for one. I actually think that a good fit for them would be, and I think some people have them further back in the draft. I actually have them as you get close to that 3rd, 4th round. Motley from Oklahoma.
Oh, Parnell Motley. Benjamin Albright loves Parnell Motley.
Yeah, he's a physical corner, not the biggest, but he's one of those guys you can put him in the slot and let him play. You don't need him to match up on the outside where he's going to have to cover a lot more than he's capable of covering. Put him in the slot, let him be physical. I think you can find an outside corner a little bit later, but as far as right now, you want somebody in the slot that's going to help you out a lot. I know they got a Dory Jackson who's not a big corner, but
Okay, the Tennessee Titans pick. Here you go.
And here's Fulton.
Christian Fulton. There we go. Christian Fulton.
Finally.
Now, why do you think Christian Fulton fell this far, and why shouldn't he have fallen this far?
He shouldn't have fallen this far because when you're looking at him, he's that kind of corner that can play outside. He's got the traits that you like. Now, he's not a special player, but he's going to be a highly productive starter at the next level. He has the speed. He has the length. You've seen other corners go, I guess, because of fit, because of attributes. They like those other guys for what they want to do. I think this guy could fit in any scheme. I really do. I don't think he could play zone. He could play man. He's not going to be a lockdown corner, but he's going to be a top quality corner that's going to be in position. He's going to stay in phase. So the fact that he fell this far is a little shocking to me, especially when there were some guys that went ahead of him. And I like him better than Diggs. And Diggs went ahead of him, so
The Cowboys thought Diggs had more upside, I guess.
Yeah, but they're still connected to Saban. They still have that pipeline to Saban. Like I said, if Saban talks highly of you and they believe in you, that's what they want. And this is what, like I said, 5'11" and a half, basically 6 foot. It's a nice transition there. So you're seeing a guy that can play off, play up. He's going to get you turnovers. Something highly underrated is turnovers for a cornerback. The guy that he's going to probably replace that Diggs is going to replace in Dallas didn't get any turnovers, still got a big deal from the Dolphins, and that's Byron Jones. All right, a cornerback that gets you turnovers is equally as important as a cornerback that stays in phase.
Yes. So ball skills are a priority for you when evaluating cornerbacks, aren't they, Jeff?
Yes. I mean, if he can't get you turnovers, it's nice to be in coverage, but the name of the game is to get the other team off the field.
Absolutely. And as A.J. Terrell's experience in the national championship game said, A.J. Terrell, he didn't play as badly as many thought. He had some great coverage in a lot of plays, but great coverage could not beat elite accuracy. And Mark Schofield, ladies and gentlemen, has joined us. Mark Schofield, quarterback guru from the Touchdown Wire USA Today. How you doing, Mark? Great to have you here.
I'm doing well, David. Gentlemen, it's great to be here. Excited to pop in for a little bit, say hello, see what's going on.
Yeah.
My brother is here. Yes.
What's going on, Bill?
What's
you doing,
up?
buddy?
I'm good,
Yes.
man. How are you?
I'm doing well.
So, Mark, let's talk about the quarterbacks. We obviously know what Joe Burrow could do at his fit in Cincinnati. We talked about that on my podcast. Take on. We got to wait for the Packers to make their pick here. A.J. Dillon, interesting pick there. Boston College running back who tore up the combine. So we'll analyze that pick on a future podcast. But, Mark, the Dolphins decided to go with Tua Tagovailoa after all. Based on what they have on offense right now and the scheme being implemented by Chad Gailey, how good is this fit for Tua?
I mean, David, I think it's a pretty much ideal fit. I mean, you look at the skill set that Tua has right now as a quarterback. You look at, sort of the run designs, the passing designs, the RPO elements, the West Coast elements that he was so successful at Alabama. You look at Chan Gailey coming in, obviously one of the first coaches to bring the spread to the National Football League. So you're going to expect to see sort of a West Coast rooted spread offense. I think the fit makes a ton of sense. I also love the fact that Miami sort of did what they wanted to do. There were so many rumors before the draft that, maybe they go elsewhere. Maybe they draft Justin Herbert. Maybe they trade up for a tackle. We were all starting to believe it. And in the end, look, they stayed pat. They stayed at 5. They got their quarterback. And so tremendous job by them. I really like overall what Miami has done. I love the corner from Auburn at 30. I think,
great slot option.
You great slot option, like you said, David. And look, Brian Flores learned it under Bill Belichick. Also Brian Flores, very smart defensive mind. He knows you need to have corners. You need to play matchups. That flexibility now. You have Xavier Howard, Byron Jones. Can slot in as well. You can play matchups with your defensive backs against receivers. Now watch for them. I'd say Ashton Davis from California, if they go get that rangy sort of center fielder type free safety, they'll just play cover run on every single snap and have so much flexibility. So I really love what Miami has done.
Yeah, Brian Flores building a very, very promising program down there in Miami. And the Chargers, even though Tom Telesco is usually secretive, they did what most of us expected. They took Justin Herbert, and in Herbert's case, I think he could have led in a better situation because he does have to play right away, and he's surrounded by a lot of elite position players.
Yeah, I think this is a good sort of landing spot for Justin Herbert. Like you said, there's no pressure to play him right away. You have Tyrod Taylor, who is still a very good NFL quarterback. You know, they were saying before the draft that they were fine with Tyrod Taylor. They were going to be willing to roll with him. I think Tyrod Taylor can still be a very successful NFL quarterback. Like you mentioned, David, they have weapons. And so they can bring Justin Herbert along at their pace. And I think that will be very helpful for him. He's somebody that comes from an offense in Oregon that made it tough from an evaluation standpoint, a lot of bubbles, a lot of tunnels, a lot of throws to the boundary. When he was asked to throw between the hash marks, between the numbers, there was a bit more of a risky proposition. So I love the idea of putting him in a spot where he doesn't have to play right away, but they can work him in at their pace. He can develop a little bit. And I'm still someone that believes in Tyrod Taylor. And so with the weapons that they have offensively, I think this is an opportunity for the Chargers to get their quarterback of the future, but handle it developmentally the way that they want to.
And speaking of handling it developmentally, I don't think Jordan Love couldn't have found himself in a better place to succeed because Aaron Rodgers, I'm not saying Jordan Love is going to be Aaron Rodgers. There's no guarantee he's going to be that good, but an instrumental thing that helped Aaron Rodgers hit the ground running when he was given the baton was sitting behind Brett Favre for a couple of years at the Packers. Are going to give Jordan Love a similar experience. Could Jordan Love found himself in a better situation? Hard to think.
I mean, I think you're right, David. This, from Jordan Love's perspective, this was an ideal landing spot. I mean, he gets an opportunity now to sit behind Aaron Rodgers, sort of learn what he needs to learn, fix the decision-making issues that plagued him last year with the 17 interceptions. I think it's an ideal situation for him because, again, there's no pressure on him to play. Certainly nobody in Green Bay, in that organization, in the building, in the fan base is going to start clamoring for Jordan Love if Aaron Rodgers comes out and throws an interception or two early in the season. There's not going to be a pressure to get him onto the field. So he can sort of play at his place. You do wonder, look, I'm very curious to see how they handle sort of the rest of the draft, you know, and getting Aaron Rodgers some weapons because it's a team that went to the NFC Championship game. Jordan Love doesn't make you better in 2020, but if he does develop, he makes you better in 23 and beyond.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the more surprise picks of the evening was the Eagles taking Jalen Hurts. And as we talked earlier, it could be a sign that they do not trust Carson Wentz to stay healthy. And another thought that popped into my mind, and Mike Garafolo actually tweeted the same thing, Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, that that Philly could use Jalen Hurts kind of like the Saints used Taysom Hill. Could you see that as a possibility?
I think that's a possibility. I mean, I'm not surprised that Jalen Hurts came off the board in the second round. I mean, I thought he was going to come off the board at some time in the 40s or 50s. You know, I think from what he showed both at the Senior Bowl, at the Combine, what he showed at Alabama, both on the field and off, what he showed at Oklahoma, you know, when he walked into a hotel suite at the Combine, that he commanded the room. He's a leader, and that matters so much to the quarterback position. So I'm not surprised he comes off the board tonight in the second round. I think this fit with Philadelphia's offense is a bit of a question mark. I mean, he is more of a see-it, throw-it passer right now. The Eagles' offense, Doug Peterson, it's rooted in West Coast concepts, a lot of quick game stuff. So the transition might be a bit difficult. But I think, like you said, David, this is a bit of a window into the idea that maybe Philly isn't so certain that Carson Wentz is going to be there for a full 16-game slate. And I know they like Nate Sudfeld, but Jalen Hurts brings something to a team, to a locker room, to an organization that is hard to find. And so in that sense, this pick makes a lot of sense. The schematic transition might be a bit of a question, but I think Jalen Hurts, the person, the player, the football man, that is somebody that organizations want in their room.
That is a very good point. By the way, the Kansas City Chiefs just made their second-round pick, Willie Gay Jr., the linebacker from Mississippi State. And speaking of the Kansas City Chiefs, you see what's going on in the West, Mark. Teams are loading up to try to compete pound for pound with this Chiefs offense. But in typical Andy Reid fashion, he responded to those challenges last night. You see the Broncos going all in with Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler to add Cortland Sutton to make Drew Lock's life easier. The Chargers with Justin Herbert and all those weapons. The Raiders getting Henry Ruggs. And but the Chiefs brilliantly took Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 32. Do you think Clyde Edwards-Helaire slides into that lead running back spot almost immediately and could board a first-round fantasy choice?
I think so. I mean, I don't know if he's the 1-1 in fantasy, but he's close. When you look at how he was used in Joe Brady's offense by LSU, the ability of what he can do as a receiver out of the backfield, let's not forget LSU ran 83% of the time they were in a 5-man protection scheme, which gives that running back a free release into the route concept. And so, look, he could contribute as a receiver out of the backfield. We know Andy Reid loves to get running backs involved as receivers out of the backfield. Look how they were using Kareem Hunt out of the backfield when he was with Kansas City. They love to get him involved up seams, in the flat, in the screen game. They also do that with other guys, but I think CEH gives them a much needed element because, look, you're picking 32. You're the Super Bowl defending champions. You have Patrick Mahomes. Like, you don't have a ton of weaknesses. They could have gone corner perhaps, but Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a perfect fit for them. And now think of it this way, guys. If you're a defensive coordinator trying to scheme up a way to stop Patrick Mahomes and company, your job just gets that much harder because now you really have to worry about this guy coming out of the backfield at you as well.
Yeah, and it takes the pressure off of Patrick Mahomes to not have to throw 40 times a game every week. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, just watching that guy throughout the season, he has some of the most ridiculous balance I've ever seen in a running back, ever. Like, he is so freaking hard to tackle, and that makes it extra dangerous, whether it's running the ball on a handoff or catching it out of the backfield. You got to have great tacklers or else you're screwed against Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So the Chiefs offense just got extra dangerous, and they kind of said to the Broncos, Chiefs, and Raiders, all right, you guys want to catch up to us? We go double or nothing, bring it on.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's going to be so tough to defend them next year. And, he just brings such a nice element to that offense that makes it that much tougher to game plan against.
Yes, and also at 64 overall, the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock. And Bill and Jeff, do you have anything to respond to what Mark said about the quarterbacks or Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
No, I think he was right on point. I mean, like I said, with the Hurts pick, I believe you look at the position he was in, it was a perfect fit because, yes, as a passer, he still has a lot to develop. But when you look at the offense, the way they run their offense with Carson Wentz, the only time it worked otherwise was when Foles was in there because Foles had a separate skill set that they were familiar with and they were able to adapt to. They don't have that quarterback on the roster now. They didn't really find that quarterback in free agency. They found one here that still has all of the physical traits virtually similar to your starter, where you don't have to change the offense. You could still challenge down the field with Hurts. You could still run pass option, and you could still run zone read. You could still boot him and move him around. So he's going to give you the mobility and the athleticism at the quarterback position with the ability to throw the ball down the field. Now, he doesn't have the reading ability of Wentz. The one thing that Wentz had coming into the pros was he played in the West Coast system in college, so he kind of had that ability when he came into the pros. I think that the time at Oklahoma for Hurts did help him understand more pro concepts because he was a little more regressed when he was at Alabama. But I think he kind of grew a little more this year. He showed the ability to handle that, and I think he's still going to grow more. And the good thing is he's going to be the backup and not the starter.
Yeah, look, I knew Mark would kind of help ease my tension, or at least give me a reason to like the Jalen Hurts pick. I knew he would come here and help me feel rational about this. Look, I love Jalen Hurts too, and it's like we talked about before. The guy's just a great guy on and off the field, and we saw how he kind of commanded the offense when we were at the Senior Bowl. Mark and I, was fortunate enough to get to watch these quarterbacks with Mark and kind of learn from him. So, Hurts, unfortunately at the game, he didn't get to show a lot, but that's because his offensive line got him killed, right? I mean, I'm sitting there in the press box just watching Terrence Steele get absolutely obliterated by some of these edge guys. But Hurts, like we said, that passing, his arm just got better as his years went on at Alabama, and then even more so when he got to Oklahoma with Lincoln Riley. So I'm intrigued. I'm really interested what the Eagles are going to do here. I get Eagles Twitter is fuming right now because Christian Bolton was on the board and some of these other picks, but listen, there's still some pretty good corners still on the board. There's Darnay Holmes on the board, Amik Robinson. I think they can still, the Eagles have, I think they still have their third round pick. They've got 2 picks in the fourth. They could still do a little bit of work here. So Let's let things play out, Eagles fans.
Yeah. Carolina Panthers making their pick here. They traded up to 64 with the Seahawks. Jeremy Chin, Steve Atwater's nephew, goes to the Carolina Panthers. Hall of Fame. That is Hall of Famer Steve Atwater, by the way, and the guy who we probably love running into at the Senior Bowl, Mark and Bill, in case you ran into him. Very nice guy. Really love Steve. Interviewed him a couple times. And his nephew, Jeremy, here, I think is landing in a very good spot as a culture building piece for Matt Rule.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick. I'm surprised that Chin fell to where he did. I think he sort of showed at the Senior Bowl, then in the combine with how he tested that he has both the athleticism to play in that single high role, but he also showed on film the ability to come down to the box a little bit. So he has that versatility that teams are looking for. It's hard when you have that safety that can just do one role or the other. Offenses can do so much to sort of get you out of position with motion, with shifting to force you down into the box, force the defense to sort of pick, which guy's going to stay high, which guy's going to come down. But Chin has that versatility, and the way he tested, I think, and the way he played and performed at the Senior Bowl, I'm surprised he's available, but I think he's a great fit for what Carolina is going to be trying to build. It's really interesting the way they've made their picks, really sort of loading up on defense, going two guys on the defensive line now, adding Chin to safety. It's clear that that's what they wanted to rebuild, and I think this is a nice selection for them.
Jeff, when Brian Bosarge of DeepRideDraft.com thought that Jeremy Chin was the second best safety in this draft class, he had a first-round grade on him. Why do you think some people felt that way about Jeremy Chin?
Well, you have a lot to like. Yeah, he has the size, he has the speed and ability, he has the tackling ability, the range. And he clicks and closes pretty well. So there's a lot of things that he does well that some of these other safeties don't do. He's a lot more well-rounded. And I think let the Bengals make the pick, and I'll continue.
Logan Wilson, linebacker from Wyoming, another guy we saw down at the Senior Bowl. I thought this would be Josh Jones here. Man, I don't know why he's fallen. It's interesting, but we will get to that in a bit. Well, Logan Wilson, very good pick, Cincinnati Bengals. Jeff, continue with your thought on the last discussion about Jeremy Chin.
Yeah, so we there's a lot to like about him. I think part of the reason why a lot of people had other people ahead of him is because he comes from that small school. So sometimes those guys get pushed back because they say the level of competition. But overall, when you watch the film, when he came up to the Senior Bowl and matched up with all the top seniors in the nation and didn't look out of place, when he came to the combine and showed out, he shows you that he was one of the top safeties in this class. And I think he's going to be just fine in Carolina. I think Brady moved on from Eric Reed. He's going to have a role to fill there. So it's going to be a perfect fit for him.
I love the Jeremy Chin pick. Listen, I liken Chin to, I feel like he's kind of the raw version, the discount version of Isaiah Simmons, right? So they had their option of Derek Brown or Isaiah Simmons in round one. Well, in a way, they kind of get both by getting Derek Brown and Jeremy Chin. And I think Jeremy Chin kind of gives you that similar versatility. Again, he's more, he needs to develop a little bit more, obviously, than Isaiah Simmons does. But for a team like the Panthers, this is perfect because this is still, a 1 to 2 year at least rebuilding process. So you work Chin in, you let him move around a little bit. I think Carolina knocked it out of the park here.
Yeah, great first draft from Matt Rule. I completely agree. And the Redskins making their pick now at 66. Antonio Gibson, an interesting weapon for Dwayne Haskins there. Now, Mark, the Redskins, their receiver core was Terry McLaurin and a bunch of other guys. If the Redskins are going to use Antonio Gibson as that wide receiver, how is his fit in this offense, and how much does this help Dwayne Haskins?
Well, I think it's a huge help for Dwayne Haskins because what they can do with him, they can use him in a bunch of different roles. I think, I've heard a lot of people say he's like a Cordell Patterson type of player, which I think is an illustrative way to look at how he should be utilized. Because you remember when Patterson came out, when the Vikings drafted him, they tried to slot him in as just a wide receiver and demanded sort of crisp routes, crisp releases, and all the sort of things you want to see from an elite wide receiver. That's not Patterson's game. When he got to New England, they used him as an offensive weapon, right? They used him in the backfield. They used him in the slot. They used him on jet sweeps. They had a route tree for him where they weren't going to ask him to do everything, but they were going to ask him to do the things that he did well. I think that that's what you can do with this kid from Memphis. And when you look, this was an offense that at times showed flashes last year with McLaurin, with what Haskins was able to do, especially down the stretch. I loved how Haskins was playing into the last half of the season. You look at the relationship he had with Sims, the other wide receiver. They've got some guys on the outside that Haskins is comfortable throwing to. Now you add a weapon like this. I really like what Washington has done. A lot of people suggested maybe, they draft Tua. I like the fact they said, no, we've got our guy. We're going to build around him. They're adding some weapons here. Chase Young is obviously going to be a difference maker for them defensively. Look, I'm in the Maryland, D.C. area. I'm like 20 minutes from FedEx Field. There can be some excitement now about this team, and I think Gibson from Memphis is a great piece to have on the offensive side of the ball for them.
Yes, and speaking of sophomore quarterbacks, I alluded to this earlier in your segment, Mark. The Denver Broncos double dipping at wide receiver with Jerry Jeudy in round 1 and KJ Hamler in round 2. Could it have Drew Lock? Doesn't he have to be one of the happiest guys in America right now?
Absolutely, David. I mean, look, you had Cortland Sutherland. You knew they wanted a weapon, right? And there were thoughts that they would have to trade up because you had that trinity of teams: the Jets at 11, the Raiders at 12, the Niners at 13. Maybe one or all of those guys, all those organizations go wide receivers. So there were thoughts they would have to get to 10 or 9 to draft one of these receivers. Instead, they get to stay at 15. They get Jeudy to fall into their lap. Some people had a wide receiver 1. However you were going to rank those top 3 guys, you're getting a good one. So they get Jeudy. Then they get KJ Hamler now. So you've got your 11 personnel package right there, right? Like you've got Sutton, you've got Hamler, you've got Jeudy. Now you add Noah Fant in there as well, the tight end who, was coming on similarly at the end of the season. It takes a while for tight ends to sort of get acclimated to the pro game. Drew Lock has to be absolutely loving life right now because he's got his 11 personnel package. They've got running backs that they could run with. This is an offense that, provided it comes together for Lock like it did last year at the end of the season, could be in very good shape.
Yeah, said this is a vintage Pat Shurmur setup at wide receiver. With that, Pat Shurmur runs like 11 personnel, 70% of the time. And with KJ Hamler, the beauty of this pick is I think the Broncos, they were also high on Henry Ruggs. And if Lamb and Jeudy were gone, Ruggs would have probably been their pick. Right. And that's why they went Hamler, because they wanted that speed guy. And even the beauty of Hamler is you don't have to, they could catch 30 balls a year. And his drops are a big issue. But all you have to ask him is go like 3,600 a year. And provide you that schematic advantage, which will make safeties have to drop back even further and make more room for Jeudy and Sutton because of his speed alone.
Right. I mean, when you look at what they'll be able to trot out now, if you're a defense trying to defend them, you're going to want to play a bit more double high coverage. You're going to want to play a bit more cover 2 and take that safety out of the box, bring him back into the backfield. What does that do? Obviously, it frees up the box, lightens the load against the run. Now you've added Melvin Gordon, you have Phillip Lindsay. You can get that zone game going, which they like to run. That's how you win in today's game. You dictate to the defense what they have to do. They do it, and then you exploit it, whether it's using personnel or, in this case, it is using personnel, getting wide receivers. They're going to force you to play that cover 2 look.
Yes, and Daniel Jones is another second-year quarterback who showed more promise than I thought. And heck, I don't call him Daddy Dibes. I call him, as Sigmund Bloom suggested, call him Steely Dan, after one of my favorite bands of all time. Yeah, Steely Dan. So for Steely Dan, the Giants, they have some pieces: Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and Saquon Barkley. And now you add Andrew Thomas to the upside. Do you think the Giants have pretty much built the best possible ecosystem for Daniel Jones to continue to grow, or are they still missing a piece that you want to see them add later on in the draft?
I think so. I mean, look, David, he has a great Jones does relationship with Slayton. Obviously, that dates to the fact that he was a backup in camp. Slayton was a reserve wide receiver, so they're thrown to each other a bit more. You build that relationship. You see it translate to the actual games. Shepard, when he can stay healthy, I think is a perfect slot receiver. Golden Tate is still nice. And so they have some options there. I do wonder about the tight end spot. I loved Evan Ingram coming out of Mississippi. I still think he's the modern day tight end. He can serve in line. You can flex him out. You can use him as a mismatch type weapon. If he can also stay healthy, he's a big piece of what they do. And add in Andrew Thomas. Look, he's plug and play, I think, as clean as it gets at the offensive line. And so, you wonder if he's going to be at right tackle at first or if they do something differently. They still have Nate Solder. But I think, look, Gettleman told this at the Combine. You can't complete passes from your back. Like he said that from the podium. So I knew there, look, Isaiah Simmons, he's great. They're going offensive tackle at 4. They did it. I like the pick of Thomas. I like what they're doing. And I think Jones is also set up to have a good second year.
Yes, and the NFL, we need good quarterbacks. Or whatever. Well, thank God for Patrick Mahomes. Even though my Broncos have to play him twice a year, Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback the NFL needs going forward because Brady and Breeze are on their last legs. We need another one to carry the game in the future. That's Patrick Mahomes. But we need even more young guys to step up, and I'm optimistic we'll get that with Joe Burrow and obviously Deshaun Watson and hopefully Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, and Dwayne Haskins, guys that a lot of people were far lower on than most of the prospects this year. A lot of them proved us wrong so far and hope they continue to prove us wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly right, David. That's exactly right. I mean, look, we are seeing that sort of change into the guard in the league at the quarterback position. You know, we've got a couple of years left of Brady and Breeze and Rivers, but, you know, we're seeing some young guys coming into this league, like some of the guys you mentioned, some of the guys that are coming into the league over the next couple of days. You know, the future does seem to look bright at the quarterback position, particularly because the more we see these coaches come up through those ranks, running these systems these guys are used to, they're going to be in familiar footing. It's going to allow them to acclimate to the game quicker, get up to speed faster, and have an impact on the league quicker than many people thought.
Indeed. And Mark, you're more than welcome to stay on as long as possible, but just curious, do you have any other commitments?
Yeah, I actually got to run. I've got a 10 o'clock, but guys, thanks for having me on, man. This was a blast.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate you. Thanks for joining us with your amazing insight. Hope to have you back on the pod soon, Mark.
You got it, David. Anytime.
Enjoy
the draft, guys.
Thank you.
You too.
See you,
Thanks,
Mark.
All right. So the Detroit Lions at pick 66 select Julian Okwara from Notre Dame. Now, I'm noticing a theme here and how this, especially the second round, third round, and poll, and how these teams have these players ranked. Could it have been more different than how the experts had them ranked? It's clearer than ever this year because the groupthink is gone. The Jets pick
Ashton
Davis off the board of the Jets.
And we were talking about safeties. You know, we're talking about Adams may not be a Jet for much longer. Here's your replacement. You know, is he as dynamic as Adams? No, but he is a quality safety that gives you the ability to come up and hit. He can play in coverage. You're not afraid of him covering a tight end. So, you know, he's not a small safety, 6'2", 202. But this is right here is something, you know, you see him running track. He has some speed. You know, you're not getting a slow safety that can't keep up with people. That's not going to be able to close when people are in space breaking away on runs. This is kind of safety that teams are needing back there. Now he does have the ability to play over the top. He can play in the box too. So this is going to be interesting where they want to use him.
And the previous pick, the Detroit Lions select Julian Okwara from Notre Dame. What do you think of that pick, Bill or Jeff?
You want to go Bill first? Or
yeah,
Julian sure.
Okwara.
I mean, you know, we had pegged the Lions to likely look at some edge help for a while here too, and Okwara, I think, in the beginning of round 3 is great value. Interestingly enough, now you know they have a little bit of a family reunion there because you've got Romeo Okwara on the Lions as well. I just saw Schefter tweet about that too, like all the family members that are together.
Absolutely, we did. The Okwara brothers in Detroit.
Yeah, and we're talking about Julian. A little more burst than Romeo did at Notre Dame. Romeo was more of a power end, but highly underrated when he was at Notre Dame. He was one of the biggest studs of their rush until he got hurt. You know, I know they also have Khalid Kareem that was on that defensive line. Khalid Kareem is more the left defensive end type, that body style, run stopping, more power than burst. This kid brought burst to the game. Yeah, he plays with some bend to him. Doesn't play with as much power. All right, Damian
Lewis. This is the best pick by Seattle so far. Their first 2 picks were head scratchers, Jordan Brooks and Darrell Taylor. This is easily their best pick, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that desperately needed, is to stabilize the offensive line for Russell Wilson. He brought in offensive linemen via free agency on the outside, but you haven't really solidified the inside. Russell Wilson's been doing so much on his own. You're paying him all his money. The least you can do is protect him. So here you're going to add a quality guy on the inside that's going to be able to, 1, run block for the running game. Number 2, protect the inside. So he has the ability to step up in the pocket without taking a lot of hits.
Are you surprised that Lewis was taken before Cushenberry?
I kind of, but that kind of speaks to this record disconnect in this COVID-19 environment, because I never seen a wider difference in my years of covering the draft between the experts rankings and the team's rankings.
Well, with these two guys, both of them I have in the third round. So, and that's potential. That's not so much draft position, but I mean, usually when you get guys like that, they're going to go third, fourth, fifth round. So for him to come in early third and Cushenberry still on the board, Cushenberry, the one thing about him is he's not an elite athlete. You know, he gives you quality at the position because of what he does. He gives you position flexibility because he can play guard and center. He starts at both in his time there. But overall, these are both guys that you would expect around the third round would go. Cushenberry probably pushed up because Ruiz went a little bit faster than some people thought. So going in the first. So when Ruiz went up there, of course, the next center they had was Cushenberry. But overall, I mean, I'm not surprised to see him go in the third, and I'm not surprised to see Cushenberry still on the board. If you have a center need, now is the time you're going to start to look for it, because now you're going to go after Cushenberry, you're going to go after Matt Hennessy. I mean, there's a few of these guys now left on the board on the interior line that are going to start to come off. Simpson.
Yes.
So yeah. So you got
the Dolphins just took Robert Hunt. This could be Cushenberry or Hennessy to complete their line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean they got to
protect Tua. Got to protect Tua.
They got to address the interior line. You know, you want a clean pocket. It's great to have tackles, but if the guys inside are getting beat, the tackles aren't going to be able to block. So you also need to be able to run the football. So you got Hunt. You still have a whole nother. You still need a center, and you still need depth just in case one of these guys goes down. You know, so yeah, you have Eric Flowers, but to me, I'm sorry, Eric Flowers is a guard, but he's not a long-term solution for them. So you're gonna have guys there ready to go in case somebody gets hurt, or you decide to say, you know what, Flowers, you're just not good enough. Now it's time for the young guy to shine.
Anything to add to that, Bill?
No, I thought he brought up a real good point. We've been saying for a while they need the interior help. Are they going to go a running back later in this draft? We'll see, especially with, a lot of the top guys going out. I mean, listen, they could double dip at offensive tackle. Josh Jones is still on the board.
Yeah.
Yes, if you think Austin Jackson can move to the right side, and he definitely looks like once he gets the body weight back, he definitely looks like a right tackle. I'm not a scout, but I just kind of have an image in my head of right tackle body types. But I trust you. I'm never going to be as affluent in scouting as you guys are. But if you could switch, do you think Austin Jackson could switch over to the right side and put Josh Jones on the left?
You can. The beauty of tackle now as opposed to 15 years ago is right tackles back then could be your big, powerful guy, and they didn't have to be the greatest pass blocker. Now the way the league is, you got two guys on the end, even though they're left defensive ends. The left defensive ends could have played right defensive end 15 years ago because both defensive ends rush the passer. Now everybody moves people around anyway with the sub packages. So both tackles have to pass protect now and on an elite level, because otherwise you're going to get picked on. So you can move either one of them. There's nothing wrong with having two guys that played left tackle on the same line. As a matter of fact, just look at Baltimore. Okay, Ryan Stanley on the left side, Orlando Brown Jr. on the right. Former left tackle at Oklahoma, kicked over to the right side. Now, the reason why he's better on the right side, he doesn't have his fast feet, but he's 6'7" with a ridiculous arm length. So that he uses his length to his advantage. As long as if you don't beat him with speed, that big mammoth of a man is going to put you in the ground.
Yeah, to me, at this point, a tackle is a tackle is a tackle. You've got to be aggressive kind of on both sides of the ball. And obviously the interesting thing about Miami is they're eventually going to get to a point now where, if we are talking like blind side, that's going to flip in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Because Tua is a left-handed quarterback. So your blind side is actually going to be your right side.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Jeff said, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to be able to run protect and pass protect on both sides of the ball. Because you've got so many so many teams now that are attacking you from both sides of the ball with their edge
Dolphins
rush.
pick is in.
With the 70th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Brandon Jones.
Brandon Jones, interesting. Safety from Texas, I believe.
Mhm.
Brandon Jones, why do you think the Dolphins would cover a safety like him? There were better ones on the board, in my opinion, especially Terrell Burgess out of Utah.
Yeah, I mean, I had a bunch of safeties higher than Jones. I'm shocked that he went so high. There must be something in his film, traits wise, that you wanted to take him now. To me, I don't see a great range on him. He has some good eyes. He does make some good plays on the ball, but he sees little tight hips here when it comes to turns and transitions. But overall, he's a physical player. He does come up and hit. He has the ability to cover out of the backfield, as you see here. But overall, when you look at Burgess and those guys, I see better players overall. So I'm kind of, this is an interesting pick here. There must be something about him overall that they like about him that they've decided to pull him now. I wouldn't have taken this pick now. And plus, he's coming off an injury, so he didn't go as high on most teams' board because of the injury.
Yeah, and they were just mentioning it there on ESPN. He had the labrum injury, so he couldn't work out at the combine. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a guy like or this was going to be like a round 5 type guy. You said, he's not a bad safety, but this was probably more a day 3 pick. I didn't think he'd be a top 70 guy. And like David said, you've got Terrell Burgess still on the board. And you could. Now you're probably waiting on someone because a lot of the top safeties are gone now. So you're probably waiting now on guys like Terrell Burgess, Kenny Robinson, the XFL guy,
Ravens,
Tanner Muse.
71.
Mhm.
Pardon me, sorry. There's the Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens select
Justin Matabuke. The Ravens got another nice value here. Now, it's kind of understandable why he fell here because he had inconsistent tape, but I'm sure the Ravens, I trust their defensive coaching staff to get his motor running more consistently. Was that an issue watching his tape for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why he's going here as opposed to much higher. Although you may have an upside for him that high. If you look at the film, he is inconsistent. He'll have plays where he looks extremely athletic and quick off the ball. And then have plays where he's watching the play from the backside. So the motor, you want to see consistency. The technique and hand play, you want to, and the strength that you want to see consistency. But I want to see you play the run as strong as you play the pass, especially on the inside. And at times he's really strong. At times he's not. So that's going to be the challenge with him. Going to Baltimore is the right situation. He's going to be in a rotation, so he's not out there 60 snaps a game. And then most importantly, you brought in an older player in Calais Campbell. So eventually you're going to have to move on from that. So you have a piece in place for when you get to that point.
You most certainly do. And the Ravens doing what they do best, build depth up front. Now the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Josh Jones slide better end here. They need a left tackle to protect Kyler Murray. The current tackles they have are just Band-Aids. You need protection for Kyler Murray here, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you get to the point after this, if you don't pull the trigger on Jones here and you go with something else, here's the pick.
Here's the Cardinals.
All right.
Josh Jones. There you go, my man, Josh Jones. Woo, man. Why did he fall this far?
That's the magic question. Why did he fall this far? And why did other tackles go before him? When you look at him, I watched this young man because I happen to be in American Conference country since I'm by USF. I've seen him against USF. I've seen against UCF. This young man is a heck of a left tackle, and he's not even a finished product yet. He has quick feet. He uses those hands extremely well. In run blocking, I want to see him finish a little more. He's a good position blocker, as you'll see here, but you want to see him finish a little more. But overall, the building blocks for a fine left tackle are there. You just got to let him develop. But overall, I mean, technique wise, he's ahead of Becton. So as far as the pick, I think there's times where he gets caught on double moves because he oversets at times. It happened at the Senior Bowl practices where he whiffed on a rep. But overall, you're looking at a player who I think was top 5 tackles on my board. He falls in the 3rd round. I'm not sure why, but I can tell you what, that is a steal for them at this pick.
Yeah, I mean, they get Isaiah Simmons at number 8. You know, the whole debate was, do they take the offensive tackle at number 8, or do they go with the defensive stud in Simmons and try to get an offensive tackle later? And they somehow come away with Josh Jones at number 72. I can't believe it. But Arizona, great start to the draft. You know,
Yeah,
even
Isaiah
with not
Simmons
having a
and
pick
Josh
in,
Jones.
even with this being their first pick since Isaiah Simmons. Wow, well done.
Absolutely. Kyler Murray probably jumped up and down. He probably still jumped up and down like a little kid at his 5th birthday party right now.
Absolutely. You get DeAndre Hopkins, now you get a tackle, so you don't have to run around as much and try and save your own life. Now, if they can just continue and add some more on that interior line, that'll help even more.
Jacksonville right here. I think it might be too late for a tackle here. Laviska Shenault, CJ Henderson, Kayvon Chason, their first several picks. Where do you think Jacksonville should go here? Should they go still interior offensive line make sense for Jacksonville here?
Nothing wrong with adding depth there. They could also continue to add more depth on the defense. There's plenty of linebackers on the board that could help out. So, I mean, if you want to add another edge rusher, it is the point of the draft where you start looking at guys like Alex Highsmith. So, I mean, you can go a bunch of different directions here. 3rd round, a lot of the guys that have that have fallen so far are starting to come off. Also, if you want to add another young receiver, Brian Edwards from South Carolina is on the board.
Oh yeah, but if he had some medical issues, so he could slide to day 3. But this could be an early landing spot for him if you wanted to double down at receiver option, because you got DJ Chark, you added Laviska Shenault, but Shenault comes with major red flags. At D.D. Westbrook, I don't think he's lived up to his. He's a 4th round pick, but he's nothing. He's just a very limited player. Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, I mean, he was one of those guys when he came out. You didn't know if he was a running back. You didn't know if he was a receiver. They tried to make him into a slot, and he just hasn't been consistent. I think if you show a little more patience, he's going to continue to develop. But I don't think he'll ever be the dynamic game breaker that he was in the college level. It's just not going to be that. But if you find with him being a quality slot, just keep going on the path that you're going. If you wanted more, you're just not going to get it. I don't think he's ever going to be that player. I think the beauty of him in the college game was that he could do both. At the pro game, he just doesn't have the ability to make the same plays.
Yeah. And what else would make sense for the Jaguars here? We mentioned wide receiver, interior offensive line, tight end. Maybe this could be Adam Troutman.
Yeah. I mean, they could use tight end. And also, we talk about tackles. We could talk swing tackle. That backup tackle that could play either side. Well, you're at the point where you're getting to the developmental tackles now. Matt Parrott being for one. So,
Prince Tagovailoa, another, or Lucas Niang.
Yes, Lucas Niang. Although I'm more thinking that Niang is more of a right tackle than he is a left. I just don't think he has the feet for the left side. But overall, I think he's going to be a really good right tackle. Also, Ben Barch from St. John's.
Barchi.
Yeah,
absolutely. He could slide in and play guard.
Yeah, so he's one of those guys I think you could use on either side. He's a developmental tackle, so he's not going anywhere. And he'll learn both sides. He'll get better technique wise. He'll get stronger because he has to get stronger at the next level from what he was doing. So I think these are guys that you talk about edge rush again, Jabari Zuniga, Greenard. Yep. All right, so there's plenty of edge still out there. There's plenty of receivers still on the board. It's just a matter of what you're looking for.
Sure is.
Running back as well. If they want depth at running back, Benjamin is still on the board. Zach Moss. So we haven't even scratched the surface of the running backs yet. We got a lot of the top guys off, but there's still more to go.
I would probably even throw defensive tackle in that mix as well. I mean,
absolutely.
Neville Gallimore still on the board. Jordan Elliott's still on the board.
Absolutely.
Devon Hamilton.
He's also comfortable as we're trying to. Thank you for recognizing that. We appreciate that. It's not a thing. Jake, you're all good. You're still the man child you were when you broke through the 2011 Little League World Series. We're all proud of you. We'll get there eventually. We'll figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, we got
All right, here we're getting close to the Jaguars pick. We got then the Browns, followed by the Colts, and 76, I believe.
in the round, CJ Henderson. So we're trying to figure out exactly what we're going to do as we continue to go through this process and figure out.
Then Tampa, Denver, Atlanta, and the Jets again. The Jacksonville Jaguars. The New Orleans Saints moved up to 74. They've Cleveland has moved down again, all the way down to 88 overall. So a 14 spot move up for the New Orleans Saints. We'll get there in a minute. So Jaguars first, then the Saints, and a trade up with the Browns. Who do you think the Saints could be targeting? Another linebacker like Akeem Davis-Gator or Troy Dye, somebody like that?
Troy Dye would be a nice pickup for them, actually. The depth of the position is something that they need. We're looking at trying to think.
We got the Jaguars pick coming in. Here's Roger Goodell.
The commission's back in the chair.
With the 73rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Devon Hamilton.
Devon Hamilton, nice pick. I loved him. Was great at the Cedar Bowl. Very underrated player. You like this pick, Jeff?
Yes. Devon Hamilton, nice big body inside. Is a mover though. You get some of those big bodies that are a trash can full of dirt. They don't move off the line of scrimmage. They just absorb blocks. This young man plays in the opponent's backfield, uses his hands pretty well. He's quick off the ball. Does get washed by double teams at times, but when you look at the flow, he's able to beat zone because he beats the stretches in the reach blocks. Can get pressure in the pocket. I think he's going to have to get more pass rush moves, though, at the next level, the beat guards inside. But overall, I think he's a quality player at this round of the draft to fit into your defensive front.
Yeah, the New Orleans Saints have moved up, and we mentioned Troy Dye is a possible option for them here. Or they could go Terrell Burgess if they feel like they want another safety complement. Like if they don't view Malcolm Jenkins as Von Bell's replacement, they could get Burgess to tag team with him.
Well, I think Malcolm Jenkins is a bridge player at this point. So you're definitely going to look to have somebody young behind him so you can move on. I mean, at this point, the Eagles told you all they had to say. They thank you for your service. It's time to move on. We're getting younger. So, yeah, you bring him in. He was there. They used the free agency to fill the spot. Now, if they bring in some young player that can take it, eventually Malcolm Jenkins moves on again.
Dak Vaughn, finally off the board. Dak Vaughn. Now he has steer trade. That's probably why he fell. But Jeff, why is this a potential steal here?
Because you're getting a player here who's very similar to
Joe Schobert. Joe Schobert.
I would say closer to Anthony Barr, right? Who could play that 3-4 outside backer. But also you could rush him as an end. But he's not as big as Barr. But what you want to look for with Vaughn is he's the kind of guy that you can stand him up as a Sam. If you're a 4-3 team, play him in the base sets, and then when you get in the sub packages, let him work some pass rush. You can play games with him, drop him, and bring him. So he's one of those guys that it's hard. You look at him, 6'2", 238. You see him playing at the line of scrimmage. So he's a 3-4 outside backer, or you can put him as a Sam backer in a 4-3. So he's one of those players that you're going to utilize that pass rush skill one way or the other, but he could also drop.
Yeah. And so the Lions have moved up here. Colts have moved down. And let's see who the Lions, they got Jeff Okudah, DeAndre Swift, and they got Julian Okwara. And what else do you think they need here?
It also sounds like some of these teams are realizing this is deep enough that I don't have to force a pick. I'm going to move back and accumulate some more picks. So it's a smart move there. The Detroit wanted to move up somebody, go back and pick up an extra pick. Detroit here, they've been going defense for the most part. I think this they come in and add another piece to the offense. Other than I think they added the running back, but you can always use another receiver. You got Kenny Galladay. You need more than just two receivers. So, and also
it could be for like a Speedster, like a Lynn Bowden or a John Hightower, to give them that lid lifter like the Broncos chose with KJ Hamler in round 2.
Absolutely, or they could be going tight end as well. You know,
Adam Troutman.
Yeah, they've been in flux at tight end for a while. They tried to throw a couple of bodies at it. It hasn't worked. So this may be a place where they pick up that tight end.
So meanwhile, the Lions' next pick is in. It's pick 75 in the 3rd round. Let's see where the commissioner says the Lions are going to go. The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 75th pick with the Detroit Lions. With the 75th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Detroit Lions select Jonah Jackson.
Jonah Jackson, the guard from Ohio State. He, I believe, was at the Senior Bowl too, wasn't he, Bill?
I think so, yeah. And that was a name that just popped into my head too as we were talking about where the Lions could go. They need some extra help on the interior. So solid pick here at 75.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the top guard on my board. Jackson to me is one of those guys that plays with power. He can pass protect. He gets out well on the pulls. He's aggressive to the block. He's also one of those guys who plays with anchor. He doesn't get walked back into the quarterback a ton. I think his problem would be speed D tackles that have moves, more than one move. Guys that can dip and spin on them. Guys that can set him up with a little bit of a bull and rip and spin. So he's gonna face some challenges, but I think overall you're getting a steady guard that's gonna come in. He may not be a Pro Bowler, but he's gonna be one of those guys week in and week out that gives you a very good performance.
Yes, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bill, you have anything to add to that pick, Jonah Jackson?
No, I think he hit the nail on the head. Like we said, this is I think this was a good spot for Jonah Jackson. You know, the interior guys are starting to dry up a little bit. You know, your top guys left are probably guys like John Simpson, you got Shane Lemieux, Stenberg, Nathan Moody, but you know, these are probably guys you can get in the 4th round. So, you know, drying up a little bit, but like I said, for a top 75 pick.
Here's Roger Goodell with the Buccaneers pick. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Just got to move on with the picks here.
With the 76th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Keyshawn Vaughn.
Go, Keyshawn Vaughn. There's your receiving running back for Tom Brady. Do you think he's the ideal receiving running back for Tom Brady?
Well, I'll tell you what, he's very explosive. And there's something that you want to add to that backfield. You have Ronald Jones, but here you add a running back that can go 60 yards on you on any particular run. He's not a consistent runner. So he's going to be one of those guys that comes off the bench and gives you those extra carries. But as you can see on the film that they're showing now, home run hitter, big time. He's going to give you that big run. When he gets a crease, he's gone. Another one of those guys, I believe, is a former track guy. So you're getting speed and explosiveness out of him. He doesn't bring a lot of consistent power to the table, which is something. But he went on a touchdown spree this year, scoring from long distance and in from close to the goal line. But I think he's a little inconsistent as a short yardage runner and a little inconsistent on the goal line.
Yes, at the Denver Broncos is at 77. Does Cameron Dantzler make sense here?
It's not a bad pick. I think you can go a couple of different places here.
Like Cameron Dantzler, Matt Hennessy, or Lloyd Cushenberry. Keep in mind, this is the first of 3 third-rounders for the Denver Broncos. So I've heard interior offensive line or cornerback could be their other priorities. Or linebacker, King Davis Gator, Troy Dye, still on the board.
You got. I mean, you still have a few corners as well. Darnay Holmes is still on the board.
Amik Robertson, La Tech.
Yes.
Troy Pride.
Troy Pride is one of those traits guys. Notre Dame likes to pick those wide receivers and convert them to corner because they're ball skills. And you didn't see the elite ball skills you wanted out of them, but you see the coverage skills. You see the ability to make a tackle. So I think that's one thing with Pride. Had he been better getting his hands on the football, I think he would have been a higher pick by a lot of teams.
Yes. And why is Cameron Dantzler okay value here? Like the 40 he ran at the combine was very alarming, but a lot of people say he's not that slow. And although he's not as fast as he was at his virtual pro day, do you think he plays faster than that time speed at the combine?
He plays faster than the combine speed. I don't think he had ever had elite speed anyway. I think that's one of the reasons why he was projected to be around this round at the highest. I think with Cam Dantzler, you're seeing a guy much like when Tease Tabor came out of Florida. They don't have elite top end speed, but they're quality guys that stay in phase. They can play anywhere on the field. You can put Dantzler inside. You can put him outside. He plays with quality vision when he's in zone, and he's one of those guys that makes solid transitions in man. He has his weaknesses. The top end speed is a concern. His ability to carry receivers across the field is a concern. But overall, at this point in the draft, when you start to get to the limited cornerbacks, he's going to fit in just fine with the rest of the ones that are on the board.
Yes, and but as I said, if they want a center, Lloyd Cushenberry or Matt Hennessy still here, and I heard the Broncos had interest in Cushenberry and Hennessy. So, and if Mike Munchak doesn't like some of the in-house options, this could be the good place for a center, probably center or corner here or linebacker. Broncos can't go wrong either way here, especially with 3 picks in the 3rd round, can they?
No, I mean, if you want to go center, if you're not a fan of Cushenberry, you're not a fan of Hennessy, why not Tyler Biadasz, from Wisconsin?
Injuries could make him fall past this round.
Yeah, or Jake Hansen's another one. Another one that's up. I have solid faith in is Luke Juriga from Western Michigan. Okay, so when you talk about Luke Juriga, second generation NFL player, father played in the NFL with the Denver Broncos.
Keith Ishmael, San Diego State.
Yes, Ishmael, Cole Cabral, Nick Harris.
Yep.
Yes. All right. If you need to go, you could wait on a Sean Pollard. Those guys are going to be there later. But I think overall, you're talking about guys. A lot of their knocks for the later round guys is size. Luke Juriga, the biggest knock on him is he going to be able to get big enough to handle nose tackles and bigger D tackles inside? He has the ability to get the reaches. He has the ability to make the cutoffs, but get movement and consistently handle the bigger bodies and play with anchor are questions. But that sounds like most of the centers that when you get to the back end of this list.
All right, so Goodell's about to outspeak. Please, guys, don't mouth the pick after I hear Goodell is done on my feed, please.
Got it.
I want Goodell to finish, please. So, I just like the suspense. All right, come on, Roger. Sorry, Broncos fan and me. The Bears are done picking tonight. Broncos have 3 more, so I only have 3 more picks as a fan tonight. Here we go.
With the 77th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Broncos select Michael Ojemudia.
Michael Ojemudia, a corner from Iowa. Wow. Oh, my God. This is a head scratcher here, isn't it?
No, I mean, Ojemudia is another one of the mid-round guys that we have out there, but he's just not an elite athlete. I mean, he's a quality ball player. You see he has the ability to play in zone. And if you're looking for man skills out of him, he's going to be a solid man cover, but he's going to give up a fair amount of catches. He's not.
And it's important to know Vic Fangio is a zone guy. If you think he's a better fit for zone, then this pick makes sense. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. When he blitzes, he's more of a zone blitzer anyway. But there are times he's going to be matched up in man. But for the most part, you see the eyes, you see the ability, the instincts. He can play in zone. So this makes sense for Vic Fangio. If you're going to go after a corner that has quality size, and plays well in your scheme, he's a scheme fit for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Ojemudia, definitely more of a zone guy, and I like it. He was definitely lumped in that group of some of the next tier cornerbacks. It was almost kind of pick your poison, really. But I like Ojemudia here, mid third round.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking. Every corner now has some kind of limitation. We've gotten past the really elite athlete corner. You're getting past the well-rounded corners. You're getting a lot more guys that are more project-ish, or they're raw, or they lack something. Top end speed, ball skills. They're just quality guys. They're going to fit a role somehow. But so it's just a matter of now you picking somebody who's going to fit what you want to do. And being that they got a guy now who, like I said, is a better zone than man corner, you can trust him anywhere on the field when he's zoned.
Yeah, so this was more of like a scheme fit kind of pick here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he's a Jonah Tolles likes the pick. Yeah, do you think his combine probably lifted his stock?
I don't think it hurt it, but I think overall, if you look at the film at Iowa, it's a zone scheme 90% of the time, and he played well in the zone. When he was in man, he was all right. He wasn't great. He wasn't horrible. He was just okay.
Yeah. Falcons with their third round pick.
And now with the 78th pick in the 2020 NFL draft, the Falcons select Matt Hennessy.
Matt Hennessy to the Falcons. There goes the center run has begun with Matt Hennessy. So why do you think he fell this far?
Well, this is where I had Hennessy going. I didn't think he was going to go much higher unless, like I said, both Cushenberry and Ruiz went earlier than expected. Then he would slide up. But since Cushenberry's been falling, Matt Hennessy comes in. I'm actually shocked that he goes off the board before Cushenberry. But if you look at him, he's more athletic than Cushenberry, but he's just not as powerful. But he's one of those guys, look at him, get out on the pole. Right, this is what he does. He's that athletic center. If you're a zone team, this is the kind of guy you want. He's not going to get a ton of movement, but he's going to make every block. He's going to cut them off. He has good vision. He's going to make those right pre-snap reads, and he's going to see things down the field. So, this is the perfect scheme fit for the Jets since they want to run that zone with Le'Veon Bell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes. The Jets here, no, I don't think interior line is a problem. I think this would make a corner make sense here.
Yeah, they need a lot more than just a corner, but yeah, they still need more receivers too. They got one, but they didn't have enough last year, and the one good one they had last year they let walk. Mm-hmm. So they need to add more. Adding a corner right now is going to help because it'll add for depth, but it's not going to push their defense any further. They need to score points. So to me, I would go receiver. I would add another tight end as well. And there's plenty of tight ends at this point that are pass catchers that can help you. That's the route that I would go with this pick. I wouldn't sit pat on defense unless it's somebody you feel is going to immediately come in and be a consistent and quality addition to this defense.
Anything to add, Bill?
I mean, it makes sense to keep building that offense. It's all about protecting Sam Darnold. You got him Denzel Mims. Why not why not look for a second receiver at some point later in the draft? Makes a lot of sense here. We could go edge here too. We could start looking at some edge guys. We could be, Jeff mentioned corner, Darnay Holmes maybe. So a lot of ways they can go here.
Yeah, or Amik Robertson, if they want a slot guy.
Yeah, and everybody needs a good slot corner. So, and you're getting to the point of the board where you're going to find a bunch of them. It's just a matter of you got Sam Darnold. You have this highly paid running back. You just drafted one receiver, and the rest of your receivers that you had are just guys. So why not add more? We talked about Edwards. We talked about Bowden. Darrell Taylor from Tennessee, I believe, is still on the board. If you're worried about the running back and saying, you know what, we're not comfortable with that contract after this season, why not take a Zach Moss? So I mean, there's so many ways the Jets can improve that team because they need a bunch of stuff. It's not just that they need those positions; they need a bunch of stuff. There's a lot missing around Sam Darnold, and we talked about the tight ends.
Adam Troutman. Get him another weapon. Yeah, you got Ryan Griffin, but why not do a 1-2 punch at tight end given your limitations at receiver? But Adam Gase hates tight ends, man. It doesn't make sense.
What I've found is a lot of coordinators that are okay look a lot better when they have a lot of pieces. So if you keep giving them weapons, I think he'll be all right. But the thing is, you got to give him the right pieces, and you start get to the point where you're going to start to run out of quality pieces. So, you're going to run into limited pieces. So, take what's there now, and that's the best thing you can do. And they're not ready to announce your pick yet.
Yeah,
so.
And back to Michael Ojemudia. You think he's the ideal zone cornerback?
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about him, the pick is coming up.
Jabari Zuniga from Florida.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you can finish your thought on Mike Ojemudia, then go to Jabari Zuniga.
Yeah, if you look at Ojemudia, his best plays come when he's facing the line of scrimmage where he's able to look in, which is zone. All right, when he's in man and he's playing with his back to the QB, he's much more of an average player. So when you're in a scheme like the Broncos have, where you're blitzing, running zone blitz packages and running a lot of zone in the back end, he's going to fit in where the quarterback's seeing all the movement in front of him. He can see what's going on, watch the routes develop, and make plays on the football.
Yeah. And totally. And we got the Raiders on the clock at 80. Where do you think they should go here? You got, I think it has to be defense here. Like, do you think they could get another receiver here? They got Ruggs in the first round, but I think you need another boundary guy, in my opinion, so you can put Ruggs in the slot as often as possible.
You can add another receiver here, but you can also add another DB.
Terrell Burgess.
Yeah, right. So adding another safety, you let Joseph walk, and you got a safety last year, but you need more than one. And I think what we're seeing now is even with the guys that they have, injuries are a big factor when it comes to DBs. And if you don't have enough depth for these guys, and especially with the season getting longer next year, right? This is the last 16-game season. So
it might not be a 16-game season because of COVID-19. And like I said, if there is a season in the NFL this year, it's going to be with strings attached, like no crowds and abbreviated.
Absolutely. So long term, you're going to need at least 3 safeties. You're going to need at least 4 or 5 corners.
Absolutely. Got to be thinking ahead at this point of the draft, especially in this environment.
Yeah. So take advantage of what's on the board. We've seen safeties fall. Corners are starting to get picked apart, but safeties are falling. So take the safety value that's falling to you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to the Pruitt family. The entire NFL family joins me in offering our condolences as we join you tonight in honoring Rico's memory by making this next pick in his honor. With the 80th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Lynn.
And there they go.
Lynn Bowden. Oh my God. They doubled down on speed. This is Al Davis, man. Al Davis probably he was probably reincarnated, came back from the dead, whatnot. This is an Al Davis draft.
Well, you're looking at, they're taking in what they were missing last year from their receiving core. They didn't have a lot of guys that could challenge vertically, but now you have it. You have Waller on the inside who can beat the inside coverage. All right. And now you have guys on the outside. They're going to win vertically, and they're going to open up things for all of those other receivers that they had to actually produce something last year. So you're getting what you want. If you're John Gruden, you're getting speed on the outside. That's going to open up things for your offense. It's going to open up your running game. It's going to open up your tight end that you just paid a bunch of money to. All right. And you're going to, most importantly, you're going to be able to stretch the football field.
Yes, but the big question is Derek Carr capable of doing so? I have my doubts, but they're probably giving him one last chance here. And if he doesn't live up to it the next time we have football, whether it's in 2020 or 2021, see ya, Derek Carr.
Yeah, I mean, he had consistency in the beginning of his career. He had Del Rio, and then after that, he's had a coach that's really hasn't proven himself to. So part of that's on Derek Carr. We could talk about injuries, you could talk about this, but at the end of the day, he's never been a consistent quarterback since he's been with the Raiders. So until he shows he's consistent, they're not married to him. But unfortunately, they haven't brought any really thing in. I mean, Mariota they brought in, but is Mariota better than Carr? They're pretty much two guys that have never been consistent in their career. So this is going to be the interesting thing. So it's Derek Carr's job to lose.
No, I agree, and I tell you what, this is quite the list of wide receivers now. You know, whether you want to say it's a loaded list, I don't know, but you bring in you have two rookies now in Henry Ruggs and Lynn Bowden. You brought in Nelson Aguilar in free agency, and of course you still have guys like Tyrell Williams. You have Hunter Renfrow. That's actually the name that was my first thought with these two receivers, is how this is going to help Hunter Renfrow. You know, I'm really intrigued now if these two speed guys are going to help open up the field, like you mentioned, for someone like Hunter Renfrow, who had a really nice rookie season.
Yes, and Ian Rappaport just tweeted, Raiders want to try him as a running back.
Interesting. I mean, we know Lynn Bowden obviously has the athletic ability, especially as a converted quarterback. Yeah. But
Brian Edwards, they tripled down, weapons galore. Oh my God, they're just going all in on Derek Carr by saying, we believe in you here. Oh my goodness. The whole AFC West wants to catch the Chiefs. Everybody's acting like it. And Brian Edwards, he's kind of like a Chase Claypool. Some people like him as a tight end, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, he's the bigger receiver. He's not as fast as Claypool, but he's one of those guys that you may look to him. I think he's still a little small though, but overall, he's going to be a wide. He's going to be a wide out the next level, unless somebody decides to make him into John New Smith. But overall, he has good hands, good ability to make the plays on the football. The route tree is limited. So he's living off of ability, not so much polish, so there's a lot of upside to him, but overall it's still a pretty raw product with him.
Man, I have no idea what the Raiders are going to do with all these receivers. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at a guy right now who, if you look at his upside, has the ability to be, I mean, if you want to compare him to somebody, big receiver like that, goodness. Well, I know the downside would be Lattimore, that was drafted by the Vikings. Everybody, we thought he was going to be this big 50-50 ball receiver that would come in from Ole Miss and just never lived up to it. So with Edwards, he's a boom or bust pick, honestly. It's either going to hit big or miss big. I don't think you're going to get pretty much a level playing field with him.
Yeah, I mean, we know he was very productive at South Carolina, but I think he had some injury concerns too that really hurt him a bit. But I mean, listen, even just with the three receivers, I mean, you've got your outside guy now in Edwards, and then obviously the two speed factors in Ruggs, and then whatever they do with Lynn Bowden, and then you try to fit Renfro in there. You try to fit Nelson Aguilar. I mean, like I said,
Neville Gallimore, the Canadian bulldozer, falling to the Cowboys at 82. Why do you think Gallimore fell this far?
I guess because one thing you're looking at right now is the defensive tackles are being pushed down by these. Everybody wants these fast guys. If you're not this big, fast guy inside, you're kind of getting pushed down into this pigeonhole 2-down player, much like the bigger linebackers on the inside. So Gallimore's a big body. He can move, but once again, is he going to be able to contribute consistently as a pass rusher at the next level? There are questions about that. But he feels a need for the Cowboys for a big reason because, yes, they did sign Dontari Poe, but he signed basically a short-term deal that's basically just a bridge over into whatever young guys they brought in.
Yeah, we thought
Broncos with their second. Go ahead.
I was going to say we thought defensive tackle could have been an option for the Cowboys in round one had a guy like Javon Kinlaw fell there. So now the Cowboys are looking at, you get your corner in Diggs, you fill the D tackle spot in Gallimore, you're still able to fill arguably two of your biggest needs, even after you're able to land CeeDee Lamb in round one. So I think the Cowboys are having a great draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at it, this is back-to-back years they've taken D tackle. Last year was Tristan Hill.
Yep.
And now this year you have Gallimore. So give them credit. They're bringing the youth into the position. He kind of fell in their lap here in the third. Overall, this is going to be an interesting thing. If Tristan Hill finally develops as they hoped, if Gallimore develops as they hoped, when those veterans that they have in place now move on, they already have the guys in house to take over. So this is going to be an interesting roster for the Cowboys.
Absolutely.
Yes, and 83rd pick for Broncos. Now you got your corner. This could be a Lloyd Cushenberry here, or a defensive lineman like a Jordan Elliott or Lecky Fotu or James Lynch would make a lot of sense here for them as well. Wouldn't you say so?
Absolutely, and Ekasifo too coming to them at this pick gives you that big body inside, a powerful man.
Jeff, we're losing you. I think we lost Jeff's connection here. Jeff, damn. I'm gonna take care of that. Well, pick up to what Jeff was saying. Do you think any of those D linemen make sense for the Broncos here?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Elliott's still intriguing. It's pretty interesting that he's still on the board. I'm curious to see where guys like Jason Strowbridge end up, Rashard Lawrence. Strowbridge is interesting because he can play the 3 tech, he can play the 5 tech. They moved him around with that in the at the Senior Bowl as well. So I'm curious where he lands. Lecky Fotu of Utah is another intriguing option here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, finish your thought on why these defensive linemen make sense for Denver here at 83.
Yeah, I mean, you're always looking for those big-bodied nose tackles, and this is where you're going to find them. Once again, the two down players tend to hang around the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds, and even later than that. But the really talented ones are going to be picked up here, just because of the fact you don't want to spend a 1st or 2nd round pick on a guy that can't play 3, 4 downs. So this is where the Fotu, the Pancinis, all those guys are going to start to come off the board.
Yep. Absolutely. Or don't sleep on Jordan Elliott or James Lynch either.
Absolutely. I just update my board. So I remember who's gone.
the last pick at 82, the Cowboys was Neville Gallimore, and then Vegas doubled down wide receiver with Lynn Bowden and Ryan Edwards. That said, Vegas, you kind of like. I think Edwards is a depth piece at this point because they might have too many cooks in the kitchen. Well, you can never have too many cooks, but only a certain number of them can be on the field at the same time. So,
yeah, I mean, you know, you got to have depth at the position no matter what. If he can't make the team at this point of the draft, I mean, realistically, you're hoping he could beat out some of the guys you had. A lot of the guys they had last year, they didn't have the vertical speed, and they were more effort guys. And nothing wrong with having those guys around, but if it improves your receiving core and brings you up and helps you catch the Chiefs. Remember, you have if you're the Raiders, you have the champions in your division. You're the Broncos, you got the champions in your division. They're the guys you got to catch. They're not trying to catch you. So,
yeah,
you know, they're fast,
but
you want to
the Broncos might be done with position players on offense at the moment, but they could use a setter here: Lloyd Cushenberry, Keith Ismail, or Nick Harris.
Absolutely. And let's get back to my center list. And I mean, yeah, you know, Jake Hansen, like I said, is also a factor. Jariga, Cole Cabral, and there's still more after that, but they're more late round guys. Those are day 3 guys. If you're going to get to the fringe day 2 guys, those are the names you're looking at inside. If you're not happy with that, if you feel there are guards higher, there may be some guards that can actually kick over the center.
All right, Broncos pick 83. Here we go.
Yeah.
With the 83rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select
Cushenberry.
Lloyd Cushenberry! Great pick here. Do you think this is good value here?
Yes. And forgive me, I saw it come up on the screen. I said, I didn't mean to shout it out.
No. He said it at the same time. Our feeds were in sync that time.
But yeah,
no worries, man.
yes, but no, this is a guy that brings you value. He's played center, he's played guard. I think he's going to be a tremendous center. He's a strong enough player that can hold his own. You know, some of these guys we talked about, the centers are lighter guys who kind of get pushed. Cushenberry is not that way. He's not the elite athlete that Ruiz is, but if you see right there, he's a fighter. He's going to be that trench fighter that's going to give you that grit in battle on every snap. So it's a good steal for these guys at the 3rd round because you're talking about the 2nd highest rated center on many people's boards. Okay, so and you talk about Hennessy going before him. He's stronger than Hennessy. All right, so with all, you know, I like Matt Hennessy, but I would have taken Cushenberry first.
And Cushenberry, the Broncos have had a little bit of their draft theme that they've been doing since 2018. They dramatically adjusted their models, and they're looking for people who are not necessarily the freakiest athletes, but guys who are solid football players who are leaders on and off the field. Cushenberry fits that mold to a T, doesn't he? As he was like granted that number 18 jersey for his leadership at LSU.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. He's a guy that in the locker room is well respected and trusted. He doesn't kill you off the field with incidents and immature behavior. So he's one of those guys, and he's a smart player. He comes to the line and makes adjustments that'll help your quarterback, so your quarterback doesn't have to do it all. So he brings everything that you want to the table. He's going to have some issues though if you get those quick one techniques that could shoot the gap on him. That's been one of the weaknesses he's had. But for the most part, he's a solid player that gives you the same kind of play every week.
Yeah, I love the value here. You know,
Yes,
I would have never guessed Cushenberry would have fallen out of the top 80 picks. I thought he was a really good lineman. You know, we talked about both LSU guards here between Cushenberry and Lewis. Yeah, Denver hit the nail on the head here.
Yes, and now I believe that means you put Cushenberry at center, grab Glasgow and Dalton Reiser at the guards. Tackle is still a question, but Mike Munchak's offensive line. Munchak likes to build his offensive lines from the inside out. Don't you think? Haven't you noticed that with him? That's where I think, like how they built those lines in Pittsburgh. They started with a strong interior to help the tackles because tackle play. If you Cardi got a lead tackle play in the NFL today is sad to say it's a fool's errand because the vast majority of tackles are below average at best. So you need a strong interior, and I think the Broncos now have that thing with Graham Glasgow, Dalton Reisner, and now Lloyd Cushenberry. I think I think the Brock. Don't you think they could be a serious candidate for one of the a top 10 interior offensive line unit?
Absolutely. And we talk about what they like to do up front. It doesn't have to have the greatest athletes. When you're running that zone scheme, as long as the guys are capable of executing and staying on their path, most of those guys are interchangeable. If you think about the Super Bowl lines they had in Denver, those guys individually were not great offensive linemen, but as a unit, they were able to come in and execute in their roles, work as five. As a unit of 5 as opposed to individuals, and they made it successful for anybody that played behind them, whether it was Terrell Davis, whether it was Mike Anderson, didn't matter who the runner was, you were successful behind that unit that played in front of you.
I interviewed Lloyd at the Cedar Bowl, very nice guy, and I asked him, keep in mind, Ed Orgeron's background was as a defensive line coach before he became the head coach at LSU, head coach, period. And he thinks having a defensive, having a guy with that kind of background as a head coach really helped him tremendously there.
Absolutely. And, getting back on Cushenberry, he's going to come in and he's going to compete for you guys right away. What you're going to get out of that is you're going to see right away where he is. If he's able to compete and is able to he's able to compete and he's able to elevate the play of that line the way you hope that he does.
All right, Chris Ballard and the Colts. 5 over. Julian Blackman going before Terrell Burgess and Bill Riccette. You said you were a fan of his. What makes it such a controversial prospect?
I wouldn't say controversial. Like I said, the biggest issue with him was, the bad injury that he suffered in the Pac-12 title game. I think it was an ACL tear, if I remember correctly. So, he's going to be out for a while. But listen, when this kid's healthy, this kid can play, and you can really move him around the secondary. He was really, I would argue, he was the leader and maybe the most athletic of all the defensive backs there at Utah. So you get him healthy, you get him up and running there. This is a tremendous. I love I said someone was going to get real good value. I thought he was going to last a little bit longer, but I'm still fine with him here in round 3. So good job for the Colts. Excuse me.
Absolutely, this is a bit of a steal. I think he's an underrated player because of his ability to make plays on the football, the amount of ground that he covers, and he'll lay the wood when he has to. So I think it was one of those safeties that, we talk about the guy next to him more than him, but they're an excellent tandem, and they made each other better.
They really did. Like I said earlier, when I was talking about how I asked Terrell Burgess about kind of the camaraderie that these guys had in that defensive backfield. I mean, these guys were so close-knit together. I think some of them were even roommates together. Like, they were just so close. You know what I mean? Not just on the field, but off the field. These guys were like brothers. So all these guys, all these guys just really supported each other. It was really great to kind of see that kind of family atmosphere that these guys brought together. But yeah, I love this pick for the Colts.
Yes, and you were talking about the tandem that he had with Terrell Burgess, correct?
Absolutely. And
he and Burgess were like the safety tandem at Utah, weren't they?
Yeah. And both of those guys, actually Burgess is a lot higher on my board, but I think when you look at him, he's a steal for a reason that, one, I think he kind of, the way his season ended, kind of dropped his value a bit, and it kind of makes him quite underrated. But you're talking about a player that can play high, play down in the box. Because he had Burgess, he didn't have to play down as much, but at the next level, he'll be able to do it. He'll be able to match up with tight ends. He'll be able to come up and run support. You can even blitz him off the edge, and he'll get home. So I think he's one of those players that
Zach Moss to the Buffalo Bills. Now, if he stays healthy, this is a steal, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Zach Moss. There are very few players that have been more consistent than him. And I think the one knock that happened with Moss was the injury a year before last, where nobody really knew what happened. You know, it came out where he got hurt and he said this, the coach said this, and he missed the rest of the year. But he came back and had an even better year than he had before the injury. So all's forgiven when that happens. But the player that he is, he's a consistent runner. He's not going to be the most explosive, but he's going to be a consistent runner between the tackles. He's going to finish runs in the red zone. And most importantly, he's going to be a great complement to Devin Singletary.
Yeah, love Moss. You know, I've seen other mocks that he lasted a bit longer, but yeah, you're right. If healthy, this guy's a tremendous back. He was a really big factor in the success of Utah season last year. So you just hope that the health, that he stays healthy, because he's got that speed, he's got that burst, but again, the injury bug is always a concern. But that's a nice running back duo in Buffalo between Moss and Devin Singletary.
It sure is. Moss is the power back, and the Singletary is the speedier, shiftier back.
Absolutely.
And Patriots here at 87. What should they do here? They got Kyle Duggar earlier, and they got Josh Uche. Could this be? Could they? I think they could take a swing at a wide receiver here, like an intriguing project, like an Antonio Gandy Golden, somebody like that.
Absolutely. Don't be surprised if they decide to go quarterback here.
Oh, absolutely. Jacob Eason or Jake Fromm. Jake Fromm makes perfect sense for the Patriots.
Right. Jarrett Stidham's going to be their starter. Behind that, you just have a veteran backup. So at this point, this is the point where you want to look at your depth and say, can I add a young quarterback that's going to come in and eventually be better than that veteran that I have? You know, other than that, I mean, realistically, they don't have another option at quarterback. And as much as Brian Hoyer has been around the league, he's a journeyman backup that may give you a couple of quality starts. But how long is that going to be?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I was one of those ones that kind of drank the Kool-Aid that they were going to take Jordan Love in round one. But you have to feel at some point they're going to take a quarterback here. Jake Fromm would be interesting. You know, I know he's been
Patriots fans, Goodell encouraging them to boo louder. Love it. Anthony Jennings, another Bill Belichick, Nick Saban pipeline pick. Anthony Jennings from Alabama. Do you think this is a reasonable spot for him?
Yeah, I mean, Jennings is another one of those guys we talked about. Ninkovich, all of those guys, Vrabel, those tweener-sized guys that he likes to use on the outside, that he likes to rotate. You never have enough edge players. Yeah, you got Josh Uche, but you know what? You're going to add another one in Jennings. He's going to be able to drop in coverage. He's going to be able to come off the edge. May get engulfed at times by blocks by bigger tight ends and tackles, but overall, you're getting a quality player that's going to give you quality reps in that rotation on the outside.
Yes, and Patriots definitely added edge depth, which has been a weakness of theirs in recent years. The Cleveland Browns now back on the clock. I think if you like zone scheme and you want to upgrade the interior line, if you think you could play J.C. Treader at guard, kick Nick and take Nick Harris here at center, do you think that would make sense?
You could do that. Also, if you're worried about J.C. Treader at guard and you want to challenge him, don't be surprised to look at Hakeem Energy from Kansas, right? Convert tackle. Most people have the kick inside the guard. Also, you also have Cameron Clark from Charlotte. He was a natural guard that was playing tackle at the collegiate level. So you got guys that can come in who are athletic enough and big enough to compete for that right away.
Yeah, where else do you see the Browns going here, Bill?
Let's see. So what do we got? So we've attacked offensive tackle, of course. Like we said, we can go into interior here. We can go guys like Shane Lemieux, Ben Bredesen. We can still go into your defensive line. Into your D line is a possibility. We can maybe get some more edge
James
guys.
Lynch. Yep.
James Lynch is a
James Lynch would be
possibility.
an excellent fit in this defense.
We'll see if they want to attack the linebacker position.
Absolutely. Akeem Davis-Gator, Troy Dye.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Akeem Davis-Gaither. I said, at least in terms of the Panthers, I thought he was a strong target for them. You know, he's an excellent outside linebacker. I think it gives you good coverage ability. I mean, you know, we'll see if he's still available after round 3. I'm wondering. I thought he was going to be a solid top 100 pick, but we're getting close to the end of round 3. He's still on the board, but
yeah,
I think some team's going to get a great player in Akeem Davis-Gaither.
Absolutely, and I think the injury he suffered at the combine could be the reason why he's tumbling down boards. He's fallen this far, at least.
A little bit. I can see it. You know, some might also argue, I'm sure, the competition level coming from the Sun Belt, but
you know, the question is here. They were talking about moving on from Njoku at the end of last season. That talk has died down. They added Austin Hooper. Are they satisfied with those two, or are they going to add another tight end at some point?
Oh, yeah, you need yes. If you're not satisfied with what you got opposite Austin Hooper, this could be Adam Troutman here. Adam Troutman is not really local. He's Dayton, and Dayton is Southern Ohio, Cleveland's north, but Troutman would make a ton of sense here.
You know, and we haven't had that run on tight ends that we thought we'd at least have at some point. We saw Komet come off in the second, and we haven't seen the tight end going off the board since. So, are they going to start to come and play now, or is it going to be one of those points where we wait till day 3 for the tight ends to come off the board?
Yeah.
Well, glad you're with us as we continue to power our way through the third round of the 2020 NFL Draft, crossing the 11 o'clock hour here Friday night on the East Coast.
Wow, is it really 11 o'clock? I didn't even realize the time.
Yeah, it's 11. 10 o'clock, guys. Our 2-day extravaganza. Well, the draft continues tomorrow with rounds 4 through 7, but our 2-day extravaganza is coming to a close. And let me just express my thanks to Bill for being an amazing co-host, for Jeff for donating your time today, to Mark Schofield, and to Andrew Weedman, who couldn't join us tonight. This has truly been an amazing experience. Thank you to the NFL for putting on an amazing show and draft these past several days that was conducted in a safe and secure manner during this tough time, and that was conducted in a tasteful manner that used the NFL's leverage as a money giant to be philanthropic and help out the real heroes in our country right now, our healthcare workers, our first responders, our grocery store clerks, our cashiers, on and on and on. This draft was for them, and we thank the NFL for putting on the draft in such fashion at this time. Yes, the Cleveland Browns, Vikings, and Texans. We got there's 106 picks, I believe. So we got 18 more picks until we see you for the 2021 NFL draft, and there will be, I think, a 2021 NFL draft regardless of what happens.
With college, yeah.
Regardless of what happens with college. And I think the NFL might have to make a one-time exception to the rule of players who would have been eligible had there been a season, just grant them eligibility just this one time. Do you anticipate that happening for them granting like just an emergency, a once in a great while emergency exception, so to speak?
It's going to be interesting because if college doesn't kick off anywhere near its normal time, and they do what they're possibly talking about, moving it to the spring.
That would be a crisis.
Yes, because then you can't draft anybody if they're still playing college football or just finishing their season. So then the draft would have to probably be pushed back, which would push the NFL calendar back altogether. So this is going to have a lot of moving parts for the next 12 months with what's going on with any sport, more or less football.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got to learn our lessons from the time when a pandemic of this magnitude hit. That was 1918, the Spanish flu, and it came in various waves. So that's why there's going to be a lot of rebounds. We have to anticipate a very similar road ahead as the Spanish flu was.
Absolutely.
Very similar road ahead. The Spanish flu, it went up, went down, went back up again, and it eventually died down because herd immunity was established. But a vaccine didn't come until a decade and a half later, and we got to be prepared for such a scenario here as well. But that said, antivirals could or a prophylaxis could be a big game changer. Not as much as a vaccine, but definitely would help. But science aside, that's for another show. Cleveland Browns. So we made Goodell say the NFL has raised millions these past couple of days for COVID-19 relief efforts. So bravo to everybody who's pitched in. Let's give yourselves a hand. And let's have a big round of applause once again for our healthcare heroes and our frontline workers during this crisis. Here are the Browns at 88.
In the 2020 NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select
Jordan Elliott from Missouri. I've heard some good things and some bad things about him. Where do you stand on Jordan Elliott? Do you think he could potentially take over for Larry Ogunjobi should he depart in free agency in 2021?
Well, Elliott's one of those guys that you see it right there. He's a natural ability, but it's his first step that makes you wonder how effective he's going to be at the next level. He's one of those guys that he doesn't exactly explode off the ball, but he chases very well. So at the next level, you're going to get pushed by bigger bodies that are more athletic. If he's will he be able to have the success that he needs to be consistent is yet to be seen. It's one of those things where I think he's going to be great in a rotation. If he's starting, how much he starts, what downs he plays are going to be key. Overall, I think he's a quality talent, but he's a talent to me in addition to somebody else. He can't stand alone.
Yeah, so we look at where he fits in Cleveland. I think you're right, David. I think that's definitely a possibility for a Larry Ogunjobi replacement. I think you look at the D tackle rotation now. You've got Ogunjobi, you've got Sheldon Richardson. They brought over Andrew Billings from Cincinnati, so I think it gives you right now at least 4 solid defensive tackles. I think he kind of works in on the rotation there. So interested to see how he kind of how he'll fit that rotation, and then like you said, what happens with Ogunjobi. There we go. Starting to move through these picks.
Yeah, this is at a day 3 pace.
Cam Dantzler off the board. He goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Now, Cameron Dantzler, he's more man than zone, isn't he?
No, he can play both. The thing about him is he doesn't have that top end speed. You can get over the top of Dantzler. What he has is length. And as you can see it there, he's 6'2", he's 188 pounds, but he's long. So when he's beaten, he can use those limbs to kind of catch up. Now, if he's beaten outright where you have more about a good cushion on him, a 2-yard cushion, he's not going to catch up. Also, carrying bodies across the field on those routes, the in breaking routes, is a problem for him. But overall, he can play man, he can play zone. Much like Sherman, he's going to use that long frame to his advantage.
Yeah, what are your thoughts again on Cam Dantzler?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense that the Vikings doubled dip here on corner because, of course, they lost a lot in free agency. They lost like 3 corners in free agency, 2 of them to Cincinnati. So really needed to stockpile that. Yeah, Dantzler, like I said, he was kind of one of those interesting studies, so polarizing, I think, between a lot of scouts and draft media. But in a place like Minnesota, where now he doesn't have to be kind of pressured to be on the outside, I think he can kind of slide into the middle, because you're going to have Gladney on the outside, I think, on one end, and you'll have Mike Hughes on the other side. So you can allow Dancer to slide in those nickel packages. So, and with a guy like Mike Zimmer, of course, coaching him, and like I said, I'm intrigued by this pick here. I'm curious how Dancer is going to fit in here in the back of that defense.
Well, he's probably going to play on the outside when they go to those sub packages, and they'll move.
Here we go, Texans.
Move Hughes inside.
No, Hughes will stay outside.
Jonathan Greenard from Florida, probably for edge rush depth there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's edge. Yes, yep.
They got Jacob Martin in the trade for Seattle, so he'll compete for playing time there.
Yeah, thanks for that context there. Jacob Martin, he had a pretty underrated year last year.
Absolutely. When he came out of Temple, absolutely loved him. I thought Seattle got a steal with him. He just never worked out in Seattle. Goes to Houston is an instant success. So if he can repeat that, they're going to have two dynamic guys. Whitney Merciless is no spring chicken. So young players have to come in and replace them. You can't just keep paying free agents. You got to hit on these guys in the draft. And here's a young player who, Greenard and Zuniga, they're both inconsistent, but they're both speed off the edge. So if you can get these guys to give you that consistent performance week in, week out, bring that best attribute they have, which is their speed. He plays a little more physical than Zuniga does. But I think overall, you're getting a guy on the outside that's going to give you what you want as a will backer and a 3-4.
And the Patriots have moved up. They are on the clock again. Could this be Jake Fromm?
Could be Jake Fromm. Could be Jacob Eason. Wouldn't it be interesting to have another Eason under center for the Patriots? But overall, wow, that is the most simplest setup I've seen for a head coach at the draft this year. Looks like he's doing his regular homework, But overall, yeah, I mean, if I'm going to look at a backup quarterback, you can look at Jake Fromm. Or are you more intrigued by the guy that could throw the ball further down the field with more power in Jacob Eason? Fromm is a little more polished throwing underneath. Jacob Eason is a way more erratic throwing underneath, but he's the better deep ball thrower. So you have a question.
Patriots, here's the pick. Asiasi, the sleeper tight end that everybody said was rising at boards, goes to the Patriots. What's the lowdown on Devin Asiasi?
No, he's not your traditional inline wide. He's more of your move tight end. As you can see, he can get vertical. He's more the pass catcher, run some solid routes, good hands. He's going to have the ability to move around the formation and give you that production that Gronkowski and Hernandez were able to do. Guys that can line up wide and match up in the red zone and run those slants and beat small defenders. Also, line up as that second tight end to help you secure the edge on those outside runs for Sony Michel. All right, so he's going to be that guy that is going to be an integral piece when they decide to go with their 12 personnel.
Yes. Who's their primary tight end again?
Oh, man.
I mean, right now you're probably looking at guys like Matt Lacoste, Ryan Rizzo.
It looks like the Patriots are rebuilding, doesn't it?
I don't think they're done with tight ends yet.
But are they rebuilding is the general question. They're rebuilding as a whole. Yeah.
The offense is rebuilding altogether. They never really replaced Gronk. And overall, the receivers the last couple of years just haven't panned out. They've gone to extreme measures. Last year was Antonio Brown. They've tried to do this different ways. So I think what they're going to have to do is not only just be more creative on offense, just keep taking guys like this. They're going to give you something consistent week in and week out at what you want them to do specifically, and keep adding talent around them.
Absolutely. Ravens here at 92. Excellent draft for them so far, as in typical Ravens fashion. Patrick Queen, J.K. Dobbins, and Justin Matabuke. Who is there anybody? Who do you think is the best player overall on the board, period, that you could see the Ravens taking right now? It could be Terrell Lewis if they want edge depth to take a swing on him here. Could be Terrell Burgess.
It could be Burgess the safety. They've gone the veteran safety route. They still got Earl Thomas, who they paid a good amount of money to. But overall, you still want to add young talent around them. And are you going to give Earl Thomas another contract after this year?
Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to start looking to the future. There's plenty of guys still out there. If they want to add more corner depth, you got Bryce Hall from Virginia still on the board. Antoine Brooks, the safety from Maryland, is on the board. Darnay Holmes, one more receiver. How about Devin Duvernay?
Oh, Devin Duvernay makes perfect sense. If they want more speed, absolutely. Devin Duvernay would make a lot of sense here. Especially for the kind of offense they run, they probably speed over everything with their wide receivers. Duvernay or John Hightower of Boise State.
Yes.
Don't sleep on him.
Yes, and if you want corner depth, there's a corner from Tulsa, Reggie Robinson.
Yep.
All right. So he's one of those guys I think is highly underrated at cornerback.
I agree on Robinson. Not a lot of people are really talking about him. He's kind of one of those quiet guys. We talked about offensive tackle a little bit too. They can kind of go in that direction as well. Lucas Nyang is still on the board. Wanogo is still on the board.
If you want tackle depth, yes, but keep in mind, Ravens have two of the best tackles in the league. Or if they want center, it could be Keith Ishmael or somebody like that.
Yeah, if you going guard, like I said, Hakeem Adeniji is an option. We see once again Simpson still on the board. John Runyon still on the board. Logan Stenberg still on the board. Justin Herron is still on the board. Cameron Clark. So here's where you're going to start to see guards going today and tomorrow.
Absolutely. Here are the Ravens at 92.
Okay, with the 92nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Baltimore Ravens select
Devin Duvernay. Nice call, Jeff. So Devin Duvernay, he led the NCAA in receptions last year, and what makes him so unique? He's another one of those wide receiver running back hybrids, isn't he?
Yeah. He's got the speed, the burn, explosive player. Not a totally polished route runner just yet. You can use him on a lot of the gadget plays, runs. You can even use him as juice in a return game. So if you want to use him as a back, because he has that running back build, you can do that. But I think he'll be fine in the slot. You just got to get him to polish up the route tree, polish up releases. He's going to give you what most slots don't give you, a vertical threat from the slot. You get a lot of the slots now that have the ability to get open off of releases and work underneath. He's going to challenge safeties vertical. So, so you polish up his route tree, get him to get better getting off of press coverage at the line of scrimmage, and I think he's going to be a fine addition to that offense.
Yeah, absolutely. Fits into the mold of that speed mold of what they want. Like he's like the perfect fit for Baltimore, like a team that's going to run, and throw deep shots to him and Hollywood Brown all day long.
Absolutely. I mean, you use the tight ends, you use the big wide receivers, but you know what? How about spreading it out and using 3-4 wide receivers all at once, going empty backfield with guys that he can actually throw the ball down the field to. So I think that's what you're going to get. If you want Lamar Jackson to take that next level as a passer, you got to give him guys that throw the ball down the field to.
Listen, I like what the Ravens have been doing in this draft so far. It just feels like this has just been nothing but
easily the best draft so far, in my opinion, out of any.
I
team.
mean, it's been all value for the Ravens, right? They've been stockpiling these players that have been slipping. I mean, they got Patrick Queen at 28, and the value there, of course, is the fact that he was the third linebacker off the board when a lot of us thought he was going to be the first linebacker off the board. J.K. Dobbins, they get at 55. Again, part because of where he was picked, part because of the order of the running backs that were picked. I mean, we saw Cam Akers go ahead of him. Justin Madubuike ends up just outside the top 7.
Yeah, we feel you, John Harbaugh. You and Eric DeCosta are digging this draft.
You know, I'm gonna tell you, this draft, we would talk about how deep it is. And we're not seeing a ton of trades. You're not seeing a ton of moving around. Teams are standing pat and picking their players. And if you notice, the teams having the worst draft are the teams that are reaching. Right? If you're standing there and picking the value at your pick, or moving back and then getting more picks and picking value, those teams are winning. Baltimore, you can even say Dallas, the Giants. Those guys haven't been moving. They've been staying in their picks and picking what's there and picking value for what they're supposed to get. So the teams that decide to go, you know what, I'm here, but we like this guy who's really further down your draft board, the Raiders and a few other teams. Those are the guys everybody's questioning their picks because you're reaching. And the draft is deep. There's no reason to reach. And if you're not happy with what's on the board, if you're not sure, don't be afraid to pull back, go back a couple of spots, and then see what's there.
And we got the pick in for the Titans here at 93. James Lynch could be good here. Add them another 5 tech on that defensive line. He's no Jarrell Casey, but you have to have at least some bodies in there to start replacing him.
Absolutely. I mean, defensive line depth at this point is going to be, it's not going to be hard to find. It's just a matter of getting the players that you want. Let me see if I get over to my, I mean, we gotten past you guys still got Lynch. Don't be surprised. You still got Fotu. Hamilton's gone. Rashard Lawrence is still on the board. Murchison is still on the board. Strowbridge is still on the board. Did Elliott go? I don't remember if Elliott's gone.
Jordan Elliott's gone. Yeah, he went to the Browns at 88.
Yeah. So you're starting to see some of the guys go off, but there's still plenty more.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the cow chalk shit? Roger Goodell wants to make it kind of make see that way because he's he moved from one spot of his basement to his comfy chair where he watches games for the final part of tonight. So I don't think he's auctioning his. But if he would, he'd always get another one. But I'm not sure he would like to give it up. I think he's fine with his couch the way it is. So I would say no. All right. We're down to the final 13 picks of the night. And let's do a debrief of this draft. Who are the big winners and losers? I will start off with the big winners. Has to be the Baltimore Ravens. They have gotten value all throughout the draft. They have strengthened the strong parts of their roster and compensated the weak parts as well. Perfect draft. Eric DeCosta, John Harbaugh, Baltimore Ravens, big winner. Big loser, Seattle Seahawks. When your third round pick is your best pick, it means something is terribly wrong with your draft. And trading up for an edge rusher who many had in the 5th round, in the 2nd round, and taking Jordan Brooks out of Patrick Queen, Seattle, easily the biggest loser in my opinion. Bill. Winners and losers.
Yeah, so you said Baltimore. I'm going to say Dallas.
Oh, yeah, they got they had a great draft, too.
Look, we talked about how Dallas needed a corner. They needed a defensive tackle. They were able to get 2 very good players at those positions and still find a way to somehow land CeeDee Lamb, who they basically came out and said was like a top 7 player on their board, and they got him at 17. So, I mean, you fill your cornerback need. You basically get your Byron Jones replacement. You address defensive tackle there. You get a guy that I really like, the Neville Gallimore, and now you've got maybe the best wide receiver trio in the NFL in Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, and CeeDee Lamb. So I really love what Dallas did.
Absolutely. CeeDee Lamb, Trevon Diggs, Neville Gallimore, easily one of the other best drafts so far. And Jeff, did you bet a loser, Bill? Got to pick a loser.
I mean, I would probably agree with you that Seattle is one of the strangest drafts. I mean, Jordan Brooks, who might not even be a top 100 player. By the way, I hope Jordan Brooks' mom isn't watching this. If you are, I apologize.
She isn't. I don't know his mom. Don't worry.
She was going hard after some of the some Twitter folks who were not happy with the pick. Go look at the Twitter feed of Arif Hassan and Thor of NBC Sports. But it's not that Jordan Brooks is a bad player. It's just 27.
It's the Titans at 93. Darrington Evans.
Wow.
Taking over the Deion Lewis role in that offense. I like it. Darrington Evans. Now, Darrington Evans, he's one of those speed backs, isn't he?
Absolutely. You talk about him. He's one of those guys that's explosive, is very shifty. But once again, you talk about what does he do? Space player, you run him outside, he's going to get you some yards, he's going to get some catches, and he's going to do all that gadget stuff. Do you take him here is a question. I mean, because once again, you're talking about the third round where there were other backs who fit more of a more rounded role. Inside, he's not as tough a runner. He's not very big. That's also a big thing. So, he's explosive, he's fast, he's all of that. But at the next level, you still got to be able to run inside the tackles with some kind of success. And he's not consistent doing that in the red zone. He's not consistent running in between the tackles when you need to pound it in. So you just see shifty as you can imagine. It's just overall, when it comes to power and making the first man miss when he gets a square shot on him, he goes down too often. So taking him here in the third, I think, is a big reach. I like the player. I wouldn't have taken him in the third, though. So, I mean, there were so many backs still on the board. If you want to look at them real quick, I mean, we still got Eno Benjamin on the board. Like Michael P. Ryan, Adrian Killens, JaMychal Hasty, Josh Kelly, Jordan Conkrite, Benny LeMay. I'm going down a list of guys I would have taken before him because they have the consistency. James Robinson. Overall, I mean, I like the kid. He's explosive, but in day 2 pick, I don't know. That one's a little rich for my blood.
Yeah, Green Bay Packers on the clock here. I want to talk about this pick and their second round pick, A.J. Dillon, more in depth as soon as Goodell announces it right here. Josiah DeGuara, tight end from Cincinnati, but we saw him at the Senior Bowl now. A.J. Dillon, that was kind of a puzzling pick, but come to think of it, Aaron Jones is coming on a contract, so that kind of sheds more light on that pick. What did you guys think of the A.J. Dillon pick by the Packers in late round 2?
Well, A.J. Dillon's a different runner from Jones. You're talking about a bigger guy that can take more of the punishment and deliver more punishment. Unfortunately for Aaron Jones, he's more the slasher. But what you're going to get with Dillon is a more consistent runner between the tackles, a guy that's going to be game in and game out consistently available for you because he doesn't get injured. And also he has a big playability. I tend to downgrade Boston College running backs because I get my hopes up watching their film thinking they're going to be successful at the next level, and 90% of the time they failed me. So, but Dillon, I'm hoping, breaks that mold. As far as the pick right now with DeGuara, this is a kid that I liked a lot. I'm shocked that he's going now because I thought they would have tried to sneak him in on day 3. But I love Josiah DeGuara. Which you're seeing his catching and blocking ability. You're not seeing his special teams ability. He also plays special teams, covers kicks as well. So he's a factor in 3 phases of the game. This kid he's an extra character kid.
Yes, and they probably view him and Jay Sternberger in their 12 personnel sets.
Absolutely. He's going to be more of the move guy. He's not big enough to be a traditional inline Y, but he'll move around. He can lead block through the hole. He's one of those underrated tight ends that you love to have.
Yes, the Broncos with their third and final pick of the third round is in, I think, 3 on offense, 1 on defense. I think they go defense again here, defensive line or linebacker, or even safety, because they need a third safety because Kareem Jackson's getting old. And Justin Simmons, I do expect them to get a long-term deal done with him, but they need depth behind them badly. This would make a lot of sense for Terrell Burgess.
Oh, absolutely. If you think of Terrell Burgess, he's going to be a kind of guy that, one, like I said, plays closer to the line of scrimmage, can match up some in the slot. I wouldn't put him out there against elite slot receivers, but every once in a while, matching him up isn't going to be so bad. The tight ends he can match up with. He's going to be physical in the running game. He can play in zone. He can play in man. One of those guys that you can blitz off the edge as well and get there. So we talked about the 2 safeties that Utah had, how they were interchangeable. I believe Burgess is going to be the better of the 2.
Yeah, and you also have Troy Dye, Akeem Davis, Gaither responsibilities, or defensive line, Lecky Fotu, James Lynch. As a Broncos fan, I am hoping it's one of those 5, but offensive tackle here like Lucas Niang wouldn't hurt.
No, and you get Lucas Niang, he's going to be a good backup that'll be able to be a swing tackle. If you're going to start him, I think he's going to be better on the right side. He is athletic enough. I just don't think he's got the punch and the coordination for the left side. I think you keep him on the right side where your quarterback sees if he misses.
Or another project tackle like Matt Pert or Prince Tego Winogo. Is that good value here?
Absolutely. They're great value in this part of the draft. This is where you're going to take those developmental guys here around late round 3, round 4. By the time you get to the guys around 5 or 6, they're extremely developmental or just you're developing and beat backups.
Yeah. I'm awaiting Roger Goodell to announce that we are down to the final 10 picks after this one. This is the pick the Broncos got from the Niners in the Emmanuel Sanders trade. And I kind of had a feeling that the Niners might have traded back 2 spots with the Broncos and got this pick back in return. Well, Broncos are probably happy that it didn't work out that way.
Well, the best thing you could do in this draft is stand in there and pick, see what's on the board, and take what works for you.
All right, final pick of the 3rd round and of the night for the Denver Broncos. Let's go to the commissioner right now for the announcement. McTelvin Ajib from Arkansas. This was a late riser. What do you think of McTelvin Ajib?
McTelvin Ajib is one of those guys. He plays nice when he's going upfield. He's got the size to shed and fight off some blocks. You see right there, he's strong once he gets that motor going. The problem with him is when you get that movement, you stop his movement early, he doesn't get off the block. So that's the one thing you want to do is you got to keep him in a scheme where he's constantly moving, slanting, stunting, fighting upfield. Let him be aggressive, and that's when he plays his best.
Yes, your thoughts on McTelvin Ajib, Bill?
Yeah, we saw him at the Senior Bowl, and he, like you said, he was definitely one of those rising guys like him and Laurel Murchison, kind of rising through the ranks. And I like the spot here. You mentioned defensive tackle, really one of those positions of need. So I tell you what, I like what the Broncos are doing here too in the draft, really hitting a bunch of their openings. So we're looking now, they double dipped the receiver, and they've really started to rebuild that defense. I tell you what, I don't know how you guys feel, but I still feel like this is a sleeper pick for the playoffs next season.
It all depends on Drew Lock, but
I mean,
it sure looks that way on paper.
I mean, absolutely starts with Drew Lock, but hopefully, if we get the 4 games that we got from him last year, then I think we're on the right track.
No, Daniel Jeremiah didn't have him in his top 150.
The second night in a row, Reed has had one of these Hawaiian shirts on there.
Yep.
think he wore something like that to the combine.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs select Lucas Niang.
Lucas Niang to the Kansas City Chiefs. Perfect pick here with Mitchell Schwartz getting up there in age and coming out of contract after this season. This is his ideal replacement.
Yeah, and you're talking about a guy, you're going to see the athleticism here. He has some nice feet, but he's a little raw. You see the power there, the guy jumping up in front of him to put him into the ground, but he's a little raw when it comes to overall technique. But when you watch him pull, natural movement skills, athleticism for this guy at that size is amazing. But you see where he's playing at the right tackle position. I think that's where he's best at the next level. He probably can be a swing tackle for you as a backup, but overall, I think if he's eventually going to be a starter, put him on that right side and let him work.
What are your thoughts on this, Bill?
Yeah, like you said, I mean, good opportunity for him to come in, and we know how much Andy Reid loves offensive linemen and developing offensive linemen. Good replacement for Mitchell Schwartz, like you said. It gives him a chance to come in, be a good swing tackle to start, learn a little bit from these guys, and this is one of those. This is just one of those developmental picks. I think this is good value too. I mean, we thought Niang could be a potential second round pick, and this is effectively the end of round 3, right? We're
in the compensatories now. Yeah,
compensatory picks, exactly. So
yes, this is where you start taking these 4th or 5th round guys right here.
So yeah, the 96 overall. I like the value here of Niang, and you still got a lot of good tackles still on the board. I'm a little surprised Matt Part is still on the board. I thought he could have went in this round, and we still could, but Matt Part's still on the board. Ben Parch, Winogo.
Another LSU linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of got outshadowed by Queen. But you see right now he's the more physical. He's the force player that allows Queen to run around. So what you're going to get with him is he's not that special athlete that Patrick Queen is, but he's a hammer. He's that guy that's going to come up. He's going to challenge blockers. You can see he has some coverage skill there on the running back, but overall, he's a hammer. He's a force player that's going to come up, play downhill in the run game. His quality and coverage. Overall, a nice value pick here as a role player. I don't know if he stays on the field all 3 downs, but I think he has the ability to.
Yeah, I'm curious how he fits in now that Joe Scobert is gone.
Yeah, Jacob Phillips, you're talking about, that was the Browns pick, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we see how he would fit in, because I mean they're pretty young right now at the linebacker spot too. So I'll be curious how they fit in. With Scobert gone, at least looking at the R-Lights depth chart, you're looking at Willie Harvey, Sion Takitaki, and Mac Wilson are listed as the starters. So I'm curious where Jacob Phillips is going to fit in there.
Well, at least he gives you quality depth at the position.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going to happen is he competes. It's the best thing that you can have happen is you got a bunch of young players competing. And let's say he does beat out a Taki. Then what you have now is Taki falls back into the backup role. You have a guy like him who comes in. He fits that role that you wanted to Sam. I think he's more of a Sam than a Will. Because he's more of a hammer. I don't think he has the pursuit speed that you would want out of a Will backer. So I think he is exactly what you want in that force player, which is what Taki is.
Yeah, and I was a bit of a fan of Taki last year. He's got some athleticism to him, so they've got a little bit of speed now at the linebacker position. So they've got some flexibility there to kind of work these guys around. So liking what Cleveland's building here. In the front 7, because you bring in Jacob Phillips now. Of course, they addressed defensive tackle. They got Jordan Elliott there, so they've got a little bit of depth now at the secondary position, or at the front 7. And of course, they've now built all 3 levels after with since they have Grant Delpit now as well. So actually, yeah, this is the second LSU player they've already taken. I just realized.
Yeah. They're going to be LSU North.
They really are.
Interesting to see what Baltimore does here. They've had so many picks. I mean, I think I'm running out of team needs for them. And I think at this point of the draft, they're just looking to add just more and more talent to this roster. It doesn't matter where they're at.
Yeah, I agree. Baltimore, you're getting to the point now. I mean, maybe you attack the interior offensive line, but other than that, I think you're at BPA now.
Mm-hmm. All right, we are now down to the final 8 picks of the night with the Ravens here at 98. They addressed receiver here, Devin Duvernay. Could this be the interior line if they decide to go there, or maybe safety? Hang on. He's tired. Malik Harrison, the Ohio State linebacker, goes to the Ravens. Harrison, he doesn't necessarily strike me as a 3-down player. Do you think he's a 3-down player? Any of you guys?
Not really. I think he's more. Once again, you talk about a Mike backer, traditional Mike backer that's there. He plays well coming downhill. In space, he's a little limited. You see right there, he's a little tight in coverage. So, you know, when you talk about the linebackers now that they want fast guys that are going to be able to keep up with these quicker backs that they have coming out, that can keep up in coverage, and most importantly, play a broader space in coverage. By the way, he's great coming downhill against the run. He comes in a little high for me on his blitzes. He doesn't always get home. But overall, when it comes to pass coverage, he sees stuff. He's smart. He knows where to be. The problem is he doesn't track the ball as well because he doesn't cover as much ground.
Okay, Hagan, I got a cat that's banging on the door. I'm going to have to let him out, especially since we're almost done. I'll let him get in the picture if he wants. I'm sorry. Well, you guys continue on. We got the Giants here at 99. What do you think they should do here?
If I'm the Giants, I continue to add more talent to that defense. Once again, should be reloading it up. With Joe Judge, I'm pretty sure once again they're going to keep the 3-4, but change it a little more into that hybrid that they like. Not so much what they were trying to run prior was similar to the Cardinals with a lot of the undersized front. So I wouldn't be surprised they add some linebacker depth here. Another edge rusher because they didn't have a lot of edge pressure. Curtis Weaver from Boise State is an option. Bryce Huff from Memphis is an option. Bradley Anae from Utah is an option. So there's a bunch of guys. If you look on the board, Alex Highsmith from Charlotte.
There's the Giants.
Nice.
Matt Peart. There goes one of those developmental tackles. Matt Peart. Pert. Some people say it's Pert. Goodell pronounces all these things wrong. I think my friend Nick Hedl thinks it's Pert. This is a quintessential athletic freak, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. You're talking about a 6'6" kid from the Bronx, but overall he's very athletic. He came on to football late, which is one reason why he's so underdeveloped as a tackle. But when you look at him, he is big and athletic. You see him moving in space, finding work down the field. He's one of those guys that you look at and say, for the future. Now, the Giants have Nate Solder. They just drafted Thomas in the first round. Eventually, Solder's going to move on, and now you can insert Matt Peart. All right, they got their backup tackle right now that they signed in Cam from Dallas. Was with the Patriots. Drawing a blank on his name, but they signed a backup tackle right now to be a swing tackle. So
Cameron Fleming.
Thank you, Cam Fleming. I was about to say Cam Robinson, but and mess his name up. Cam Fleming. So what you got now is you have a young tackle who's going to be your eventual replacement to Nate Solder.
Yeah, I like part two. I mean, he just feels like It's funny.
Yeah, he'll probably start as the third tackle. And Nate Solder, I think he could get out of his contract within the next year, so he can end up the right tackle long term, and he'll be the bookend to Andrew Thomas.
Yeah,
That's
Thomas will
what
move
Giants
over to the
hope
left side eventually. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, Raiders back on the clock here. I think you got to go defense here. Like they need more corner depth. Wouldn't hurt. Tanner Muse from Clemson, another late riser to the combine. Mike Mayock going to that Clemson pipeline once again. He loves those players. Tanner Muse, what's the lowdown on him?
Is what a very disciplined safety. You know, you looked at the defense, and you see all the guys that were the high talent guys, and then you have a guy like Tanner Muse, who's a quality safety. Any other program, he'd probably be the star, but because you had so much talent around him that was elite, he looked almost average. But he's a very quality safety, tracks the ball very well, smart player in the back end of your scheme, knows where to be. He's going to be a free safety to me. I don't think you're going to use him as a box safety. I think he's going to be a free safety playing over the top. Very similar traits to Eric Weddle. I just don't think he's as good an athlete as Weddle. So overall, I think he's going to be one of those guys you look at, and you're going to say, in the third round, you got this safety.
My cat wanted to say hi. Everybody say hi to my cat, Bronco.
So overall, I think you're going to get
this
a safety.
This is quarantine life. You got to let the kids and the pets steal the show for a little bit.
You got anything on him, Bill?
All right. Tanner Muse.
Yeah, you know, Muse is obviously one of those three guys. We talked about how Clemson had a stable of good defensive backs coming in, right? We've already seen drawing a blank on the first one that got taken, but or AJ Taylor, of course.
Yeah,
you know, we saw AJ Taylor go in round one. Tanner Muse goes. We're still waiting on Kayvon Wallace. You know, so all three of these guys really are solid guys. I tell you what, shout out to Ben Solak. His piece on Kayvon Wallace was very well done. But yeah, Muse is a real good guy. And then, like you said, he had a great workout at the combine, so he started to really rise through the ranks. So, you know, late third round for a team like the Raiders that just need a lot of youth in that secondary. Definitely feels like a Mike Mayock pick, like you said.
Yeah, so Mayock, kind of like the Broncos have been doing for the past couple years, he definitely likes character guys, like he did with Cleveland Farrell last year as to make his statement. And this year, that Tanner Muse definitely fits that profile of a Mike Mayock character pick. Yeah,
and you're getting a very solid football player at this pick, where that's all you're asking for is to come in and contribute in whichever way we need you to. And he's going to be one of those guys who people are going to be pleasantly surprised at when he comes in and eventually becomes a regular at the safety position. Like I said, he's not going to be special at that point, but he's just going to give you a solid player that you can count on in the back end, and something that you don't have too many of. You don't have too many free safeties you can count on in the back end.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the Patriots, they have traded up to 101. They've been maneuvering a lot tonight up in front of the Steelers. I think this could be for a quarterback.
Well, we would hope so. I mean, I'd hate to see them go into the season with Brian Hoyer as their main backup without much else behind them. At least bring in a young guy. You believe in Jarrett Stidham, that's fine. But you got to have a backup plan to that. And I know he did it the last few years before Brady decided to take a walk, and then he eventually traded all those guys off. So Stidham has been their last hope to be the future. The question is, though, he hasn't played a game really yet. So now you're going to find out what Jarrett Stidham really is. You have to have a backup plan just in case.
Yes, you do. Like you have to roll the dice as many times as you possibly freaking can until it adds up double sixes. to land your quarterback. That's what you got to do. You have to be constantly searching, and that's exactly what the Patriots are doing now in this post Tom Brady era.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt, or my cat slipped a couple more of my papers next to me.
Yeah. So I mean, you look at the board, and overall,
go ahead, Jeff.
No, I'm just pulling up my quarterbacks here. So if I'm the Patriots and I want a quarterback at this point of the draft, all right, I know the top 5 are gone. All right. So right now you got Fromm out there, you got Morgan out there, you got Anthony Gordon out there, Jacob Eason is out there, and a name that nobody's mentioning right now is Mason Fine as well. All right. Now I don't think Mason Fine fits what the Patriots like to do, so we'll exclude him from it. But let's talk about the other guys. Okay, so Jake Fromm, we've seen him over the years. At one point, he was in the first-round quarterback conversation. Last couple of years, it kind of killed that. The combine performance killed that. So now he's considered what he is. So right now, you look at Jake Fromm and say, okay, you're looking at his pick is coming in.
Here we go, Patriots.
And there's your other tight end.
Another tight end. They're still trying to turn over every rock at tight end, it appears. They must like Stidham and Dalton Keene, a Colorado native who I believe started to take off after the combine.
Yeah, I mean, his combine performance definitely pushed him up on a lot of people's boards. I just when I watch his film, I don't see a third-round tight end. I like he looks like a fullback playing H-back to me, you know, and he's not even the blocking fullback type, but he'll make some great blocks like that on the edge. Inside, he tends to have his issues when he's leading through the hole, but overall, when you talk about pass catching, he's good with the football in his hands. I don't see the big vertical threat that you would want to go with it. But overall, I think he's a solid pass-catching tight end. He's going to be that Bear Pasco kind of guy that's going to make a couple of catches in games, maybe some big games where people think he's a starter, but then it just won't work. Overall, he's just going to be a quality guy playing together. Him and Devin Asiasi together are going to be a nice combination because he's going to give him something. But I think overall, that's just a solid combination. If it was Tom Brady, it'd be a great combination. But for Jarrett Stidham, that's going to be a solid combination to start out with. It would be nice if you had something a little bit more, somebody that could challenge the defense a little more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Keene probably is better fit as a number 2 role. So at least, you know, he comes into a situation now where we know he's going to be paired with another rookie and, you know, definitely a better pass catching tight end in Asiasi. I mean, I didn't think Keene would go in the 3rd round here. I thought he was like a 5th or 6th rounder, but, you know, never doubt the Patriots, I guess.
And there goes Alex Highsmith. Of course, a place where he fits right in Pittsburgh. You talk about a guy who's going to be standing up now as an outside backer in Pittsburgh. You have a potential backup, the Bud Dupree. If anything happens there, if you decide to move on. Overall, this is the kind of guy that you like. He's got speed around the edge. He's going to be able to drop into coverage. He's still raw. He's not totally developed. So overall, you get to mold him like a piece of clay. And Pittsburgh is notorious for doing that with outside linebackers.
Yeah, Alex Highsmith is the pick for the Steelers. And you think he projects well to a 3-4?
Absolutely. I don't think he has the build for a every down defensive end at the next level. And I think if you're trying to add too much weight to his frame, he's going to actually take away from his explosiveness. Putting him in a 3-4 scheme where he can be a normal rusher is actually going to benefit him because he plays fast. You know, you're going to give him the ability to play fast at the next level that way.
Yeah, I love Highsmith. One of my sleeper edge rushers here. Even when I was talking about draft prospects for the Panthers on the podcast, this was another guy that I had brought up a couple of times as it fit the need, and obviously the kind of the local factor with the Charlotte area. But yeah, Alex Highsmith in Pittsburgh. This is going to be, even watching the highlights here, the kind of the 3-4 front that Charlotte was running here, and like you said, you can put them outside in the stand-up position.
The Eagles at 103. You'll finish your thought on Alex Highsmith after that. Oh, Davion Taylor from Colorado. It was rising after the combine. Goes to the Eagles here. Well, finish your thought on Alex Highsmith there, Bill.
No, like I said, like Jeff was saying, you can play him kind of on the different positions at the edge there. So definitely like that pick for Pittsburgh. And I like Davion Taylor to Philadelphia as well. They needed some talent at the linebacker position there. And like you said, he was kind of rising after the combine. Very, very explosive, very athletic receiver. Tony Pauline, reading his scouting report, says he's physically gifted and could be a 3-down defender, and that's really what the Eagles need, because they didn't really have a lot of depth at the linebacker position. They lost a couple guys in free agency. And with a guy like Jim Schwartz, I think Schwartz can do wonders with this guy. So I'm excited to see what Taylor can bring to the table here.
Absolutely, he's definitely an upgrade over Grugier Hill. More athletic, fierce hitter, and a guy with the nose for the football. He clicks and closes so fast. Guy that could be at depth, at linebacker depth, see that underneath pass and close on it in a heartbeat. You have to worry about his size when he's going to be matched up with the bigger bodies inside. He tends to throw the small guys on the outside around easy when they're running those wide plays. But when he has to come up inside and match up with a tackle, I think it's going to see the challenge for him. But overall, as long as it's a will backer, I think he'll be well protected where he can just flow to the football.
Yes, talk about Davion Taylor there, eh?
Yeah.
Yes, that 40 time I think he ran at the CU Pro Day before everything shut down. Also raised a lot of eyebrows, and he's a very promising athlete. Here we go from the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
Terrell Burgess.
There it is.
Great pick, Rams. Great pick. Terrell Burgess. Like I said, he'd be great for Fangio. Fangio's disciple, Brendan Staley, pouts the table for him in L.A. Great pick, Rams.
Absolutely. And you're talking about a guy, we talk about the range, we talk about the physicality. All right, you're going to see him play up close to the line. He's the kind of safety that you want that's going to be able to find the football. All right. He's not going to be afraid to hit. And when he hits people, they usually go down. So he's not the guy that's going to miss in space constantly. So overall, you talk about a very smart player and a very good value at this point in the draft.
Oh, Vikings have traded the pick to the Saints. Saints moved up for their 4th round spot for the second to last pick of day 2 here. Could this be for a quarterback?
It could be. There's plenty of quarterbacks on the board. You don't have anything for Drew Brees behind them right now.
Yeah, they say they think Taysom Hill's the future. I think that's just coach speak. Don't you?
I think you had to have at least, you weren't going to be able to keep Bridgewater forever, and at least Taysom Hill knows the offense and you know the player. Overall, though, I'm not sold that Taysom Hill is a full-time quarterback. I wasn't when he came out. I'm still not now, although he does throw a nice ball when he gets a chance to throw it. But overall, as a full-time quarterback dropping back 25, 30 times a game, I think you can do better than Taysom Hill.
Oh, you absolutely can. And Jake Fromm, I think, is a quarterback that Sean Payton might endear himself to. Yeah, he may be limited, but he's got the smarts. And you got to be a very quick thinker to succeed in an offense run by Sean Payton.
Absolutely. Fromm's not a bad quarterback, and as a matter of fact, you can say what they want about his arm strength, but overall, we talk about some of the guys that were there with him in Georgia, and he chased one to Ohio State, he chased one to Washington, and eventually into the draft with Jacob Eason. So overall, Jake Fromm is a quality quarterback. I think he'll be a quality backup and maybe a pretty quality starter. I think he's going to have his limitations. We know about the arm strength. We know about the mobility is a big one. Okay. The ability to read odd fronts is a problem for him because he has a problem reading the extra man coming from different areas. So that's one of the things that catches him as well.
Yeah, so here's the Saints. Adam Troutman. There you go. Adam Troutman, one of the great guys I talked to at the Senior Bowl, could have found himself a better spot. They want to run more 12 personnel with him and Jared Cook. Do you think that would be a good package for 12 personnel? You think Jared Cook's not that much of a blocker? Do you think Troutman could take blocking duties?
He's going to have to get stronger, but he's a heck of a product. We talk about coming out of Dayton. The pass catching ability is there. He does block in line. He's going to have to get stronger, though, at the next level. What I like about Troutman, though, is his ability to not only see coverage, but outwork the coverage for the football. He's got the speed. But most importantly for him is he's going to have to get better at certain things. We talked about the route running. He's a phenomenal route runner, but what he's going to have to win better more consistently is against man coverage. I spoke to one of the coaches from Stetson, and it was a game where he didn't have as much success. And what they did to him was they kept the man in his face the whole time at the line of scrimmage and put somebody over the top. And he got a little more frustrated when he had constant tight man coverage on him.
Yes, and the New Orleans Saints, that is a good point, but he was a former quarterback, and don't you think that could help him succeed at the NFL level? He says it personally helps him. I don't see why not. So
yeah, it helps because you get to recognize coverage when you're at the line, so you know when to adjust your route to certain things. You get to see blitzes a little bit better because you're used to looking at it and knowing where to go with the football. So as far as we talk about offenses that have things like Y option in it, where he's going to change his route adjusted to coverage, the blitzes. So he's going to be able to execute that a lot better than a lot of guys that are just learning that coming from the spread system, where their routes are all pretty much set in stone. And the only thing they have to understand is how to set down the zone. He's going to be able to do a lot more coming into the league with routes than most tight ends do. But he's still going to have to get stronger because the bodies he was blocking at Dayton or a lot lighter than the bodies he's going to block at the next level.
Oh, totally. Big jump up from the Dayton Flyers to the National Football League. And the Ravens are about to make the final pick of the night. And we got to wrap things up very shortly here. Once again, this has been an amazing 2 days. Thank you all who tuned in and who all who just peeped in for just a minute. I'm tremendously appreciated. Even if you did peep in, it encouraged me. I'm more grateful for your friendship than ever before. Bill Riccette, once again, thank you so much for being a great co-host. Jeff Barnes, thank you for donating your football knowledge and your time today. And also thanks to Mark Schofield and we've been once again. And but I named my winner and loser of the draft. Bill Riccette, you named the winner and loser so far. Jeff, your turn.
All right. So for my winners, I'm going with the team that's on the screen right now, the Baltimore Ravens.
Easily. We're unanimous here.
I mean, you can pick a good team that's had a great draft. I mean, even the New York Giants have had a very good draft, but it doesn't top what these guys have done, and they're probably going to make it even. They're probably putting the cherry on top of that right now. Overall, I mean, I am not as hard on the Seahawks as you guys are, but I am as hard on the Oakland Raiders. I think there were just too many reaches in a draft where you didn't have to reach.
Ravens take a project tackle and Tyre Phillips, but continue your thought on the Raiders.
Yeah. So So yeah, even this pick right here, you're talking about a guy that's going to come in, and Tyree Phillips is going to be a swing tackle project. So you don't need him to start. You got 2 starters already.
Charles.
So overall, this is what you're talking about. They're finding value for their picks. Some teams didn't do that. Like I said, back to the Raiders. The Arnett pick was a huge reach. I'm not worried so much about the wide receiver pick, but overall, that pick right there is a big one. So it sets the whole tone of your draft. If Arnett busts because you decide to take him in the first round instead of the second or third, that's on you because he's not a first round player. And you basically gave him that label and put that pressure on a player who nobody else but you saw it that way.
Oh my God! The Vikings have 13 picks tomorrow. Wow, I like the draft that they've doing. They got great value with Justin Jefferson and Gladney in round 1. Got Cleveland at appropriate value in round 2, and they got Cam Dantzler in round 3. So another good draft by the Vikings. That I think is going to do it here. Any other final thoughts that you guys want to share on this draft aside from winners and losers?
Just once again, tomorrow's going to be the fun part. We get to see not only the end of the draft, but you're going to see if some of those small school guys sneak in late in that draft because, well, of course, no pro days for them. So guys had to do their homework. I'm anxious to see what small school guys get in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Rounds 4 through 7, this is really where you start to help churn out the bottom of the roster, right? These are your developmental guys. These are your special teamers. So don't sleep on these last 4 rounds. These are just as important, if not more important, than rounds 1 through 3. Everyone likes round 1 because these are the high end players, but these last 4 rounds really help shape out your roster, and it's always fun to watch. And then what I'm looking forward to as well, we've seen all this talent slide in these first 3 rounds. We're going to see talent slip out of the draft completely, and I think that free agency frenzy after the draft is over is going to get very crazy.
Oh, it's going to be the craziest undrafted free agency period ever, Bill. I completely agree. Final thoughts, Jeff?
Oh, just it. I'm just anxious to get this weekend in the books.
Well, that is going to conclude our 2-day odyssey through this 2020 NFL draft, a draft like no other. Bill Riccette, thank you very much. Jeff Barnes, Mark Schofield, Andrew Weeman, you guys rocked. To all who tuned in, you guys rocked as well. And all I can say right now is stay safe, stay sane, stay healthy, and stay happy. And we won't be doing a live stream for day 3 of the draft tomorrow, so enjoy the rest of the draft. Take care. Stay healthy. We hope to see you all here next year. Take care, everybody. We love spending these past 2 days with you. Take care, Bill and Jeff. Take care, everyone.
Good night.
Take care.